Alrighty, guys. Good evening to all of you. My name is Ryan here. I'm alongside Caleb. And we are doing our first stream here at Indiana Weather Network for severe weather coverage. We're also streaming to our other platforms in Indiana. Welcome in to all of you guys. Feel free to tune in. We're going to be live throughout the duration of this severe event. Let us know where you're watching from. Love to get to know you guys, talk with you guys here, and go from there. Again, I'm Ryan. I'm alongside Caleb here.
Yeah, I'm currently watching a couple of supercells across northeast Illinois associated with an area of low pressure. We expect these supercells or thunderstorms to eventually move into Indiana along the warm front here this evening. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat here. We'll try to answer them for you.
We got Riley from Castleton. We got Tanya from Rush County. Welcome in, guys. What's up, Stormlord? Good to see you in here. Yeah, so currently there's no warnings in effect here for Indiana, which is good news, but that will likely change here as these storms progress into Benton, Warren, and Newton counties. Currently, I have a tornado warning to the state line here, just across the border in Rossville, Potomac, Illinois area. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, as well as golf ball size hail. What's up, Malachi, Alexis, Kendall, Haley, Derek? What's up, guys? Good to see you in here. We'll be live here throughout the duration of this event, so feel free to tune in, ask some questions. Zooming out here, I'll go ahead and show you guys the risk area today. Switch this over here to the Outlook. There is your day one here from the SPC. So marking this off here, up here in the Fort Wayne, Angola, South Bend area, it's just a general thunderstorm risk. So you guys have no severe weather expected tonight. This dark green strip here from about Gary down to about Muncie, this is going to be your marginal risk. That's your level 1 low end risk for severe weather. And then further south here for much of the state, like Indianapolis, Terre Haute, Vincennes, Evansville, over here to Corridon, Richmond area, Lafayette, you guys are all within a level 2 slight risk. And if we zoom in way far south here down toward Louisville, we have a level 3 enhanced risk for our very bottom row of counties. So places like almost close to Corridon there, Leopold, Tell City, Rockport, Hatfield, all these areas are in the level 3. So it's most of the worst of it, should I say, is staying south of the state line. But we do have our own storms expected here. We do have ours well up here, close to the warm front in the Danville, Illinois area. These are about to cross the border into Indiana here. Malachi, today we are not live on YouTube, but we will be live in the future. There's still some back-end transfer stuff that we're waiting on that should be fixed tomorrow evening. So by Thursday, we should be all set to be live on YouTube. But yes, we'll be live over there once we get that all set up.
Yep, these storms here probably over the next 30 to 40 minutes or so will be moving into Warren counties and Benton counties in northwest Indiana. Watching a couple supercells across northeast Illinois here, just to the south of Hooperston here in northeast Illinois, just to the northwest of Danville, north of I-74. These will be approaching the US 41 corridor here in northwest Indiana. I think between Fowler and Attica, that's kind of the territory or area that we're watching here. There is a chance that some storms could develop south of these for perhaps northern Vermilion County. A little bit more in question there. A lot of people asking about, will we see tornadoes today in Indiana? There is that chance. Hail and damaging winds probably the primary threat. However, there is a localized enhanced tornado risk today, especially along the northern edge of that slight risk. That is where our warm front is situated there. Sitting right about there where Ryan has highlighted there. There's a little bit more shear to work with. Shear, meaning there's a little bit more spin in the atmosphere to work with. We have winds in different directions and speed with height, and warm fronts can kind of enhance that a little bit, and that's where these storms are situated at right now. You can see that area broad, low-level spin there across Illinois. That is thanks to an area of low pressure sitting right around the Peoria area, Bloomington area in northern Illinois. That is what is responsible for igniting our showers of thunderstorms today that'll be moving into portions of northern and central Indiana here shortly. We're going to have to watch areas across southern Indiana if storms do develop along the cold front here later tonight. A little bit more uncertainty down there These storms are a little bit further north than what were being modeled here earlier this morning, but the warm front has lifted north quite nicely. The question is, how far east does this severe weather threat go? Do these storms go north of the warm front? Do they outrun the area that is best favored with more instability and more ingredients to work with, or do they stay right along that warm front and move east from there? Those are a little bit of uncertainties to work with, and we'll be here covering that for you live here tonight through the entirety of this event.
Yeah, Caleb, we have a lot of questions in here for individual cities, and the main thing is tornadoes. We're all wondering about tornadoes, where they could happen, where the best potential is. As Caleb just mentioned, the highest potential is along that warm front, which is roughly right about here, which is kind of draped across the Indy area from Lafayette to Indy down toward Richmond. But if you notice on your screen, there's green and there's red, brownish colors. Anywhere in the green or the red area here is within a risk for a tornado tonight. That extends from about Gary down here to about the Portland area and then points southward. Now, the highest concern for tornadoes today is south of the state line in Kentucky, but we do have a 5%, what they call a 5% risk up here in that brown color, and then the lowest risk up there in green. So lowest risk tonight would be Gary, Rensselaer, Logansport, Marion, Muncie, down to about Richmond. And the highest concern, really, our focus is around Lafayette, Attica, Crawfordsville, Indianapolis, anywhere in the suburb of Indianapolis here, down here toward Connorsville, Greensburg, Shelbyville, Martinsville, Greencastle, and Terre Haute areas. And even further south has a risk as well. Also, going forward here with the future forecast model, we can kind of look to see what's going to happen later on tonight. This is a model, so don't take it as 100% going to happen. It's just an idea of what could happen. So it has those storms modeled down across the border here toward Kentucky. It's also got it modeled up here just south of Chicago there. So if we advance this into the evening hours tonight, we're expecting additional showers and storms to develop here from Terre Haute down to about Evansville here. Those are going to push across the state, and that's why we have that risk later on this evening. This at this time, according to this model, is 11 p.m. So we're going to expect more storms to develop here later this evening. It could be a little bit late night tonight, but we'll be here tracking it through the duration. So feel free to stick with us or check back with us when the storms approach your area. We'll be covering every warning in detail, calling out cities that are in the path as needed, and keeping you guys safe. So,
Yep.
Go ahead, Caleb.
I was going to say something we're also watching here this evening. We're going to watch these cells who are right now by themselves across northern Illinois. We call them supercells. They're by themselves with a rotating updraft. What's being modeled by our models right now is that these storms are expected to grow upscale. Upscale meaning they're eventually going to grow or forecasted to grow into a line of storms as they move across central and perhaps southern Indiana. That would transition the tornado risk into more of a damaging wind risk is kind of what we're looking at here this evening and has that possibility of that. However, if these storms do remain discrete longer than forecasted or modeled by our model guidance, that we could see that tornado risk be prolonged a little bit into the evening hours here tonight before it transitions into more of a damaging wind risk. But we do expect this to eventually transition into more of a wind risk here tonight, perhaps some hail as these storms evolve here this evening.
Yeah, I definitely say the main risk tonight across the entire risk area, which is much of the state, minus that further north and further east toward Fort Wayne area. Damaging wind is primary concern, 60 miles per hour. I would say large hail is a secondary concern up to quarter size, but then also there's enough shear there tonight to warrant mention for a brief tornado or a couple of those actually across the state. So we're watching it.
Hopefully we don't see any tornadoes tonight. I think we've all can agree we've had enough tornadoes for the year. Hopefully we don't see any tonight, but the risk is there. Nonetheless, there is a risk for an isolated tornado here this evening.
Yep. We also got our Martinsville camera set up here facing to the west so we can watch some storms roll in. So we'll be watching that camera throughout the evening. So I have a lot of questions here in chat for specific cities, so we're not going to be able to get to all of them, but I can kind of knock most of these out within one paragraph here. I'll turn the Outlook back on. So if you are living in Fort Wayne, Huntington, Michigan City, South Bend, Angola, this area up here in the light green color, there is no risk for severe up there, none expected. anywhere else in the state, there is a risk. So if you're going to ask, hey, is such and such a city in a risk? The answer is yes, if you don't live up here in the far north and east corner of the state. Angola, South Bend, Michigan City, Plymouth, Warsaw, Napanee, Fort Wayne areas.
Generally south of US 30, with better expectancy a little bit further south than that in the areas shaded in dark green and then yellow, have the best risk for severe weather. And a lot of that is because the severe weather risk is mainly going to be south of our warm front. The warm front will lift north here this evening towards the Fort Wayne area, but by that point in time, there's no instability with it by the time that warm front reaches the Fort Wayne area. So areas highlighted in yellow have the best potential to see some strong to severe wind gusts and perhaps an isolated tornado tonight as well. And this storm here is showing signs of some pretty decent rotation, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm noticing that actually. We have a couple areas of rotation. The distinct area I'm noticing is right in here, about 15 to 20 miles to the state line, just to the north and west of Danville. That is some rotation we're going to keep a close eye on. The good news as of right now is Caleb and I were talking about this behind the scenes. The warm front is draped very closely to these storms. So our hope is that these will cross the warm front. And if they do cross that warm front, the risk for anything severe goes down a little bit with the wind and tornado wise, but we'll have a hail risk to continue with that. But our hope is that these storms cross over that warm front into a more stable environment so they can't fuel themselves to produce tornadoes. That's our hope. But as of right now, they are still south of the front, which means it's unstable. And as such, we are seeing rotation with this cell. So I know we have viewers here in Ohio, Illinois, Kentucky, and Michigan. So if you have any of your friends and family, or if you're watching from the Vermilion County, Illinois area, this area of rotation is heading toward Alvin and Bismarck, and eventually going to be heading up toward Pence and Hedrick County, or Hedrick areas, just between West Lebanon and Boswell. And as of right now, these are the only storms in the state to be concerned about. They're not technically in the state just yet, but will be in the state very shortly. We do have some areas down here getting rain, perhaps rumble of thunder down by Hatfield and Rockport areas. These are not severe, though. We do expect more storms to develop somewhere along the line from about here, and they're going to push into Indiana later on this evening. So as of right now, though, most of you guys, 95% of the state is free and clear from any type of rain. And that's going to change here by the Lafayette, Rensselaer area very shortly as this pushes into northwest Indiana. For those of you who are new here, I'm sure most of you guys watching are new to us. We'll be live here during the duration of severe weather events. It's from start to finish. So feel free to tune in if these storms are not by you and they get to you later on this evening. Tune back in. We'll be live throughout the duration here.
These storms here are about 15 minutes away from the Indiana state line, or at least the area of concern within these storms, especially our southern cell, which is just northwest of Danville, Illinois, south of Potomac, showing some signs of some pretty decent rotation within that storm. Tornado warned for radar-indicated rotation, as well as golf ball-size hail in our southern supercell here in northwest Illinois. And this storm will be moving into Indiana here shortly, and it'll probably be moving into the Warren County area, or perhaps southern Benton County, Indiana, somewhere between Fowler and Attica, Indiana. Next on deck here for this storm. Think the US 41 corridor here. So about 15 minutes here or so before the area of rotation here enters Indiana, if it does still hold together. But something to the south here, we are seeing a few showers and thunderstorms developing a little bit south of our tornado warned storm here. We're going to have to keep an eye on those for any intensification as they do move northward. The environment today is favorable for severe thunderstorms, including tornadoes here across central Indiana. Specifically, the highest risk for tornadoes, in my opinion, tonight is going to be along that warm front here across central Indiana. And that is currently draped along a line from, let's say, Morocco, Indiana, down to Kokomo, Indiana, and points southward, specifically Lafayette, Indianapolis, down towards the Connorsville area, specifically is where that warm front is at right about now. And that's going to move northward a little bit here this evening. But the question is, how far north does that warm front go? And how far north does that instability in fuel travel with it? If you're north of the warm front, you don't have any instability up there. The atmosphere is stable. So if these storms, which we hope outrun the warm front and go north of the warm front, they'll move into a stable environment, and therefore the tornado risk associated with them would go down immensely with them as well. But if they stay on the south side or along that warm front, you would have some increased wind shear along the warm front. A lot of times warm fronts have increased wind shear. We call that helicity along warm fronts, and that can increase the spin in the atmosphere, which is why we have a localized heightened area for perhaps the tornado risk early here this evening along that warm front. And that is what we're seeing here across northern Illinois. These storms are going to be moving into northwest Indiana, here in the Warren, Benton counties areas, perhaps extreme northern Vermilion County as well, if any storms develop south of our Warren storm here. We do have a little cell coming into the Danville area. Currently not severe, but does have some heavy rain associated with it as well. Maybe a couple lightning bolts in there. So storms to watch for sure as they enter Indiana.
Any alerts that do get issued for the state of Indiana will pop up on our warning bar. We have had some bugs with it in the past, so we're hoping that runs smooth today, but you're going to know about new warnings or watches or statements as they're issued in real time. As soon as we know, you're going to know as well. Let us know where you guys are watching from here. Let's go back to chat here. Let's see if you have any good questions to answer with us here.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat. My name is Caleb alongside Ryan here. We'll be your hosts here this evening, covering you throughout this entire event. Yeah, but if you guys have any questions for us, feel free to drop them in chat. Don't hesitate. We'll be happy to answer them for you as we have time to do so. There's your area of rotation. There you see the bright greens and reds right next to each other, like they're holding hands. That is called a couplet. That is what we're looking for when we look for signs of rotation within a storm, or a supercell in this case. This is currently moving north-northeast, or about northeast at about, looks like 35 miles per, or 35 miles per hour off to the east-northeast here. Getting ready to come up on US 136 towards Warren County, Indiana.
I can't help but also notice, Caleb, it looks like it's trying to take a little bit more of a right turn with this area of rotation. So perhaps West Lebanon here, Judyville, Hedrick areas. I'd be on alert in this western part of Vermilion County, or sorry, eastern part of Vermilion, Illinois, and then the western half of Warren County here in Indiana. This is still radar indicated, so they have not confirmed a touchdown from a tornado, but it is pretty tight rotation. Also, I want to cover just south of the state line. We do have this line that is impacting very far southern parts of Indiana here. Currently in Spencer County, moving into Perry County. These are not severe. We're going to keep a close eye on them, though, because the environment down there does have a little bit more instability or storm fuel. We could see these cells develop and mature and become severe later on as we get into the evening hours. But for right now, that focus still remains up here, moving into northwest Indiana. Keep a close eye on this, because this area of rotation is moving up into Indiana very, very soon. We're going to do a track on this, actually. We have a good radar software here. We can actually track this off. We're going to put it about halfway through Warren County. We're going to go 40 miles an hour just to be safe. It says 35 is a movement. We're going to do 40 just to be safe. Bismarck in 9 minutes, Alvin in 12 minutes, Hedrick in 20 minutes or so. Judyville in 29 minutes, Carbondale in 32 minutes, Rocky Ford in 36 minutes. Those are your estimated time of arrival for the area of rotation. Take note that it will be raining and perhaps hailing before that. Area of rotation is on the backside of these storms, which it usually always is. So you're going to have rain out ahead of this first, but the area of interest for anything tornadic is going to be what I just listed there for the impact times. Christine asked, do you think this morning's rain helped to tamper down the threat for the evening? And the answer, Christine, is not really. Maybe a little bit, but not really. Looking at the real-time data, we call it mesoanalysis. we have plenty of instability built back in for these storms. So whatever happened this morning, sometimes that can be the case. It can, weaken the later on threat, so to speak. But in today's case, that really is not a factor.
Yep. Now, if we saw that cloud cover and rain hang along maybe a little bit later than expected, let's say through the early afternoon, then perhaps it could have prohibited some instability from being gained in the atmosphere. But because we were able to get that rain out of the way, our warm front was able to lift north towards the Indianapolis area and points northward. We were able to see that instability and storm fuel re-enter the state of Indiana and then further destabilize the atmosphere. So that's kind of what we're looking at here today. Right now, storms are on the scattered side. Not everybody's going to see rain tonight. As we go throughout the evening, though, we do expect some of these storms to kind of form a little bit of a line, grow upscale, as we call it, as they enter Indiana. So that could transition into more of a wind risk later tonight. However, it's conditional on how the overall environment progresses here this evening and how storms evolve here this evening as well. Right now, these storms are situated right on the warm front. Actually, you don't have to really go north of this supercell, this tornado warning, Ryan, to be on the north side of the warm front. Our storms that had a tornado warning on it earlier that were north of this tornado warning are showing signs of weakening, Ryan. Perhaps they're outrunning the warm front for those northern cells here. However, our southern cell in Vermilion County, Illinois, is still on the south side and still showing signs of some pretty strong rotation. Warm fronts have a way of doing that. They have a way of adding spin in the atmosphere in storms that are able to ride along and south of that warm front. They have plenty of storm fuel, and they have that wind shear, that spin component to work with too, and that's why we're seeing some rotation here with this storm. So if you are in Warren County, Indiana, perhaps southern Benton County as well, be on the lookout for this storm. Think West Lebanon, State Line City, Pine Village, Attica, all areas to be watching this storm here. Hendrick as well, as it moves towards the 43 corridor here, or 41 corridor here in western Indiana.
Also, have a behind the scenes report that there was a funnel or a tornado report on this storm, and it is also increasing its rotation via the latest scan. That's not what we want to see here. It still says radar indicated on the warning with golf ball size hail, and looks like they just
actually tornado observed.
Tornado observed.
So we do have an observed tag on it. So a tornado has been confirmed.
There we go.
With this storm, we're likely going to see this tornado warning likely extended into Indiana here shortly. But we do have an observed tornado now in Illinois, approaching the Bismarck area, State Road 119 or 139 rather, as well. So, or 136, I guess, which transitions into 28 once we get across state line here. Most probable area for this tornado to be would be near Johnsonsville, Illinois, just on the north side of Snyder, Illinois. Grumble Corner. I'm going to go pretty close to the Bismarck, Illinois area. So if you're in Hedrick, Indiana, West Lebanon, just to the northwest of Covington, Indiana, now's not a bad time to get in your safe place and be ready for this storm. Be ready to take action here for when and if, and really not a matter of if, but when a tornado warning here is issued for Indiana.
Yeah, and looking at the debris product, we can kind of track to see if it's lofting debris. It's hard to tell because it's so cluttered, but there is a lineup here of some debris being lofted. If it's very cluttered, so you can't say for sure. But spot a report of a tornado on the cell here just north of Johnsonville, which is just across the border here. So if you live in the western half of Warren County and the southern half of Benton County in Indiana, this is your time to be alert. The storm is heading your way. I would expect them to issue a tornado warning here for at least the northwest corner of Warren County at any minute. Looking back here at the velocity couplet here, yeah, that's pretty strong rotation at that. So we kind of take a measurement on that. We're looking at 80 miles per hour on that side and about 30 on that side. So put that together, add it together, get 110 miles per hour, which is equivalent to the of about EF1, EF2 strength type of a rotation here. But this particular radar is looking about 6,000 feet above our head. So that's what the winds are doing, 6,000 feet above us. What's happening on the ground is a different story. But regardless, this is a confirmed tornado moving in toward the Hedrick and West Lebanon, Indiana area in Warren County. So expect there to be a tornado warning here, or at very least a severe warning. depending on what the National Weather Service does here for Warren County.
Yep, strongest area of rotation, getting ready to cross US 136 in Illinois. This would be Vermilion County, Illinois, not Indiana, as it heads towards Warren County, Indiana. Going to be heading pretty close to the Hedrick area here in northwest Indiana, as well as West Lebanon here, and getting pretty close to the Attica area as well if it holds together. So again, if you're in any of those areas, now's a pretty good time to get in your safe place and get ready to go to your safe place if you're in Warren County, Indiana. This is moving east-northeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour, so pretty good pace. The storm will be entering Indiana here very, very shortly. However, if you are in Hedrick, Indiana, you're probably not going to see this tornado coming. Based on its current trajectory, you're probably going to get some rain and probably going to get some hail first before the tornado approaches on the back side of the storm or on the south side of the storm. So don't be surprised if you can't immediately see the storm or area of rotation of interest. Be already in your safe place and be ready for this storm as it moves into Indiana. Still showing signs of some pretty tight rotation, Ryan, and almost a little bit of what we call a donut hole signature on radar as well, as that mesocyclone or area of rotation occludes itself. We call that occluding, as it isolates itself from the storm as it tightens up and brings that rotation down to the ground. Sometimes you can see that rotation there, right there, where you see those lighter colors just to the southeast of Grumble Corner. That's where the possible tornado would be located, or at least more likely to be located within this storm. As it approaches the Bismarck area, likely going to go right over Bismarck. And actually, Ryan, if you zoom in, there actually is a pretty good hole on radar as it approaches Bismarck, Illinois.
Yep, and looking at the rotation tracker off the Indianapolis radar, that's the lowest beam height we have. It's going to be basically in Bismarck and Alvin, probably going to split those areas here very shortly. This is only about, we measure this from the state line, we're only about 4 miles from the Indiana state line. So again, we're going to put you guys on alert. If you're watching from the northwestern half of Warren County, you guys need to be on alert as the storm moves your direction. I'm going to probably guess, if you do a track on this, it'll probably be close to, let's see what it says here. I need to go out a little bit further with that toward Hedrick. See if it gives me a... There we go. About 10 to 15 minutes there for the Hedrick area. So it's going to cross over in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep, right now the possible tornado is moving near Bismarck and Alvin, Illinois. Going to be moving very close to Hedrick here, south of Pence. State Road 28 corridor here, just to the north side of Johnsonville. Marsfield, all of you guys need to be in an interior room away from windows and lowest level of your home until this storm has passed. We're likely going to see a tornado warning extended here in the Warren County here any minute. And actually, I'm kind of surprised one has not been issued yet, to be honest.
Yeah, just a bit. But it's moving pretty slow. That's good news. Gives them some time to kind of analyze it and see what they want to do. We do have a new severe warning back to the west of that one. I know we're not really... our primary coverage is Indiana, but these storms are heading our way back towards Champaign, Illinois. So we're going to watch those as well. We also got cells developing down here. They're going SWS on that. Interesting. We'll cover that here in just a second. But we got some cells developing down here toward the Rockville and Clinton areas. I have to keep an eye on these, as models do show additional development of storms will happen along the Illinois-Indiana state line from about Terre Haute down to Evansville. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I'm kind of surprised it went SWS on this, Caleb.
Yeah, I did not expect that either.
It's not popped into my screen just yet, but once it is, we'll talk about the hazards involved. Now, statements for those who are not familiar are a step below severe warnings. So winds less than 58 miles per hour and hail less than quarter size, or land spouts and or funnel clouds. So that's what usually the hazards are with a statement. For some reason, it's not popping up on
any of my radar products.
Interesting. Let me see if I can't pull it off the official feed here so I can get some data. They said the SWS says a severe thunderstorm producing tornadoes approaching Warren County. A severe thunderstorm with a history. What?
So they're basically giving Warren County a heads up here.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen them do that before. It's interesting. So they basically just put a statement out saying that there's a severe storm approaching, but they didn't issue a severe warning. That doesn't really make any sense to me. But the hail core is about to cross the state line toward Pence and Hedrick right now. We've had the big hail core here. We could be having golf balls in here, heading towards Stewart, Sycamore Corner, Judyville, and Hedrick areas in western Warren County. There's that report coming in on radar. I'm going to switch my feed here over to my advanced radar. That little purple tag right there, purple tornado symbol, that is a report from broadcast media, videos and photos of a tornado on this storm. So that is your confirmation that, hey, we do have a report there.
Yep, so this storm does have a history of producing tornadoes here in Illinois as it approaches the Indiana border here. Fairly close. Right now, the strongest area of rotation shows near the Bismarck area, but likely just to the east of Bismarck now that we're waiting on the next scan, waiting on that radar to come back around and give us another swipe or another look at this storm. But if you're in the Hedrick area, Marshfield area, Johnsonsville area, over towards the West Lebanon area, again, I would be prepared for a possible tornadic thunderstorm moving into your area. Lowest level of your home, away from windows until the storm has passed. The storm does have a history of producing tornadoes in Vermilion County, Illinois.
And I would still expect them to issue a warning here at any minute. Let's go and take a peek back at that rotation to see what's going on with that. It looks like it's definitely still there directly over Bismarck, Illinois. And it's becoming ever closer here to the border, about 3.5 miles to the Indiana border. In fact, the couplet just got stronger. So that's not good. So again, this is only about 5 miles away from Hedrick and Johnsonville, Marshfield area. It's probably going to move close to State Route 28 here to the west of West Lebanon. So if you are between, what is this road here? West 300 north here from Carbondale to Pence down here toward West Lebanon and State Route 28. This is going to cross very close, probably between those highways. And we're going to track this as it does so. This is, or at least was, a on-the-ground tornado that is moving directly in toward the Hedrick area. And I hope I'm pronouncing that. Is it Hedrick or is it Hedrick? Somebody in chat could correct me if we're saying this wrong. That'd be great. But we're going to call it Hedrick for now. This is going to be the western part of Warren County. The cell developing down here further south is actually gaining strength here, heading up toward, let's go ahead and animate this, toward Waynetown, Crawfordsville, Kingman, Marshall, Wallace areas. It is a baby cell, but it will likely develop here. It is in a good environment, so we're likely going to see that continue to mature and push to the north and east with time. So I expect there to be other cells that pop up besides this one as well. Keep an eye on that. But as of right now, it's just a baby cell.
Look at K-Lot's radar, Ryan.
It's a pretty tight rotation. That could be a debris ball right there.
That's what I was looking at. Possible TDS.
What beam height is that? We're at about 6,300 with IND, Indianapolis, and we're about 9,000 with K-Lot, but that's clear air. Nope, actually, that is a interesting. I see that. It's got clear air with it, but also a little bit of a debris ball there to the north. So potentially debris being lofted with this tornado. It's hard to tell. It's pretty cluttered. We're not going to be
either way. This storm is getting ready to enter Indiana. We do still have whether a tornado is or is not on the ground. Kind of hard to tell based on limitations of radar, especially if we have a rain-free brace with the storm. Sometimes the radar has a hard time depicting what is rotation and what is air. Um, we call that clear air. Sometimes we have that issue with supercells or thunderstorms in general, just kind of a limitation of technology that we have here. However, pretty strong area of rotation here just south of 119 here, approaching state line. In fact, the strongest area of rotation is right on top of East 2800 North and 2000 East Road here in Vermilion County, Illinois, just about a mile south of State Road 119 here, approaching the State Road 28 area in Warren County, Indiana. Going to go just to the north of Johnsonville, going to head very close to Hedrick and Marshfield, Indiana. Going to likely split the two towns here, going very close to both of them as it heads towards West Lebanon, Indiana, in State Road 63 and US 41.
Yeah, this rotation actually just increased even further. We're getting gate to gate, which is inbound and outbound kind of meeting. 64 miles an hour next to about 40 to 50, which is about 110 miles per hour when you put it together, which is a pretty strong rotational couplet here. I am shocked there is no tornado warning here for Warren County. There needs to be one. But this is about a mile and a half to the state line here. So again, putting you guys on alert for the past 10 minutes. We're going to say it again. Hedrick, Marshfield along State Route 28 here to West Lebanon. Over here toward Pence and Judyville. Again, this is or at least was, it could also be a tornado that is on the ground.
But pretty strong rotation aloft too, Ryan. This rotation is not just isolated at the ground. It goes pretty high up in the cloud here. Still showing signs of some strong rotation from the cloud all the way to the ground here. So this storm, while it may not have a tornado on the ground at this point in time, we don't know. It could produce one. Rotation is strong enough to certainly produce a tornado and also sustain a tornado with the storm as well. So if you're along the State Road 28 corridor here from Marshfield, Hedrick to West Lebanon, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. The storm does have a history of producing tornadoes as well, anywhere within that white area here in Warren County, Indiana. Need to be taking shelter from this tornadic thunderstorm. Despite not having a tornado warning, I'm actually very surprised we do not have one. However, treat this as if you are in a tornado warning, interior room, away from windows for Hedrick, West Lebanon, as well as Marshfield areas as well. And Johnsonville, go ahead and say interior room for you as well, as this could shift north or south as well. And still a pretty tight couplet there. You can see the reds and greens meet there. Just about a mile to a half mile south of State Road 28 is where the strongest area of rotation is. I'll give you a road name here, West 350 South in Warren County, Indiana. So State Line 350 South is where this tightest area of rotation is. So about a half mile south of State Road 28, moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So Hedrick, West Lebanon, you guys are on deck here for this tornadic thunderstorm. Can't confirm anything on the ground at this time. However, it is capable of producing a tornado at any time here with this thunderstorm.
I will also say, Caleb, there's a pretty good hail core here that's on the northern side of that rotation from Alvin up toward Pence. So this is going to be a hail producer here. It already probably is hailing for Pence, Stewart, probably going to be Hedrick areas here very shortly. Sycamore Corner and Judyville as well. These are going to be hail-producing storms as well as potentially tornadic. And this rotation is now pretty much in Indiana. We have no warning on this at all. There it is. Finally, a new warning being issued for radar-indicated rotation and ping pong ball size hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, this is going to be for pretty much the entirety of Warren County and the very far northern part of Fountain County as well. They did leave out the northwest corner of Warren County. So along State Route 26 up there, you're okay up there, at least for right now. But this area rotation is moving toward a Hedrick still, right along State Route 28. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, I was going to say it is kind of moving more due east now at this point in time, at least the latest scans here. So if you're in Hedrick, West Lebanon, they did include Attica here in Fountain County, Indiana. This tornado warning is in effect for also ping pong ball size hail. So if you're north of the area rotation, let's say north of 28, So Judyville, Pence, be on the lookout for some hail there. Look where you see the really deep pinks there and even some blacks. Just to the south of Pence there, moving toward Jodyville. Could have some ping pong ball size hail. So that's pretty large hailstones associated with this storm. That is 1.5 inch diameter. Hailstones associated with this. That isn't large enough to cause some dents and also injure people and animals that are outside as well. So pretty dangerous storm. This is moving east now at 25 miles an hour. So it has slowed down a little bit as well. Weather spotters have confirmed a funnel cloud associated with this storm per the warning text. So there is a funnel cloud, or at least there was, with this storm that could touch down at any moment to form a tornado. So again, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Tightest area of rotation right along State Road 28 here, or about a half mile south, if that, of State Road 28. Going to go very close to the Marshfield area, West Lebanon. State Road 63 here, Old Town, Hedrick, very close to you guys here as it moves east at 25 to 30 miles per hour.
I want to take a look here. Go ahead.
And I was just going to repeat the counties. This is for Warren County and extreme northwestern Fountain County, including the city of Attica.
I want to turn on the hail tracker.
In effect here for an hour. They have this warning in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 6:45 Central Time.
I want to go ahead and do a hail tracker on this as well. I'm going to switch over here to my other radar. This is your hail core. There was a hail core here about 5 minutes ago. It's a little bit delayed. But when you see these brighter colors, the yellows, the orange, the reds, that is a bigger raindrop, aka hail size that we're tracking here in the atmosphere. And that is currently sitting just to the north and west of Hedrick. So probably some very large hail falling in there, at least quarters.
Yep, I would plan on quarters with potential for some larger stones mixing their way down to the ground as well, especially in the core there. You could have a few larger stones mixing their way down to the ground.
Do we have any highway cameras to look at in that area?
We do not.
Okay.
Nope, kind of a dead zone in Indiana.
Gotcha. So again, looking at the area of rotation here, it does look like it has weakened just a bit per the latest scan. Well, it did look like it was weakening there for a little bit, but it is still there, heading up toward the Hedrick area. Sloan, State Route 28 into the north here. Perhaps a cycling phase going through here, Caleb. Maybe a pass off or a handoff.
Yep, I was just getting ready to mention that. Could be cycling a little bit. It is still riding along and south of the warm front here. So plenty of instability and fuel to work with here with this thunderstorm. But it also, Ryan, is about to undergo a cell merger. Has some competition to its south now that it didn't have earlier today. Does have some rain and thunderstorms moving into the south. So we're going to have to watch those cells near the State Line City area as they move north and interact with our thunderstorm, our tornado-warned storm to the north, and how that plays out as well. Sometimes that can choke a storm and kill it, and sometimes storm mergers can enhance tornado genesis and can help the storm produce a tornado as well. So a couple things that could happen here. Either the storm could die out, or it could maintain its intensity, absorb the storms, and go on still, potentially producing a tornado as well. So a couple things could happen here that we're going to have to watch closely.
Yep, and this storm is well in the western half of the state here. If I zoom way out, west and northern half of the state. So if you're over there watching from Muncie or Richmond or Fort Wayne, this storm is not going to be impacting you. There is a risk for severe weather throughout the evening tonight, so do stay alert. Most of the storms currently are on the west half of the state. I'm going to be forming here next couple of hours, so you have a few hours if you're on the east side over here by the Ohio state line. You got a few hours yet to get to you guys, so no worries at this time for you. Have somebody in chat here, Rachel, saying no hail in Judyville right now. Thank you, Rachel, for that. So Judyville, you're going to get hail here more than likely in the next couple of minutes as I'm looking at your town right here. I can circle it right here on radar. The hail core is moving up your direction, so I would expect you to have hail here within 10 or so minutes.
Yep. Getting a little bit of a break right now with the heaviest rain just to your north, but that'll quickly change here as this storm moves east. Not moving east overly fast, only about 25 miles per hour. but still showing signs of some decent rotation, Ryan, here within this storm.
Directly over Hedrick.
Yep, directly over Hedrick, coming near the Sloan area as well. State Road 63, and going to be approaching the West Lebanon area here pretty soon as well. But it could be going through what we call a cycling phase, where you see some weakening briefly within the storm before it either re-intensifies again or it remains weak, depending on if it has a successful cycle or an unsuccessful cycle, depending on how the storm regroups, reorganizes. It'll either maintain its intensity or we'll see a weakening trend with it. Hopefully the latter of the two, but both are possible with this storm here. Still riding along the warm front, so we are still on the south side. The storm is still tapping into instability, fuel, and wind shear that are present in the area here. But something that the storm does not have in its favor is competition. We have some storms to the south and beside it that are also tapping into wind shear, instability, and fuel. All the things that our tornado-warned supercell needs to survive. It's now competing for those ingredients that it didn't have to compete for in Illinois. So that is something we're going to have to watch here to see how this storm evolves over the next 10 minutes or so.
Thoughts on West Lafayette?
Storm. Yep.
I'm going to say thoughts on West Lafayette. Luke asked here in chat. It's heading your way. I can't tell you what it's going to do in the next 30 minutes to an hour, but it is heading your way. So I'd remain alert there if you're in the Lafayette area. Also got a question here for Terre Haute.
Also to the south too.
Yeah, you got a couple cells.
Georgetown area gonna have to watch as well.
We got a couple cells popping up here, Caleb. One by Terre Haute, and one up here by the Kingman Marshall Highland area. And this was expected. We went over this when we first started the stream. We had some cells kind of popping up as evening went on, about on that Illinois-Indiana line there. So for those of you watching, even in Terre Haute, down towards Sullivan, Vincent, Evansville, there is more coming later, or should I say, there's more expected to be coming later on this evening. But as of right now, 3 cells to watch here. One blossoming here near Terre Haute, one up here heading toward the Wallace and Alamo areas. And as Caleb just mentioned, one here by the Perrysville, Covington area. So we have a couple cells here to watch. So we are going to be looking at a new severe warning now coming in for White County. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds up here as this line approaches. It's going to be Wolcott, Monticello, Brookston, Reynolds, Round Grove, Sitka, Idaville, and Monon. Monon? I'm probably going to butcher some names, so bear with me. And bear with Caleb as well. We're probably going to butcher some of these names. Feel free to correct us in chat. We have a history of butchering town names, and hopefully we get most of these correct. But again, that's a severe warning just issued from NWS in northern Indiana. We do expect there to be probably some gusty winds as that moves in. They went ahead and issued that warning in anticipation for that cell. Going back down here to the cell we're tracking, rotation's tightening back up there just to the east of Hedrick, moving up towards State Route 63 now. Kind of animating this. It's mostly going due east now, so 5 points, Williamsport, Kramer, put you guys on alert. It's kind of turned more so to the east, maybe slightly north, but keep a close eye on that. So if you're on State Route 63 here, north of West Lebanon, south of Carbondale, might be a good idea to hop off the highway and seek shelter at a sturdy structure as this heads your way.
And do not take shelter under an overpass if you are on the highway. That is a very dangerous situation to put yourself in.
Looking at the debris tracker here, Caleb, I don't see anything that suggests this tornado is on the ground, but we also didn't see that when there was one on the ground in Illinois, so we can't say that for sure, but we don't see any debris ball with this, which is good news.
Yeah, doesn't mean one's not there. Our radar beams are pretty high up in the atmosphere. We are several thousand feet up here when we're sampling this storm. So if there's a weak tornado on the ground that's not lifting debris thousands of feet up in the air, we may not see it. We call that under the radar. There is a chance of that happening. We just wouldn't know it here at this point in time until a storm report comes in. But this storm is capable of producing a tornado. The rotation is definitely there, just to the east of Hedrick, approaching State Road 63 here just to the north of West Lebanon, moving towards the Attica area and Kramer areas as well.
Yeah, Lafayette. I see a lot of questions here for the Lafayette area. So if you're in Lafayette, there's nothing currently imminent for you, but these storms are moving your way slowly, and they're going to arrive. Go ahead and put a track on this just for our friends over here in the Lafayette area. Let's go ahead and put a track about 35 miles per hour. We're going to look at a Lafayette arrival in about 45 minutes or so, give or take a few minutes. But that is the expectation here for Lafayette. But right now, there's nothing to be concerned about. Further south here,
and there is a new. Sorry to interrupt you, Ryan. So the Storm Prediction Center did just issue a mesoscale discussion for these storms, which a mesoscale discussion is an area that the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma is keeping an eye on. They said right now the tornado threat is likely peaking now as of the time they issued this discussion and should lessen with northeastward extent over the next hour or so. They think the tornado threat is maximized right about now. Between northeastern Illinois and northwestern Illinois or Indiana here, and then these storms are expected to become more of a complex or a cluster as they move eastward. That would lessen the tornado risk, but also bring with it a damaging wind risk with an embedded tornado risk in there as well. So an interesting note there by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma.
Did they put a picture with that? Because if they do, I'm going to try and bring it up on the screen.
It just popped up on my radar. I can look to see if they put a picture with it.
I got it.
Usually they put a text with it.
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to go ahead and overlay it on the screen here. In fact, I'll just go ahead and share the screen. We'll put it
Show you guys what I was reading and what I was talking about here on the back end. A mesoscale discussion is not a watch or anything like that. Usually they're used to highlight an area of interest that the Storm Prediction Center is keeping an eye on for potential hazards, whether it's winter-related, storm-related, or even flood-related by the Weather Prediction Center. It's just an area that they're keeping an eye on, and they publish it about that. They write publications about that to let us know they're keeping an eye on it as well.
And there it is on your screen there. As mentioned for these cells, looks like it's peaking now. So basically they're saying if there's going to be tornadoes, they're going to be with these cells, essentially.
Yep, doesn't mean the tornado risk goes to zero. No, that is very important.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
So they basically trimmed that back, looks like, of just a little bit.
Trimmed it back a little bit.
And that's going to be, again, for the Attica, Kramer area. Let's go ahead and take a peek at rotation while we have a chance. It has weakened a little bit since our last peek at it. It was a little bit stronger back here. And it looks like it's either trying to cycle or it's weakening with that cell merger. We'll have to keep a close eye on that.
Yep, cell mergers can either help a storm produce a tornado, but they can also do the opposite as well. They can also interfere with the storm's mechanics within the supercell, and they can cut it off as well. So a lot of different things or possibilities that could happen here.
And looking at the other cells that are currently out here around this area, we have kind of like two lines almost developing. You have one main line out here, and we have a secondary line kind of forming back here. But looking at the rotation, I don't see much of anything to be concerned about. There's our main area. Maybe up here by Fowler could be trying to start something here, but that doesn't look too impressive to me personally.
No, and you're north of the warm front there as well, Ryan, once you go north of Fowler. So those storms could have a damaging wind risk with them. Could have some gusty winds with it, but the chance of a tornado really rapidly decreases if you go north of the warm front. You don't have the instability. You just don't have a lot of the ingredients needed for severe weather north of that warm front. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center really keeps the heightened risk for severe south of the warm front. And these storms are doing what was kind of projected by our forecast guidance here today, or CAMs as we call it, and really starting to grow upscale into more of a cluster of storms. Sometimes a storm complex as they move eastwards. So I think we're going to start to see a transition here, guys, from a supercell risk where the storms are by themselves with rotation. That would be where your greatest tornado risk is, into more of a damaging wind risk associated here with hail. But there could also be perhaps an embedded tornado within any of these storms. But I think now we're starting to see that transition, Ryan, into isolated storms, into a complex of storms as they move into western Indiana here towards the Lafayette area, Crawfordsville area. Now we're going to have to watch those isolated storms around the Terre Haute area, Vermilion County as well, for perhaps some isolated rotation and or some hail.
I'm going to put a estimated track on this, Caleb. See a lot of places being asked about here out ahead of this storm. Now, this is an estimation based on storm speed, so take it with a grain of salt. But I'm going to shout some cities out here and some arrival times. So let's go ahead and go Newton, 15 minutes. Shadeland in 20 minutes. West Lafayette in about 20-25 minutes. Lafayette downtown about 30 minutes. Battleground 33 minutes. Brookston in 39 minutes. Chalmers in 43 minutes. Pittsburgh 48 minutes. Wolcott 46 minutes. Rossville 49 minutes. Reynolds 50 minutes. Monticello 55 minutes. Rockfield in about an hour. Burnettsville in about an hour and 5 minutes. Logansport in about 80 minutes, about an hour and 20 minutes for you guys in Logansport. Now, that's going to be assuming northeast track continues at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Those are going to be the cities that are out ahead of this. So kind of put it in perspective there. So Logansport, this is heading your way in about an hour and 15 or so minutes. Monticello about an hour and 10. Delphi, Battleground about an hour or so.
And the good news is, Ryan, looking at latest scans here, the rotation seems to be weakening as well within this storm as it approaches the Attica area and areas just to the north and west. You got US 41 there and State Road 60 or 63 here. That area of rotation that was quite strong near the Hedrick area and State Road 28 areas west of West Lebanon has now really broadened out, really weakened. And I think that's a lot of it is because of the cell merger. You have storms merging together and kind of cutting off the storm supply. It went from being isolated, having all the ingredients to itself, to now being cut off and being interfered with by those other storms nearby. But we also have that severe thunderstorm warning just to the north, Ryan.
Yep. We have a warning out here for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. Monticello, Brookston, Round Grove, Wolcott, Monin or Monin, Sitka, Idaville, Burnettsville as well. This is moving northeast here, so I would assume Monticello area. If you're on the south side of this warning, I think your risk could be back here with this particular line back here. This area is going to kind of graze the northern half of the warning. So we'll have to see what happens with this, but no possible tornado tag with this warning, which is good news. And looking at the radar here, the velocity, there's really not much in the way that indicates that, hey, we have really strong winds occurring. It looks pretty dull. We can definitely see a gust front in there, but it's anyone's guess how strong that is. But they did have good reason to issue this warning. So make sure you're inside away from windows. I don't see anything rotational wise, so there's no need to go to your basement with this storm perhaps. But it should just be a quick passing gusty wind ordeal as well as perhaps a large hail ordeal.
But with that said, I would still go to the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Never shelter from a severe thunderstorm warning. Upstairs, always go to the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Sometimes the strongest winds are not accurately being depicted by radar, especially the further away you are from the radar. Sometimes you can have stronger winds mixing down to the ground that may be stronger than what is depicted on radar there. You can kind of see that segment there. It looks kind of bowed out near the Wolcott area, just south of Rensselaer. See how it kind of has that bowed out appearance to it. Could have some gusty winds there, moving in that general vicinity there from Brookston to Monticello.
Good news is our tornado warning has been canceled from the NWS office in Indianapolis for Warren County. Again, tornado warning has been canceled. We do still have that severe warning up here in effect for White County. I'm going to put some focus still on the southern flank of the line here. We do have cells that continuing to develop to the south of that current line. We'll keep a close eye on
Right now,
it.
they are not severe, but they could have some small hail in them right now. Hail size does not look to be up to severe criteria at this point in time, but maybe some pea-sized hail, and perhaps maybe up to pennies as well, especially on that southern cell there. However, we're going to have to keep an eye on these as they continue to move east here. They may eventually grow upscale and kind of merge with the existing line that is forming now in western Indiana. And we're going to have to track this as it progresses east across the state of Indiana. How well is it maintained, and what hazards are associated with it as well? And kind of going along with the Storm Prediction Center mentioned as well, meaning the peak time frame for tornadoes is coming to an end, and we're kind of seeing that transition, Ryan, from isolated supercells with that greatest tornado potential into more of a wind risk with embedded hazards such as hail, and perhaps maybe a brief spin up tornado cannot be ruled out as well, as we do have that wind shear component today in Indiana, especially along and south of the warm front. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on this evening here and over the next few hours here across Indiana.
Yep. I'm keeping a close eye on our messenger as well. So if you guys have reports of damage or you have pictures you want to share with us, feel free. Shoot us a message here on Facebook. We'll be happy to see your photos if you can do so safely.
Yep. Storm reports are also greatly appreciated. We love to see or know what is going on at your location, and that helps verify radar as well. We can say one thing based on radar observations, but it's another to see what is actually going on at the ground, and that's where your storm reports help us out immensely with that. Feel free to send them out. We have a couple areas that you can send your reports to, or you can send us a direct message as well. You're welcome to do that as well. Just put your time, event, location. We like to use the TELL method, which stands for time it occurred, to your best guess. Sometimes if you're sheltering and you come back out, you may not know the exact time, but a rough time is great in your location. What area was that picture taken or damage documented at? And the what happened? What caused that damage to your best of your ability? Was it hail? Was it wind? Or perhaps was it a tornado? So that information is always great to know. But we do still have a tornado watch in effect here for portions of west central Indiana. And this watch is in effect for another hour and 53 minutes here. So we got a little bit of time left here on this tornado watch. It's unclear whether we'll see any downstream watches or not, but there is also a tornado watch for southern Indiana.
Hey, Caleb, just FYI, it looks like that watch was just canceled in southern Indiana. Spencer and Warwick County especially was just canceled from that watch. And our current watch in west central Indiana goes until 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yep, good information there. A lot of the storms across southern Indiana that prompted the tornado watch down there have largely remained in Kentucky today. In Tennessee, we had some better dynamics down there, even much better ingredients than what we have up here across west central Indiana. A lot more juice and energy to work with across Kentucky and Tennessee, and we've seen that today, Ryan. We've seen several tornado warnings issued across the Tennessee Valley and the Mississippi Valley as well down there across our neighbors to our south.
And Caleb, I'm going to pull up something here while we have a little bit. I mean, we're not really at downtime. There's a severe warning up here for White County. We're going to bring it back up here. But I do want to show you guys a lot of questions in chat here. What's going to happen later tonight? I want to kind of cover those all at once. Allow me about a minute to pull up my model software so I can kind of walk you guys through this.
Yep, there's a couple different forecast models that we look at that help. Now, take it with a grain of salt. Forecast models can give you a good idea or a decent idea of what is going to happen, but don't give you an exact detail. So if you see a blob of rain over your house, it may or may not be there, but it can give you a good gesture of what the storm mode is going to be, kind of what they look like. Are they scattered? Are they a cluster? It gives you a really good interpretation of what the trend is going to be here this evening. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Ryan, and he can walk you through that once he gets it pulled up here. We did have that severe thunderstorm warning just issued here. I'm approaching the west line for Warren County and northern Vermilion County, Indiana. I'm going to be approaching you here shortly. That was just issued for Illinois, rather. Does not include Indiana at this time. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That's for that secondary line that developed near Urbana, Illinois, moving towards the Danville area, I-74 corridor. We're going to have to watch that as well as our cells move into Indiana. And there's our forecast model here. Ryan, go ahead and take it away. We'll let you explain what it means and what it could mean for Hoosiers here this evening across Indiana.
Yep, this is a forecast model, so again, not official what's going to happen type of situation. What could happen essentially. So this is what 7 o'clock. This is our current time right here, and honestly, looks pretty good. We have those cells up here developing. It's warned. We have those cells down here developing. It looks pretty good. What's happening out there now is matching what models are showing. Moving into the evening hours, though, those are going to continue to blossom here. They could become severe to the north, a little bit west of Indianapolis. But then notice we have another line back here that forms from about Terre Haute down to, Vincennes, Evansville area. And that also may pose a brief severe risk as the instability still is hanging on down there. Let's keep an eye on that. That's going to push across the state, and these cells will carry a risk for wind, hail, and perhaps an isolated tornado with it. But I do think the wind and hail threat is definitely higher today than anything tornadic. But this is going to move across the state here, and it's going to exit the state by about 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to back it up here and go hour by hour. Going about right here or so is 7 o'clock Eastern, which is right now, 7:10 current time. Here's 8 p.m. Eastern. Here's 9 p.m. Eastern. By 10 o'clock, we have some cells scattered across southern Indiana there. By 11 o'clock Eastern, and then here's midnight. By about midnight or so, that's when cells kind of start dying off. So that's going to be the time to kind of perhaps call it quits on stream here and hop off, hopefully, as cells will begin to weaken there. But until that time, we could still see and will likely see additional storm development across southern and central Indiana.
Yep, we still have quite a bit of ingredients in play. Hopefully nothing to the same severity of what we saw Friday night. I know a lot of Hoosiers, especially in southern Indiana, Ryan, are on edge tonight, just knowing that there is a risk for additional severe weather tonight. And, we can't blame them for what they went through Friday night. Hopefully we don't see anything to that same severity. And I don't think we will, Ryan. We don't have the same ingredients in place to the same intensity that we had Friday night. However, an isolated tornado, though, can't be ruled out, especially along that warm front. But I don't see really the possibility for really strong tornadoes tonight. We just don't have that amount of energy in the atmosphere or instability to really support long track tornadoes like we saw Friday night.
A new special weather statement coming in here for the Attica areas. It's going to be for West Lafayette as well, on the west half of town there. 55 mile per hour winds, 50 mile per hour winds and nickel size hail. So this is about as high of a statement as you can get before you go severe. So it's a very strong storm, but they're still saying it's below severe limits here. So Attica, let's go ahead and talk about some areas here. You have round 1, round 2, really. Round 1, Vedersburg, Hillsborough, Newton, Odell, Independence, Green Hill, West Lafayette, eventually Lafayette, Montmorency, you have Octagon, Indiana. That's interesting. All the way down here toward almost toward Waynetown area. Then round 2, we have another line coming back here into the western half of Warren and Fountain County, as well as looks to be perhaps. Oh, that's it. Just Warren and Fountain County there. This is going to be northern half of Vermilion County. That's what I saw there. Vermilion County as well. Areas included West Lebanon, Judyville, Hedrick, Covington, and Perrysville. That's going to be coming your way as round 2.
Yep, so round 2 is under severe thunderstorm warning. Round 1 there that Ryan just talked about, highlighted in blue, that's your special weather statement. Statements do not go off on your radio. They don't cause the emergency alert system to be activated as they are strong. Kind of an in-between that the National Weather Service uses for a strong thunderstorm that needs some wording on it, but it doesn't have the same severity as a severe thunderstorm. So that's when special weather statements are used or issued. A lot of people don't know they exist, as they don't cause your alert radios to go off or the emergency alert system to go off, but they are still handy for times like this when you have winds that can still cause some damage or blow your trash can around or loose objects such as this. 50 mile per hour winds can still blow some limbs down. It can cause some isolated power outages. And nickel size hail, though not severe, it is just shy of severe criteria. Quarter inch, which is 1 inch diameter, so just under 2/10 shy of that, can still cause some minor dents on vehicles. So it is something to be mindful of.
I want to keep a close eye on the cell here toward Covington and Vedersburg. Nice size hail core on this. Very nice hail core on it, actually. In fact, let me go ahead and get a cross scan on that to see how high that's going. Updraft is about 40,000 feet. Yeah, very nice cell there. Wouldn't be shocked if they put a severe on that cell down here between Covington and Petersburg. Nice size hail there. Stone Bluff, Newton, Hillsborough areas along Route 74 here. That's going to be an area to watch here for potential large hail as this cell blossoms and will likely start producing hail. Already good. This is your hail tracker. The brighter the colors here, the larger the hail size could be. So that's going to be something to watch as it moves in toward Newton and Stone Bluff, Hillsborough areas. I just noticed our warning bar here is still saying tornado warning. I'm going to refresh that really quickly. And we're going to go ahead and redo this just so we can get back on track here. So
as he does that, you may hear a bunch of warnings or notifications come through at the same time as the warning bar is automated. It is a program that we use, and it may read off everything that we have here present from a severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado watch that is still in effect. So if you hear that, that is because it just refreshed.
So it looks like there's an issue with the warning popping off on the screen there. We're going to get that fixed here ASAP. But there is no warning for currently a tornado. It's only severe up here in White County. It's going to be impacting areas like Monon, Reynolds, Smithson, Chalmers, and Brookston, eventually Monticello and Sitka areas. Gusty winds and large hail is your main concern with this particular line. So make sure you're indoors and away from windows as this storm passes through.
Yeah, but also a decent hail core starting to come into just north of the Brazil area, south of the Rockville area, just north of Terre Haute, Indiana. Decent hail core on that isolated storm there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a special weather statement on that southern cell. Sub-severe at this point in time, but could have perhaps some small hail in there as well, coming just north of Brazil, Indiana, towards the Greencastle, Indiana area. That would be coming into, I believe, just northwest of Clay County, kind of right on the Park County line there. Park Vigo County line is kind of where that little cell is. Moving in more of the Clay County, or north of Clay County, rather. Moving into Park County is where that cell currently is. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a statement on that one. I'd be approaching the Rosedale area, Bridgeton areas in Park County in Indiana. Have a nice small hail core on that one there. There on your screen there, where you see the purple there just on the outside of Fountainette there. Decent hail core there. This is lagging behind a little bit. Your hail core is likely in Park County right now, as that is where your core of the storm is there, where you see the bright pinks there in the middle of your storm there. That's where your hail core is. Going to be moving into the Bridgeton area. So it could have maybe some peas to dimes, likely larger than peas on that storm. Maybe some dime-size hail moving into the southern areas of Park County as well. This storm here, right along the highway here, I-74, just west of Petersburg there, showing a pretty decent core on that. Likely nickel-size hail or 0.88 diameter in that storm there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few larger stones maybe mixing in. This is statemented for 50-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail, which is 0.88 diameter, which is just shy of severe criteria of 1-inch diameter. So that is something that we are keeping an eye on. But we also have a heavy rain risk today. Look to our neighbors to the west here. Flood advisory is issued just to the north of Urbana for some heavy rain. So we're going to have to watch that as these storms move east, as they are producing some heavy rainfall. And our severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for 12 minutes here for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter. This is for White County and northwestern Indiana until 7:30 p.m. here.
Hey, Caleb, take a peek down at that very southern edge of the cell there by Covington and Petersburg. Check the velocity on that. Looks like we have some rotation starting to increase on that particular cell.
I was looking at it there, kind of in a little bit of clear air on the southern end, but it does have a hook echo on it. You can kind of see your hook echo coming out here. Go ahead and draw it out here. So right about here would be your area of rotation. It actually is intensifying a little bit as well. There's your hook echo here. You can see that warm, moist air coming in on the south side. Area of rotation right here near State Road 32. Right where you see that little bit of hole in the rain there, that's your updraft. That's where your updraft would be on this storm. Getting ready to cross what looks like Springtown Road, South Springtown Road, just to the north of State Road 32 here. State Road 32 takes a jog at Springtown Road, but that'd be 440 south or State Road 32 here in Springtown Road is where this would be heading. Going to be heading very close to the Petersburg area or near the Mackey area here in just south of the Attica area here. So something we're going to have to keep an eye on here in southern Fountain County. But that is a pretty decent rotation there, Ryan, that is intensified here in the last few minutes. And those are the cells that you're going to have to watch for your tornado potential are your isolated cells. Storms that are by themselves, they interact with that warm front, and also the wind shear that we have present today. We do have some that would support a few tornadoes, and primarily on those isolated storms that are able to isolate themselves and tap into that wind shear. And this one here is no exception here, starting to look more supercellular on radar, starting to get that classic look for a supercell. You have those two outflow bands, or bird wings as sometimes they're called, on the northern side of that storm. Hail core coming into Petersburg here with that area of rotation just on the south side of town, just northeast of Perrysville there on radar. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on pretty closely here with this storm. As it moves towards Petersburg, Indiana. If it continues to intensify, wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning on that radar indicated, but it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on as the storm continues to move east towards the Hillsborough area and Petersburg area here in Indiana.
And we're going to get a post up on the page here for a radar update, just FYI, for those of you who are not tuned in. We got about 400 of you guys watching right now, so appreciate all of you.
Yeah, but again, if you're in Petersburg, go ahead and pull the trigger on lowest level of your room, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Basement preferred storm shelter if you don't have any of those. Get to the lowest level of your home, away from windows, hallway, bathroom, closet, all great ideas. Don't take shelter near a window or an exterior wall if you can help it. If you have an interior room away from windows, put as many layers between you and the outside as possible, as many walls between you and the outside as possible until the storm has passed. This is in Fountain County, southern Fountain County, Indiana, just south of I-74, near the Petersburg area. Nice supercell here showing signs of some intensifying rotation here, really, in the last 5 to 10 minutes here. This rotation has begun to work its way down to the ground a little bit. No tornado warning on it yet, but however, the rotation is close to meeting that criteria for a tornado warning. So wouldn't be surprised to see one here if this storm continues to show signs of intensification as it reaches near the Petersburg area. I'm going to check one thing out here, another product that we use here. Once I pull that up here, we're going to look at a couple different products here. Don't really see any signs of debris at this point in time, which is good news. Just looking at a couple different things here to give me a better idea about what this storm is doing, but still an area of some rotation here. Right where you see the reds and greens meet here, those are your inbounds and outbounds. We're using the Indianapolis radar, which is west or east of this location. So greens are winds going eastbound, and reds are winds going westbound, and where those two meet are your counterclockwise area of spin. That's your rotation here within this storm. Right where you see the break in rain here, or that blue line there, that is your rain-free base. That's your updraft. And right where those colors meets is also your updraft here. So Petersburg likely getting into some small hail here within this storm, but a area of rotation is approaching you from the west. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. No tornado warning on it, but it is going to be something we're going to have to watch, though.
Yeah, Caleb.
For signs of intensification, and it is getting very close to that VROT for a tornado warning, right?
Yeah, I've already said the exact same thing. Very, very nice looking couplet there in Fountain County. Surprised it's not warned again, but we'll see what they do. Nice hook on it, nice rotation there. And again, that's going to be heading up in toward the Petersburg and Stone Bluff areas.
And that is in Fountain County, Indiana. If it continues to move at its current trajectory, Montgomery County would likely be on deck for this supercell here. I think the Waynetown area are areas just to the north if it holds its current intensity. Still a little ways to go yet. Isn't traveling very fast, only about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So a pretty slow moving storm here. but it does have that radar indicated rotation feature to it as well. Right where you see the reds and the greens meet, just south of I-74, about 2 miles south of 74, if that, really about a mile and a half, really, getting very close to the Petersburg area, and it is moving a little bit more northeast now, as well as the storm is being influenced here by the winds and the wind shear that we have present today. So likely going to move very close, if not directly over Petersburg, Indiana, for that area of rotation. So again, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. You don't want to place yourself in harm's way, so make sure you are taking shelter from this storm here until it passes. Again, radar indicated rotation here. No tornado warning on it yet. However, the rotation is right there for the baseline for a tornado warning. It does meet that VROT based on what I'm seeing here for that baseline tornado warning. So again, interior room, away from windows. And there's our tornado warning as we speak.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And quarter-size hail. This is for southwestern Fountain County and west central Indiana. Does not include Montgomery County or Tippecanoe. However, we are going to have to watch Montgomery County if the storm continues its intensity your way. Right now it is for Fountain County, tornado, and quarter-size hail. So quarter-size hail likely coming into Petersburg at this point in time. But just to your southwest, we do have that area of rotation that'll be moving very close to town, if not the south side of Petersburg, just north of Mackey. There is where our area of rotation, an area of concern, currently lies.
Yep, and I also want to cover the northern half of this line as well, up by Monticello. This line is pushing in your direction. This warning is in effect for 5 more minutes, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. A little bit of a gusty wind there, perhaps, along this line. Nothing that screams severe, but again, it's not a guarantee there. Radar does have limitations that may be limiting us on seeing gusty winds and even some hail there. But Brookston, Monticello, Sitka, Idaville, Buffalo, Bell Center, Headley, Guernsey, Reynolds, Smithson, Chalmers areas up on deck for this severe storm. Not seeing rotation, but could get gusty there, and also perhaps some hail as well. So be indoors and away from windows.
Yeah, but that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect here for another 4 minutes up there, or until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Back down south to our tornado warning that we have here in the state. We also have a confirmed hail report by a train spotter in Petersburg of penny-sized hail, which is 0.75. So just below severe criteria there in hail, but there could be a few quarters mixing in as well. That severe weather report was submitted before the actual core came over based on radar. So there could be a few larger stones on the way or just edge on the core of where that report was taken. But still a pretty decent area of rotation here. Approaching the Petersburg area. You can see those reds and greens touching there. Ryan, if you want to take my radar back.
Yeah, stop. Great. Yeah, sorry.
There we go. Just switch scenes there. There we go. I'll go ahead and highlight it for you. Here's your area of rotation. Right in here. That's where you see those reds and greens touching. This is what it would look like on radar. Right where that gap is, or that X I made there, is where the area of rotation is. If we zoom in here, we'll give you a road crossroad here. Area of rotation right in here at this intersection. This would be West 200 South and South Lawton Station Road here, just outside Petersburg, and likely just south of that road. Right in here where you see those colors meeting there. Pretty tight rotation here on radar. In fact, we're going to use a product called CC, or correlation coefficient. This looks for objects of a different size and different velocities in the atmosphere. So anything that's not raindrops, it'll get picked up here. A little bit of clutter here. I can't confirm if this is tornadic debris or not. It could be, but right now I'm going to say that is clear air or clutter. Anything that is pink or purple or has a consistent shape or size in the rain, or usually raindrops, that'll get picked up as pink here. A little bit of a hail core showing up on the north side, but very tight rotation now, Ryan. Coming just on the south side of Petersburg. If we zoom in here, it's going to be running just along and south of 200 South here as it approaches US 41 here. So area of tight rotation on the south side of Petersburg, just north of Mackey, approaching US 136 and also US 41, getting very close to you. Very tight rotation here on radar here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado here on this storm, as we do have the rotation to support it, unfortunately. So again, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. We are seeing very strong rotation now on radar in the low levels of the atmosphere of this storm. So we're going to have to watch this very closely. This storm is going to be moving towards the Hillsborough area. So again, if you're in Hillsborough, Indiana, I would be making your safe preparations right now. Interior room, away from windows, basement if you have it, until this storm has passed. Again, this is a very dangerous storm and showing signs of some pretty strong rotation as well. Can't necessarily confirm if there is a tornado on the ground, just kind of a messy signature, Ryan. But the rotation, though, is definitely intensifying, unfortunately, as it moves to the south side of Petersburg.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the tracker on this. Take my screen if you don't mind, Caleb.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be looking at the Petersburg area. Put a track on this to the north and a little to the east. Go ahead and turn my tracker on. Again, this is tracking the area of rotation. It's going to likely rain and hail before this part of the storm gets to you. But tracking this, we have Petersburg in about 5 or less minutes, Hillsborough in about 15 minutes, Millet in about 17 minutes, and Wingate in about 24 minutes. Again, that's moving at 35 miles per hour to the northeast. The text of the warning says moving east at 15, but we're going to track it at 35 just to be safe, to give you a little bit more heads up on those times. So take shelter if you live out ahead of this. Petersburg especially, you have very little time as this storm is moving into town right now along Highway 74 and 41 and 136 toward Hillsborough. Stevens Crossing, Millet, Wingate, stay route 25 here, stay route 341. Very interesting signature there on velocity.
Yeah.
It's very tight rotation. We're going to call it tight at this point. 50 miles per hour, next about 60. That's a pretty tight rotation. And looking at the debris tracker, again, very hard to tell. It's very cluttered in there, but would not be shocked if there's something down as of this current moment. But again, we can't confirm that. It just wouldn't shock me based on the radar presentation that I see.
Yeah, it is kind of messy there. Have some clear air is what we call it, which is essentially what it is. It's clear air. It's air without rain. And that can kind of trick the radar and doesn't really give us a full interpretation or measurement of what is actually going on there. But again, very tight rotation near Petersburg, and this is going to be crossing US 41 here in the next 3 or 4 minutes here. Going to be moving along and south of US 136, getting very close to the highway there, as well as the Hillsborough area. Going to be coming very close to you and along and south the I-74 corridor here as it continues to move east there. And again, possible tornado on the ground. Ryan, looking at the latest CC, hard to tell though. We cannot confirm it, unfortunately, but we just don't have the data to support it. However, the rotation though is pretty tight. We're going to call it tight here, as Ryan said. The area of rotation is on the south side of Petersburg, with the tightest area of rotation just south of East State Street, or just south of State Street here, moving towards US 41 here, and going to move right over US 136 and travel along US 136 as it moves towards the Hillsborough area there. Tightest area of rotation is sitting right in here. This is moving due east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, Ryan, and this is something I don't like to see back in here, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for the new scan here. I'll get it up on the screen if I can. I have GR2, the advanced radar software, pulled up. I'm looking at it, waiting for the new scan to come in on my end.
But again, treat it as if there's a tornado on the ground. We can't confirm there is a tornado on the ground. Treat this tornado warning as if there is a tornado in progress, even though it cannot be confirmed at this point in time. You should always treat a tornado warning as if there is a tornado in progress or the storm is capable of producing a tornado, which it is. Very tight rotation here on radar that is going to be crossing US 41, likely crossing 41 right now as it moves towards the 136 corridor and the Hillsborough area here in the next few minutes. This is Fountain County, Indiana. Areas to the north, our severe thunderstorm warning that was for the Monticello area has been allowed to expire. They did not reissue that, as storms have fell below severe criteria up there. Looking to the south, we do have a few storms popping up here along the Greencastle area. We got Park County here seeing some storms. We're going to have to keep an eye on these. Right now they're behaving, but they could re-intensify. We're going to have to keep an eye on those over the next few minutes here. Again, a really nice hail core north of 74 here, but an area of tight rotation here, right in here where you see that hole. This is a donut hole signature on radar where the rotation has occluded itself, which means isolated itself. Go ahead and turn CC back on as we have a latest scan here. They did trim that warning back, it looks like.
Yeah, they
New
trimmed it back and
information.
they continued
This
the radar
tornado
indication
warning
of
has
it.
been updated.
So it's still radar indicated. They're not confirming that from NWS, but they did continue it. So again, that's going to be for quarter size hail and radar indicated rotation.
Again, that dot did move though, so that is a little suspicious there. But again, can't confirm it, just not enough data to confirm that there is a tornado in progress, but treat it as if there is. Strong rotation there near Petersburg, moving along the 136 corridor, going to be eventually moving towards the Hillsborough, Indiana area in Fountain County, Indiana. Right now, this is our strongest storm in the state of Indiana. Possible tornado with this storm. Radar indicated rotation here, and the rotation is quite strong. Wouldn't be surprised to hear reports of a brief touchdown here within this storm. Hopefully we show signs of weakening here soon, but right now it is pretty strong. Look where those colors meet. You have inbounds and outbounds right here touching each other. Just on the west side of Petersburg near West Main Street and County Road 100 East here, just on the south side of 74. So along and south of 74, between 74 and 136 here, is the area of strongest rotation right now. And this is moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Tornado and quarter-sized hail are the hazards here associated with this severe thunderstorm. So again, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Could possibly have a tornado with it. We just unfortunately cannot confirm it yet. But the rotation is quite strong. It is capable of producing a tornado for sure. It needs to be treated as such. Again, interior room, away from windows, and the latest scan continues that tight area of rotation just to the south and east of Petersburg.
Hey, Caleb,
Right.
also just want to go to the north. I'll take my radar here. If you look to the north of the current cell that's tornado warned, we have some areas of perhaps broad rotation, not as strong as ones to the south, but some broad rotation now picking up here within this line. We'll have to keep a close eye on that as that pushes to the east-northeast, but by far the most concerning is down here. It is past the town of Petersburg now, moving along just south of 74 here towards Mella and Hillsborough areas. It's going to ride very closely, probably going to cross 74 here right by the Hillsborough area. And looking at the latest debris tracker here, it's so hard to tell. That could be a debris ball, but it doesn't really line up exactly where we want it to. But still, it could be down. We're just not going to know that. So if anybody has friends and family, or if you yourself watching from the Petersburg, Hillsborough area here, make sure you're in your safe place for number one. But if you're hearing anything, let us know in chat. This is going to, again, be south central Fountain County here near the town of Petersburg and moving toward the Hillsborough area. Yes, this is Indiana. This is zooming out here. We are on the west central part of Indiana. Looking at the wide view of radar here, we have a lot of severe weather here moving up toward Danville, Lafayette areas. Also cells developing just west of Indianapolis here. Other than that, there's not much happening in the state currently, but really anywhere south of Fort Wayne tonight, south of US 30, I believe that highway is up there. Yeah, south of 30 has a severe threat this evening. That warning will continue. Radar indicated tornado and also a quarter-sized hail threat with that as well. And the rotation with this, you can see the reds are going out from the radar and the greens are going toward the radar. So when they kind of meet like this together, that's your rotation. And we're looking at the debris tracker very closely. We are seeing some signs here, perhaps a debris signature, perhaps a brief debris signature back here near Petersburg. It's extremely hard to tell because it doesn't line up 100%, but it does have pretty strong rotation. So would not be shocked if there was or perhaps is something perhaps weak on the ground with this storm.
But again, as with any tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, do treat those warnings seriously. The National Weather Service has good credibility when they issue those warnings. They do not issue them for no reason. They are capable or already producing those hazards mentioned in the warning text. And in this case, a tornado. possible tornado here within the warning box here as it moves towards the Hillsborough area along US 136 in south or along I-74 here. It kind of took a north turn just a little bit. So if you are between I-74 and 136, between Hillsborough, just south of Stevens Crossing here, again, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. I'll drag my radar screen over just a little bit. Tightest area of rotation sitting right in here, just along and south of I-74 and 136, kind of sitting right smack in the middle between US 136 and I-74, getting very close to the Hillsborough, Indiana area. This is in Fountain County, Indiana. So west central Indiana is where we are currently watching at. Elsewhere across the state, we are watching some thunderstorms across western Indiana. However, this is our only severe thunderstorm, and in this case, it is a tornadic thunderstorm here in west central Indiana.
Also, I want to kind of pop back north here as we do have numerous statements in effect. Nothing severe further north. For our viewers in Lafayette, we have an approaching line here. It could get pretty gusty. Right now, they're saying winds are less than severe criteria, up to 50 miles per hour moving into Lafayette area. I'm still watching that area of some broad, weak rotation here by Odell. Nothing tight there that warrants mention just yet. We're going to watch it closely, but otherwise, we're looking at a pretty much just a wind threat here to the north. So Lafayette, as of right now, mainly just a wind threat and a brief heavy rain threat for you. And also the gusty winds, some small hail to perhaps medium-sized hail, like marbles, mothball-size hail. Moving in there from about Monticello down here toward about Lafayette, Attica areas. The only severe warning in the state currently happens to be a tornado warning, and that is what we're covering, and that's where our focus is. Would not be shocked, Caleb, to see an extension of this tornado warning for Hillsborough down here toward Wingate and Waynetown as well. It's about to outrun the polygon here.
Yeah, it is, and still showing signs of very tight rotation right near the Hillsborough area. I'm looking something up here behind the scenes here real quick, looking at some data that I have here.
While he does that, I can go ahead and continue this. The rotation has now exited the polygon, so no warning currently for where this cell is headed, but I will go ahead and put you guys on alert. Wingate, New Richmond, Elmdale, Waynetown, and then Hillsborough. It's going to hit Hillsborough here on the north side of town, it appears. And it's going to cross State Route 341 here and eventually State Route 25 into Wingate and Elmdale areas. It's going to about to cross 74 here, just probably north of Hillsborough. Again, this is an area of rotation. It is moving out of the current tornado warning. There is no warning in effect down here just yet. But tight rotation continues crossing the highway right now. In fact, there we go. Radar indicated new warning coming in. Go ahead and there it goes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For Fountain and Montgomery counties, the text of that warning says that the NWS has issued a tornado warning for east central Fountain County and northwestern Montgomery County until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. At 7:41 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Viersburg or 15 miles southwest of Crawfordsville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. The hazard is tornado, and the source is radar indication of that tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and damage to trees is likely. Locations impacted: Crawfordsville, Waynetown, Linden, Hillsborough, New Richmond, Wingate, Newton, and Mellett.
So again, interior room away from windows, lowest level of your home until this storm has passed. Hazards increase with height, especially in tornadic thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms. So again, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Bathrooms are great ideas. Closets, stairwells, all great ideas. Just don't shelter near a window or an exterior wall. Again, lowest level of your home, away from windows until this storm has passed. We did get a new special weather statement where we had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier, and that looks like 40-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know if Ryan, was there a hail tag in there or just 40-mile-per-hour winds?
Just winds with this cell. Logansport, Royal Center, Grass Creek, Idaville, Kenneth, Climbers, Thornhope, Sitka, and Lakeside, all within that statement. And again, gusty winds, gusty non-severe. Go ahead and make that distinction. Gusty non-severe winds up there for this blue box to the west and a little bit northwest of Logansport. That also continues for the Lafayette, Monticello area as well. Brookston, Battleground. You guys have a gusty wind threat with these storms, but as of right now, nothing severe. I am watching, or at least was watching, that area Some rotation down here by Odell. Again, going to watch it, but really not seeing too much of concern as of right now. Two areas, one up here and then one down here we're going to watch, but nothing tight. If we want tight rotation, we got to come back down here where it was tighter back here between Petersburg and Hillsborough. Latest scan, latest scan did weaken that out just a bit.
Yep, so some good news there, maybe going through a cycling phase. It does still have a pretty decent hook, but also, just like our tornado warning earlier this afternoon, Ryan, it is maybe undergoing a cell merger here shortly as well. I have some rain showers and some thunderstorms just south, which could possibly help cut off its fuel as well as they interact with that storm. It may be moving into some rain-cooled air. Hopefully, that is the case, and hopefully we see a weakening trend here. But either way, there is still rotation within this storm, so this storm should be taken seriously. Again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Looking to the south here, have some thunderstorms near the Cloverdale area, Greencastle, Indiana. These storms are behaving themselves right now. Could have maybe some small hail in it, especially where you see those yellow blips there. They correlate pretty well with the pink centers there in our storms here. Could have some small hail, maybe peas to dime-size hail, but again, below severe criteria for that, thankfully. But we also have a really nice hail core on our supercell here just to the north of Petersburg, now northeast of Petersburg. This product is a little bit behind here. It's actually closer to the county line here on our storm here. Back to rotation here on our radar here. Still a decent area of rotation. It has shifted north, Ryan. It did cycle north a little bit.
Yep, I see it.
Not as tight as it was, but it could be trying to regroup a little bit here.
Yeah, Caleb, I'd say it's regrouping there just a little
area.
bit. Yeah, I'd say it's regrouping their latest scan on GR2 here. We'll see if that continues.
Yep, but it did shift north just a little bit. I'm going to be going kind of close to the Wingate area. Our area is just south, State Road 25, just to the northwest of Waynetown. So it did cycle. Cycle is kind of a regrouping phase that a supercell thunderstorm undergoes, where we see weakening and then we perhaps see reintensification once again if it has what we call a successful cycle, part of the storm scale process of tornado genesis. But right now, no tornado on the ground, or at least nothing that can be confirmed on the ground. Thankfully, however, that could change. Tornadoes can form quickly from rotating thunderstorms and should be treated seriously because of that. This tornado warning is in effect for another 29 minutes here, and actually rotation, Ryan, is starting to tighten up again.
Yep, I see that
latest
too.
scan here, showing some tightening rotation here just to the east of State Road 341. Right in here, you can see that new hook formed just to the south of Malott here, right near the intersection. Looks like of Short Road and 670 East here. So Short Road's right here. Area of rotation is just within that half mile there. I'm going to be running right along Short Road here towards State Road 25, just to the south of Wingate, or towards Wingate as well. This storm did shift north. So again, if you're in Wingate, Elmdale, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. It is showing signs of reintensification once again.
Hey, Caleb, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
I was going to say, we have storms approaching our Martinsville camera. I was going to take that live here on the top left part of the screen. Actually, I'd go back to your screen and pop this in. There we go. Nice view there of that cell coming in toward Martinsville. So again, this is facing west out of the Martinsville area. We can see the base of that storm as it moves in. So I'm going to actually shrink this just a bit. I'm going to keep it on the screen. In fact, Caleb, I'm going to do some rearranging here. So bear with me. Go ahead, Caleb. I'm going to do some jumbling of our screen here to make this a little bit more visible for you guys and keep it on the screen, but yet not block the radar.
Yep, so Ryan's going to play some Tetris here behind the scenes, but as we do that, we're going to keep an eye on our supercell here that does have a tornado warning on it. It is showing signs of some reintensification. This is for East Central Fountain County, and our area of rotation is getting very close to the Montgomery County line here in West Central Indiana. County line right there in black, so getting pretty close to that. Area of rotation just to the southeast of Malott. There's our latest scan, so it broadened out a little bit. As we watch this play out here, you can see how it cycled north a little bit. Kind of tight right here, but broadened out just a little bit. So it is still trying to regroup a little bit, but the rotation is still there nonetheless. You can see how our couplet is right here. However, we have more winds running parallel to each other, a little bit more parallel wind vectors here which is a good sign. Is what we want to see. When you see those get really close and really bright colors, really tight together, that's what you don't want to see. That's what we saw close to the Petersburg area and Hillsborough area. Very tight rotation there. However, there is still rotation there with this storm. We do still have a tornado warning in place here. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed here. And outside the tornado warning, gusty winds. We have a special weather statement for winds up to 50 miles per hour. Although 8 miles per hour shy of a severe thunderstorm warning, 50-mile-per-hour winds are strong. They can cause damage to shingles, roofs, trees, power lines, and they can blow loose items around. So if you're in that special weather statement, let's say from Lafayette down to Waynetown, again, be ready for some gusty winds, reduced visibility from heavy rain as well. The good news is for Lafayette, I don't see anything tornadic up in your neighborhood anymore. We did have a tornado warning earlier to your west over towards state line. However, that is not the case anymore. The strongest storms are off to your south here, and then same thing goes to your north. Monticello, Logansport, you guys are on the north side of the warm front. So although the tornado risk is very low for you guys up here in northern Indiana, we do still have a gusty wind risk to talk about. We have this line of storms that will be moving in. Logansport, Indiana, this would be for you guys up in that neck of the woods, 40-mile-per-hour winds right up in here for the Logansport area, Monticello, Royal Center, State Road 119-35 could have some gusty winds up in that vicinity. And back down south here, we have some kind of a hodgepodge of storms here around the Greencastle area, Cloverdale area, coming into the Danville, Rochdale area, just south of Lagoda. Could have some small hail, heavy rain, some lightning with these. I don't really see any rotation with these, which are good. Hopefully that stays the case and we don't see rotation develop in any of those cells. But we're going to have to keep an eye on these a little bit later on to see how they organize. If they become better organized, we're going to have to keep an eye on that, as there is plenty of ingredients down here to watch as well. We have some storms starting to fire just to the west of the Evansville area in southern Illinois. You're going to have to watch these as they enter Indiana here. Our big complex of storms here that are moving down here that have some severe thunderstorm warnings on it. They are remaining south of the Ohio River and into Kentucky. Back to our tornado warned storm here. Area of rotation is approaching the county line right in here, right where you see that gap in reflectivity right in here. Little pocket, actually kind of two areas of rotation here. We have one to the north and one just to the south here where those reds and greens are touching. So kind of a turbulent environment here that we're keeping an eye on, as well as the supercell may still be cycling a little bit, but it also has competition nearby. Has some showers and storms just to its south that may be interfering with its ability to gather storm fuel and that instability from the south. So hopefully these storms do a good job at cutting off the instability or the power supply to this storm, and we see that weaken as well. But nonetheless, still an area of rotation that we are watching here within that storm. Some gusty winds. Petersburg, you guys are getting hit again with another storm. Not tornado warned at this point in time. This tornado warning that is in effect for the Petersburg area was actually for this storm that is approaching the Montgomery County line. Right now, some strong winds moving into town here associated with this core here. We're going to turn on our hail tracker here to look at the hail core within that storm. Could be getting into some small hail. Strongest hail core up to your north here with the strongest severe hail core up here near the Wingate area there. They trimmed back that tornado warning to make it easier for you. They have left this one, though, in effect here for Montgomery County. In fact, the area of rotation has actually moved fully into Montgomery County pretty much here. But again, in effect for 22 minutes here for Fountain and Montgomery, but the area of strongest rotation is moving fully into Montgomery County, just south of the Wingate area. State Road 25, right in there, right where you see the reds and greens kind of touching there. A little bit broader than what we saw earlier. Still some rotation there, just not quite as strong as what we saw earlier. The storm has tried to regroup and reorganize, but it's having a hard time. And a lot of that, I think, is because it has a lot of competition to the south of the storm. It's interfering with the storm's ability to reorganize a little bit. So hopefully that weakening trend remains the case here for those storms down south. Back down to the south here, have a couple showers and thunderstorms in this area. Subsevere at this point in time. I don't see any real signs of rotation within them yet, but it is something we're going to have to look look for here with these storms and to see how they evolve as well. We're going to have to keep an eye on those storms as well. Areas to the north here, special weather statements in effect for 40 and 50-mile-per-hour winds here. The storm here is outrunning this box here, so could have some gusty winds coming into the Lafayette area as well. Going to have to keep an eye on that as these storms move into town. Could have some gusty winds blowing loose objects around. Going to have to keep an eye on that. 50-mile-per-hour winds, although not severe. Severe criteria, for those of you who do not know, is quarter-size hail or 1-inch diameter, or winds of 58 miles per hour or stronger. Makes the severe thunderstorm severe. So right now, 50-mile-per-hour winds are just shy of that. It's a strong storm, but not severe at this point in time. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on as these storms continue.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
They trimmed that warning back.
They trimmed that warning back a little bit as the area of rotation is now moving fully into Montgomery County, Indiana, but it remains though. We do still have that area of rotation getting pretty close to the Elmdale area, though broad at this point in time, not quite as strong as what we saw earlier. It is still there. It is still rotating, so that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on here over the next few minutes here. Area of rotation north of I-74, north of Waynetown, south of Wingate, south of New Richmond, near the Elmdale area. Moving off to the east here is where that strongest area of rotation is. If I draw it, I'll circle it for you. Right in there, you see those colors meet right about in here. That's where the strongest area of rotation is at this point in time. Getting ready to cross, looks like North Old Highway 55 is kind of where we're talking about here. So we got Old 55 here that it's getting ready to cross and running parallel with 750 North here in Montgomery County is where the area of rotation is right now. So getting pretty close to the Elmdale area, moving towards Cherry Grove and Linden, Indiana. A little bit broader than what we saw earlier, but it is still rotating, Ryan. We do still have that area of rotation present there within that storm.
Yeah, we do. I also want to kind of take a peek back here at the Martinsville camera. We do have a nice visual here on this cell just east of town. It actually kind of looks like there might be perhaps a lowering. It looks like a new tornado watch coming in, or perhaps an updated watch. Look at they continue that watch. Okay, so that continues.
We turned it back in Illinois.
But I want to pop this on your screen here. It looks like a very nice base trying to form here on this cell near Martinsville, to the west here, facing west out of Martinsville. So we're going to keep a close eye on that as that continues to trek its way to the right of the screen. Very nice view there from the camera. But also I have a lot of questions.
A nice tilted updraft there too, to note, Ryan. It is a very supercellular just by the looks of it there.
Yep. We're going to keep that bad boy in the bottom right corner here. And I also want to take back my screen here very quickly. Have some questions coming in from the northern part of this line here. There's no severe warnings in effect here from Winnemac down here to Monticello to Logansport to Lafayette. This could be producing some gusty winds, but currently nothing is severe via the NWS. It's all statemented for a gusty wind threat of about 40 to 50 miles per hour. For severe, we want 58 or higher, and they're saying it's just below criteria. So it could get gusty. You may have some small hail up here in the Lafayette area for being impacted right now. Lafayette is being impacted right now. Dayton, Clarksville, Mulberry, Rossville, Delphi, Yeoman, Burnettsville, over here toward Logansport eventually, as well as Camden and Bringhurst, Flora area. You guys have no warnings in effect, but gusty winds could be heading your way with this line, as well as some small to medium-sized hail. Going further south, as Caleb just mentioned, we have a group of what looks to be supercells, Caleb, mini supercells trying to develop there west of Indianapolis. The good news with these cells is we have an airport radar, and for those of you who don't know what that means, is that beam on the radar being shot out in the atmosphere to scan is very low to the ground, so we have really good data coming in on these cells. And right now, looking at these cells, they're not currently severe. They don't look strong. Maybe some hail in them, but in terms of wind and anything tornadic-wise, nothing is really being depicted with these cells to the west of Indianapolis. But still be on alert. These could still and likely will mature as they move toward Indianapolis and the north side of town. Also want to take note back here to the further south and west, we still have cells developing as expected Down here to the west of Evansville and Vincennes, those will also pose a risk for severe weather in southern Indiana. So we're going to have a lot going on here. The threat will continue through about midnight or so, and that risk does continue anywhere south of US 30. Could see severe weather tonight. And kind of bring back your screen here, Caleb, and also the camera in the bottom right corner. I'm very intrigued at that cell, bring that fold just a little bit. There's a base that looks very very ominous behind the trees there. It's very very visually aesthetic looking at that.
Yeah. Although it looks very picturesque on imagery there, on radar though, it looks rather less impressive as what it once did. It could be trying to regroup here, but it is also kind of merging. It's being absorbed into this line of storms that we have here. It's growing upscale within these storms here. So that's something we're going to have to watch here. And because of that, the area of rotation has weakened quite a bit here, but we do have some strong winds here on the backside of that with our storm here near Petersburg, Ryan. Nice gust front with a core here moving into town. Kind of getting rounds of rain here. So another thing to talk about here in Fountain County and even over to the Montgomery County area, if you're in this area, flash flooding is going to be a concern here in this zone here along the I-74 corridor from Covington, Petersburg, Waynetown, just to the northwest of Crawfordsville here. They've seen rounds of heavy rain here, Ryan, over the past 30 minutes, producing rainfall rates in excess of 1 inch to 1.5 inches an hour here within these storms. So again, excessive ponding, street ponding, especially those of you in town of Petersburg or Covington, could have some urban ponding where the street drains just can't keep up, especially if there is any debris or obstruction within those street drains that prevented the water from draining. That is something to keep an eye on as well as you're traveling on the roads, especially along I-74 here. Watch out for hydroplaning. We've had issues earlier in Illinois with this. Some flood advisories still in effect here for areas that saw a similar situation of training showers and thunderstorms producing very heavy rainfall over a short amount of time. It can cause issues here. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on here. Again, strong winds moving into the Waynetown area. Could be a little bit of clear air there, but you can see a little bit of a gust front there, that bowed out front there. In this area here, near the Elmdale area, this is what is left of your area of rotation here. But notice, winds are running parallel to each other now. They're not as tight. They're not holding hands like they once were. We don't see the bright greens and bright reds really close to each other like we once did. They're running parallel to each other. That is a good sign. That is a weakening sign of rotation. But the tornado warning is still in effect for another 14 minutes here, unless canceled early by the National Weather Service. That is up to their discretion. But right now, it is pretty broad in nature in terms of rotation. I don't really see an imminent tornado. However, rotation could be stronger near the surface. That is just not getting picked up by radar fully here. You can see the view there on the bottom right of your screen there. Very picturesque storm there. You can see the updraft there. Your cumulonimbus cloud there on the right hand of your screen. That's your core of the storm there, billowing upwards. A very beautiful storm there. Thank you, Ryan, for that. This is in Martinsville, Indiana, looking west at the storm here. You can see that tilted updraft there. That's what makes a supercell a supercell. When you get that updraft tilted, it's rotating a little bit. That allows these storms to be long-lived in nature as well. So a very beautiful scene there in Martinsville. Hopefully this storm is continuing its weakening trend. We want to see that. We don't want to see any more tornadoes here. Something else to note, though, Ryan, is what appears to be an outflow boundary on the leading edge of these storms here, getting depicted here by radar. That is also a good sign that can help minimize the tornado risk a little bit when these storms start gusting out. You have some rain-cooled air where the temperature drops, humidity drops right before the storm, and you get in on some heavy rain as well. You feel that rain-cooled air kind of rush out ahead of the storm. That might be what we're starting to see here a little bit, but that can also spark off new storms. Those outflow boundaries can act as surface cold fronts and can help ignite other storms as well that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
They trimmed that back even further.
They trimmed it back. Yep, they're keeping it there, but they trimmed it back. So some good news there. But we're also going to have to watch these cells to the south here. They are by themselves, though not really seeing any rotation within them. They are producing very heavy rain, some isolated hail cores, but we're going to have to watch them in case they do show signs of any rotation as well. And that goes for any of these cells that are by themselves out ahead of the main line here. We're going to have to keep an eye on them in case they do ever get an attitude in the future.
Take back my screen here, and I'm going to take a look way south here. I hope we answer some of these questions. So as of right now, I see a lot of questions for Terre Haute and Vincennes area along the Illinois state border. Currently, there's nothing imminent for you guys, but If we take a look at the radar down here, let's go ahead and animate this and kind of track these. So they're going more so easterly here. So Princeton, Vincennes, all the way down here toward Mark Carmel, New Harmony, Armstrong, Evansville, Mount Vernon areas. These cells, while they're not severe currently, they are projected to start to increase their intensity as they move to the east here. So be on alert down here. Further north, Vincennes to Sullivan, there's nothing really happening up here. We'll have to see if this fills in, as there could be some more storms. Like, example, right here, this looks like a cell trying to pop up right about there. We'll watch that, but right now, currently nothing heading towards Sullivan, Jasonville, Linton, and we'll say probably Vincennes even, although this could kind of drift northward, but Vincennes is kind of close. We'll have to watch that closely. Further to the east, though, we have a pocket of rain heading up toward Louisville. Over on the southeast side of the state, nothing really happening up there. And then obviously up here, we have these clusters of cells. Currently, looking at the radar, see if anything looks concerning here. Caleb could have a little bit of areas there to watch now as velocity increases. Again, not rotation, but velocity is increasing here, which could indicate some strengthening of these storms. Then further north here, we can continue to have this line that's basically stretched from, we're going to say all the way pretty much to LaPorte down here toward North Judson, Plymouth, Argos area. Not severe, could have some gusty winds and small hail with these, but overall just one warning in the state currently, and that's just north of Crawfordsville for the areas of Cherry Grove, Linden, and New Richmond. Rotation does appear to be quite on the weaker side of things.
Yep, but it is still something we're going to have to keep an eye on. We do have a wind shear component today. However, I think the tornado threat was higher a little bit earlier when these cells were more discrete. However, we're going to have to watch cells developing on the south side of this line here as they interact with a little bit more of that wind shear, that spin in the atmosphere that we have. We don't have as much as what we had Friday. Thank goodness for that. We don't have as much, but we do have just enough to promote some rotating thunderstorms, and we've seen that here. We still have an active tornado warning here. Perhaps maybe a little bit of rotation. Still hanging out here near the Cherry Grove area, just to the northwest of the Manchester area. A little bit of a couplet there, still trying to hang on there in the middle of that warning box. Still hanging on, as it is still trying to rotate there. No signs of debris or anything like that on radar. That is a good sign. It is just rain and more rain at the moment. Hopefully that continues, and hopefully we don't see any touchdown or anything like that. But it is a small area of rotation, but a little bit tighter there near the Cherry Grove. So it is an area that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Ryan, is this? We do have a tornado warning still in effect here for another 9 minutes here, including the Cherry Grove area. So again, Cherry Grove, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. Again, tornadoes can form quickly from severe thunderstorm warnings, and even though the rotation isn't very large or tight, it can tighten up very quickly. These storms can re-intensify very quickly, and oftentimes without warning or very little warning. So it's always good to be in your safe place when these storms arrive or when a warning is issued for your area.
Caleb, we have a report coming out of the Waynetown area via Train Spotter reporting penny-size hail, which is not severe, but still a report want to relay to you guys. A report of penny-size hail in Montgomery County near Waynetown as of 8:03 p.m.
Yep, so that is a 1/4 inch shy of severe criteria. Severe criteria is quarter-size hail or 1 inch diameter. So 0.75 is just a quarter size, or sorry, a 1/4 of an inch shy of severe criteria, but it is still large enough where you could have a couple small dents on area vehicles. So it is something to monitor here, though. But good news is, Ryan, I don't really see a lot of rotation really much within this cell anymore, if I'm being honest with you. I'm seeing a lot of more linear wind shear here along the leading edge here. Kind of a shear line where winds are going north and south, but not really holding hands. We don't really have that couplet that we once had earlier, which is good news.
Yeah, not at all. Looking on the page and the messages as well, I don't really see any reports of much of anything coming in, which is pretty good news. It looks like they just expired that tornado warning here for this storm we were just talking about here in the Montgomery Fountain County area. That's good news.
Yeah, and right now the strongest storm, again, is that southern storm near Waynetown. Starting to get that look to it, Ryan, although not really any rotation in it. Does have a pretty nice core within that storm there. I'm going to have to watch it for perhaps some hail maybe developing there, and watch it for any rotation that does or could develop within it as well.
Yeah, this is
Kind of
going to be
has that
heading toward
supercell
the.
look to it.
Yeah, it does have that look to it, but luckily it doesn't really have much in the way of anything concerning. In fact, that's where that report for penny size hail just came in from. So it looks like a train spotter. One of these guys out here, these green dots are all the spotters that are currently active across the state. Probably reporting penny size hail within this. So I wouldn't be shocked if it actually gets severe tag on it for hail here. Looks like the warning bar is refreshed. So we're going to refresh ours. Need to actually refresh this feed. There we go. And we're going to mute this so you guys don't get blasted out by the warnings here. So bear with me. But we should be able to run this warning bar now.
And then also, if a new one gets issued in the future, it'll automatically pop up on your screen as soon as the National Weather Service has to enter key on their computer and issues that tornado warning, or severe warning of any kind, it'll pop up.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Okay. It is still not updated. Working with our guy who does our warning bar behind the scenes, he wanted me to refresh it, so that's what I did.
Currently, though, there is no tornado warning in the state of Indiana. We do have a tornado watch still in effect. But currently, the area of rotation has allowed to broaden out quite a bit, and thus allowing the warning to be canceled. So that is some good news. Hopefully we don't see any re-intensification there of that storm or storms surrounding it. Hopefully they all kind of behave themselves a little bit. That'd be great news. But we are going to have to keep an eye on them, though. Although we actually don't have any severe warnings anywhere in the state of Indiana at this present time. We do have special weather statements in effect here for storms that are strong but are just below severe criteria. And in fact, both of these, Ryan, expire in 5 minutes.
Yeah, doesn't look severe anywhere along the line, but I will say this Waynetown cell does look very menacing in terms of hail. Would not be shocked to get at least a statement or a warning on that one.
A little bit of a gust front on it too. You can see that outflow boundary, Ryan, starting to form on the south side. So there could be some gusty winds before you see the rain with that storm.
Yep, and I also want to go up and down the line again for the questions coming in. Again, nothing up here is severe. From Plymouth to Logansport, nothing is severe. Monticello, Battleground, Lafayette, you guys are all fine. Probably going to be some gusty winds there, probably some small hail, a lot of heavy rain. No severe weather at this current time. We do see a gust front here taking shape and kind of circle it from Monticello down here toward about Crawfordsville. But currently they are saying that it is not severe, so it should be below criteria for a severe warning. Going back to that cell that we were just talking about here in Waynetown, heading toward Crawfordsville, it does have a little bit of a gust front there, as Caleb just mentioned, very intense. The brighter the colors here means that the winds are a little bit stronger. But also looking at the CC, we can also see a nice hail core there with very kind of like a clutteration there over Wesley and Waynetown. That indicates that we have some hail falling there. Turn on the hail tracker as well. Yeah, check that out. That is a very distinct hail core there.
Yep, right on top of I-74 too. There's your hail tracker there that Ryan just turned on there. There's deeper whites or grays that you see there is where your larger stones would be in. Pretty much right over Waynetown and along the I-74 vicinity there. Those two green dots in areas north is where that hail core would be. And also within that hail core, within the core of the storm, showing some pretty strong winds there within there as well, between Wesley and I-74 there, just on the north side of 136, showing some pretty gusty winds there coming into the Manchester area, or will be coming into the Manchester area here shortly.
Yeah, so wouldn't be shocked there if Crawfordsville, Garfield, Darlington, Cherry Grove get some gusty winds with this as well as some hail. Looks like we have some new information coming in here. Let's see what this is. In fact, it just went severe.
Warning. And this is for ping pong ball size hail, so pretty large hailstones here, and winds of 50 miles per hour. So again, ping pong ball size hail and 50 miles per hour wind. So that is 1.5 inch diameter hailstones, with the largest hail right now just on the north side of Wesley, I-74, coming near the Manchester area and Cherry Grove areas. Be on the lookout for ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inch diameter here.
Hey, Caleb, we have like... just want to say we have like 8 or 9 comments here in the Crawfordsville area, people watching saying sirens are going off. Now, I will go ahead and say we don't see anything tornadic on this storm. So in terms of rotation, it possibly could, but right now we're not seeing that. It is pretty much a wind and hail threat. Some counties, some cities will sound their sirens for severe warning. So just because you are hearing outdoor warning sirens does not always mean it's for a tornado. It can be for a severe storm with, for example, with this storm, it'd be ping pong ball size hail. That's the only hazard with this. So currently we're not seeing anything tornadic wise. There's no rotation that really sticks out to us, but we do see a nice hail core there. So that's why you're hearing sirens. And we like to call them, and they're actually officially called outdoor warning sirens. They're not meant to be heard indoors, and they're not actually meant to be for tornadoes precisely. Some areas only sound them for tornadoes, yes, but not all areas. Some counties, especially in Crawfordsville here, good example, we don't see any rotation, so these must be sounding based on the severe warning just getting issued. So,
Yep.
So no worries there, guys. No tornado heading your way as of right now. I'm not seeing that. Let's go ahead, Caleb.
Yep, good news there. I was just going to kind of reiterate a little bit. And another reason why not to rely on warning sirens to wake you up in the middle of the night, that was never their design purpose. They are to warn those who are outdoors, who need to seek indoors because we have a dangerous storm approaching that may hurt or injure those who are outdoors and caught without shelter. So that is their true purpose, and why we like to call them outdoor warning sirens versus tornado sirens. Is it's not really their design purpose. Their design purpose is solely to warn those outdoors that they need to get indoors. So as we always say, have multiple ways to receive warnings and do not rely on warning sirens.
I have a question in chat here. We'll just hit Frankfurt. Frankfurt is just to the north of the warning. So yes, this line technically will hit Frankfurt, but right now it is sub-severe, meaning not severe. If that continues, you're going to be just fine in Frankfurt. But don't be shocked, though, if you get a warning. I don't see anything rotating at this time, but could be gusty winds heading your way. This particular storm down by Crawfordsville is not heading toward Frankfurt, but the line that extends further north is.
Yeah, but we are going to have to keep an eye on it, though. Maybe some weak rotation, though, Ryan. Playing the radar loop just to the north of the Garfield area. Near the Darlington area, kind of have a little bit of a leading edge, almost like a little notch there. Broad, very broad, nothing that really indicates a tornado or anything like that. But some broad rotation there, perhaps playing back through the radar loop there. You can see some nice inflow there on that part of the line.
We'll keep an eye on that. Looks like it's more like kind of like converging there, so
Yeah,
we'll keep a close eye on that. But Crawfordsville, I would say be prepared for some larger hailstones here. I'm going to go and take my screen back here just for a second, Caleb. This hail core here is going way in. Riding Highway 74 here, and the bulk of the hail looks to be staying perhaps just north of Crawfordsville, but Cherry Grove, Manchester along 231 north of Crawfordsville has potential here for ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inch diameter hail. If this gets upgraded to golf ball by chance, that will then become a considerable severe warning. That'd be 1.75 inch hail or larger. But right now we are just below that criteria at ping pong, which is 1.5 inches. If you guys are watching from this area and you have reports of hail or just regular old storm pictures or videos or damage, feel free to send us a message. We always like watching and kind of keep an eye on our inbox to kind of get a feel for what's happening out there. So if we have somebody message us, hey, I have quarter size hail in Wesley, we can then communicate that to you guys watching. Hey, you guys got this hail heading your way. It's confirmed. That always helps. So if you guys are watching at any time, today or in the future, we are always open for pictures, reports, damage, whatever. Get it to our inbox so we can communicate that out to you guys who are watching this so you can prepare for as these storms head your way.
Yep, again, ping pong ball size hail, and winds are strong, up to 50 miles per hour, just below severe criteria, but strong. Severe criteria is 58 mile per hour winds or greater. In this case, we are 8 mile per hour shy, which is strong. It's borderline severe for winds. But ping pong ball size hail, that hail can injure people and animals caught outside without shelter and knocks. It can also put quite a few dents in area cars. It can crack windows, especially if blown by 50 mile per hour winds. and can cause some tree damage as well. Can shred a lot of leaves as well on area trees and flowers. So if you have any vehicles outside, now's a great time to put them in a garage. If you guys can do so, if you have a garage or carport, now's a great time to pull those vehicles inside. If you don't have one of those, you can put a blanket over your car. That can help minimize the hail impact as well to some extent, as long as it doesn't blow off or blow away.
Yeah, some areas downstream that have a little bit of time to get out there and move your cars. Shenandoah, Beckville, Mace, Lindsborg. Garfield going to be cutting it close here. Anywhere in Crawfordsville, I think it's time to be inside, away from windows as this heads your way. The worst of it is going to be just to the north of Crawfordsville. In fact, looking at the latest scan, looks like it's actually trying to reach out a little bit further south there. So even in Crawfordsville, perhaps getting in on some of this action here with some hail. But definitely to the north side of town, closer to Manchester, would be in line here. And I can only imagine that people are probably taking shelter underneath an overpass on 74. That is not a good idea if you are taking shelter. It's never a good idea at all to take shelter underneath an overpass, as winds can tunnel quicker and faster, and that could actually blow your car out and become a more dangerous situation, especially in windstorms and tornadoes. But if you're on the highway, look to get off the highway here, especially if you're just to the north or just to the east of the Crawfordsville area. Car washes are great.
In Crawfordsville, Ryan.
You had that by chance?
Yeah, it's up right now. You can see the gust front moving through Crawfordsville. Here's downtown Crawfordsville. See the rain curtains. Very heavy rain moving into town here. You can see the gust front impacting the town here. Those rain curtains blowing. Doesn't look to be severe winds right now, but it is a strong thunderstorm nonetheless. And torrential rainfall, though, Ryan. It is raining very hard. You can see the power lines galloping there a little bit. So there are some winds here in the storm on the south side near Crawfordsville. This is a live look downtown in Crawfordsville, Indiana, thanks to our in-dot cameras. Look at the visibility there dropping here as the core. You can see about a block on this camera, and after that you can't really see very far. This is what a lot of the views will look like here within this storm. Very heavy rainfall associated with the storm and gusty winds. Look at the power lines blowing there. On your screen from right to left there as this camera is facing south. So these winds are blowing from west to east here. But again, pretty strong winds, limited visibility. So if you're outdoors, be indoors here during this storm here, as it is pretty windy. Don't see any large hailstones in downtown Crawfordsville on this camera, but you don't have to go very far north, Ryan, before you run into the hail core where there's some potential ping pong ball size hail.
No, not at all. Also, just want to relay this new flood advisory for Fountain, Vermilion, and Warren counties until 11:15 p.m. Eastern. Again, flood advisory in effect there for ponding of water on roadways and area ditches and low drainage areas. So if you're out and about on the roads, just keep that in mind. We could have some flooding going on there. Again, that's going to be for Fountain, Vermilion, and Warren counties until 11:15 p.m. That'd be a flood advisory. It looks like radar for me, Caleb. I'm not sure for you, but radar for me is about 7 minutes old. Looks like yours is too.
Yeah, it's not updating for me. So this gust front is actually way out here. It's now way ahead of it here. If we switch radars to the, well, actually, northern Indiana hasn't really updated either.
I'm going to refresh mine here real quick and see if it's a feed issue, because GR2 is also the same way. I wonder if we have a data issue coming in here from NWS.
So it could be a radar. Looks like Vincennes or Evansville is updated, but Indianapolis and northern Indiana are not updated at this point in time. So it could be a data feed issue. So if you're looking at this radar image, do keep in mind that the rain and the hail core is a little bit further east than what is being depicted here. It is actually coming into Garfield right now and in Crawfordsville right now. So with that being said, Garfield, you're probably getting some gusty winds and some hail right now, up to ping pong ball size hail as well, getting pretty close to the Darlington area as well for this hail core. If we switch products here, we'll see if it's updated on our hail tracker here, and that is definitely not updated yet. This is likely over here just to the north of Crawfordsville, sitting right in here just south of Cherry Grove for this product here. So a lot of our products are not updating at our current time. That could be a data issue here with NWS. There's our updated velocity scan, so I do have that, but I do not have reflectivity, Ryan. I do have...
Yeah, neither do I.
I do have updated velocity though. That appears to be updated. It's a little bit further ahead.
Yeah,
Than what
I have I have a 2 minute scan to a 817. That's the latest scan I have though. I don't have anything else, which is weird.
Yeah, here's a live look in Crawfordsville here. Still pouring very heavily in town. I don't see any large hailstones here bouncing on the road. Your hail core is likely just north of downtown here. So not too far away do you have to travel to be running into ping pong ball size hail, an 1.5 inch diameter here. But again, gusty winds, reduced visibility, and torrential rainfall here. Look at the puddles that cars just drove through as they crossed the road there. So again, urban street ponding going to be an area of concern here as we have very heavy rainfall here. And this whole green box here, just to the west here, Fountain County, flood advisory for 2 hours and 51 minutes here, between a half and 2 3/4. Depending on where you're at, you could have close to 3 inches of rain that has fallen in a very short time that has led to flooding and hydrologic concerns. And we pointed that out a little bit earlier. Not really surprised to see that there. Anytime you have slow-moving training showers and thunderstorms producing rainfall rates over 1 inch an hour, you have a really nice recipe and setup for isolated flooding concerns for those of you in the zone of heavy showers and thunderstorms. So,
Yeah, looking at
good
the latest
call
scan
there.
here, Caleb, actually on my end of things, I'll go ahead and take it. I actually got 2 scans now. Looks like it's all trying to fill back in. Might have been a feed issue there for some reason. Looks like my camera is off, but give me 1 second. I'll get that back on.
So Ryan's going to get that pulled up here. Something else to note here before Ryan takes the screen back. Notice this green line on my screen here, and you can see it on radar as well. There's the updated radar screen there. This is what we call a gust front or an outflow boundary. This is rain-cooled air that is pushed out away from the thunderstorms here. So let's say you're south of Crawfordsville, just north of 36 here, northwest of Greencastle, Indiana. You're likely going to see some gusty winds before you're going to see any rain. Oftentimes, when you see this on radar, some cloud features to look for is a shelf cloud associated with this, and also a whale's mouth, where you see the underbelly of that extended shelf cloud. A lot of turbulence, a lot of billowing, rolling clouds, like a rolling pin on the backside of that cloud feature. Not really rotation, but you see a lot of turbulence underneath that boundary there. We're going to have to watch that outflow boundary if it sparks off any new thunderstorms out ahead of it. A lot of times these can act as little cold fronts that are produced on a localized level by area thunderstorms. So kind of a cool tidbit there about outflow boundaries as Ryan gets his radar pulled back up.
Yeah, I'm going to try to refresh the warning bar again. The warning expired about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to try to refresh it and hope it drops off now that it's actually expired. So bear with me here. I'm going to refresh this, and I'm going to try to bring this up again. You may hear a few sounds this time around. Let's see if that actually... There we go. Now we're back into... we got rid of that warning. So there we go. That's where it needs to be. All right, going back here to radar. We do have my screen back in here now. And I want to kind of go back here and show you guys this for those of you watching in Crawfordsville. Looks like we did have some hail here. It kind of tried to extend further south toward town. The purple is what I'm kind of referring to there. And then it kind of pulled back northward as it kind of went over Crawfordsville. Definitely had some hail there, probably some small hail, but the worst of it probably stayed a little bit to your north here, closer to 74, would be my guess with this cell. But also,
and we have a spotter report, Ryan, just to the northwest of town of Crawfordsville of a hail size of 0.9. So they must have had a caliper to measure that.
So that's just below severe criteria there. Again, severe criteria starts at quarter size hail or 1 inch exactly on the dot. 1 inch diameter hail or larger is when we start getting severe hail. So 0.9 is about 1/10 of an inch, just shy of severe criteria here. This warning continues for ping pong ball size hail as a possibility, as well as wind gusts up to 50, although 50 miles per hour is not severe. 58 or higher would be. So it's just hail as the main severe threat with this storm. So again, gonna zoom out here and take a look around the... They just updated this warning, actually. They brought the hail size from ping pong ball down to quarters now. So they went and dropped that as well. I want to zoom out, though, and take a look around the state. I know we have a lot of viewers in here across. I want to keep you guys updated as well. We tend to focus in on the most important areas. So if we're not focusing in on your exact area within like a 5 or 10 minute span, usually that means you're okay. But I'll go ahead and go further north here, toward Plymouth. This line of rain, perhaps some gusty showers, extends from Plymouth down here about Logansport. Again, not currently severe. Wouldn't be shocked if we have some gusty winds here along the leading edge of this, as well as some moderate to heavy rain, some small hail possible as well, but no severe threat. So if you're up here by Plymouth, Warsaw, Peru, Logansport, any place in between there, currently not severe. We go further south, though, the line does intensify. So Flora, Rossville, Russiaville, Forest, Walton, even Logansport, I would say some heavier rain, some smaller hail, better chance of gusty winds as well, but currently not severe there. Going further south here to the southern flank of this line, some heavier cells definitely from about Flora to Rossville to Frankfurt to Thorntown, Lebanon, and just passing the Crawfordsville area. This is your heaviest storm currently we have out there on radar. I wouldn't be shocked if we get a warning up here on the north end of this for this area up here. That looks to be intensifying just a bit, but still looks to be pretty gusty either way. Small hail is possible anywhere within the darker red areas. Back west here as well, we have training and building storms from Waynetown back here toward Georgetown, Illinois. Those are going to move to the east-northeast here. So this could pose a risk for some small hail, some gusty winds. And if you're living out here in the Greencastle area where there's nothing happening, as Caleb mentioned a few minutes ago, I wouldn't be shocked there's a nice looking shelf cloud on this particular feature here. This is an outflow boundary. Winds are rushing out of a storm and is moving very quickly off to the south and east there. So you may have some photogenic shelf cloud opportunities here across the Greencastle, Rockville area where no storm is happening. But if you look to your north here from Greencastle, you may see a nice looking shelf cloud pushing your way in the next about half hour or so.
Yep, and we also have some storms around the Indianapolis area. Just to the southwest of town, have a couple of storms that have popped up. Not severe at this point in time, but we do have two of them there. I'm going to have to keep an eye on them for hail, gusty winds, and if they do develop any rotation, we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Right now, don't really see any rotation with it, but we are going to have to keep an eye on that.
Also, Caleb, I want to note there looks like to be outflow boundaries on these storms as well. So we're likely going to have additional cells pop up because what outflow boundaries do is when they interact with an unstable environment, those boundaries provide a source of lift to get updrafts up and going again. So I would not be shocked in about 20 or so minutes or less that we have other storms, other storms developing on the southern edge of these cells in the Martinsville area. In fact, let's go ahead and pop open the Martinsville camera again. Looks like we're clear there for right now, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Go ahead and take your screen back, Caleb. Right after I do this.
I'm actually going to pull an in-dot camera up. This is on I-69, looking at the cell that is just to the east of Cloverdale, Ryan. Actually may have a little bit of a mesocyclone on it. I was looking at velocity on radar. Didn't really see a lot of low-level rotation, Ryan, but it did have a little bit of broad upper-level rotation associated with this cell. And you can kind of see that there. This is looking north at that cell from I-69. Kind of a nice base associated with it. You have to look kind of closely there at the top of your screen there above the trees. You can kind of see that lowering there. That would be perhaps your mesocyclone associated with that rain-free base there. Something kind of cool to look at. Nothing that screams tornadic with these storms. And something else to notice too, look how stratiform that mesocyclone is. Look how it has kind of layers, like a sheet cake. That also means it's kind of in a stable environment, or maybe an inversion there near the surface. That is keeping that from that rotation from coming closer to the ground. That kind of speaks stability a little bit when you see that stratiform layer within that mesocyclone there a little bit as well. So maybe some good news based on the storm visually on radar. It doesn't really show anything tornadic imminent or anything like that, but it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on. These storms were producing an outflow boundary. And you can see those little lines, little curly cues sticking out from the bottom of these storms here. That we're going to have to keep an eye on it here. Our in-dot camera was right down in here and looking off to the north at this storm here, and it does have a little bit of a hook on it. But as we zoom in, though, a little bit of a gust front, but we don't really see any reds and greens holding hands that we really need to see for areas of low-level rotation. So the good news is no rotation associated with that, though it did have a really nice structure to it. Nothing too severe or worrisome with those yet, but we are going to have to keep an eye on them. For hail, gusty winds, but we do have heavy rain occurring with these as well. So those of you along the I-70 corridor, I-69 corridor as well, getting pretty close to you, going to be maybe moving over the highway just to the east of the Mooresville area here in a little bit. Going to have to keep an eye on that for ponding on the roadways so on and so forth here. Back to our severe thunderstorm warning. Our storm is actually about ready to leave the warning box, though, but we do have a nice little gust front just south of the Darlington area. We did have some reports from behind the scenes of a really nice shelf cloud associated on that storm near the Darlington area being sent into us by some chasers who are in the area, showing a very nice shelf cloud on that. So not surprised to see a shelf cloud on that, as we do have a very healthy gust front associated with that storm as well, with an outflow boundary. See that little pigtail coming out the bottom? And it stretches about like this is where our gust front is. You can kind of see it stick out there a little bit. So we could have some gusty winds before we get onto the rain side and the wet side of these thunderstorms. So don't be surprised if you hear the winds pick up, but don't hear any winds on your or raindrops on your windows. That is thanks to this outflow boundary. Pushing rain-cooled air out ahead of the leading edge of the storm here can promote some gusty winds, can blow some branches down before we get in on the wet stuff and see that small hail with some embedded stronger winds within the core of that storm. Some nice winds here just outside the Shenandoah area, just south of the Darlington area. Darlington's right up in here, south of the Thorntown area as well, getting in on some perhaps some quarter-size hail. And actually, they canceled this severe thunderstorm warning, so that means the hail has fallen below severe criteria. We were seeing mixed reports of hail that were strong but below severe criteria. So that is some good news there. We actually do not have a severe thunderstorm warning anywhere in the state of Indiana. We are actually in what we call all clear mode at this point in time here in Indiana. We do have to watch a severe thunderstorm warning off to our neighbors to the west here that is getting ready to enter Vermilion County here, just to the north of Terre Haute, north of the Clinton area. State Road 63, you're going to have to watch this storm pretty closely here as it enters western Indiana. Could be strong to severe as it enters the state, but something else to note here. We have this large pigtail, this outflow boundary that is draped across the Logoda area, all the way to the Rockville area to Vermilion County here, that these storms are on the north side. The good news about an outflow boundary is that it really reduces the tornado risk for storms on the backside of this outflow boundary. So these storms here have a really low tornado risk now because all this rain-cooled air out ahead of it. It no longer has warm, moist, unstable air that these storms are going to be feeding into. They're going to be ingesting their own outflow, their own exhaust. They're going to be feeding on their own rain-cooled air. Doesn't mean they could be strong or severe. They could be. They could still have a hail and gusty wind risk with them, but their tornado risk is greatly reduced with these storms now that they are behind the outflow boundary.
Hey, Caleb, go to the north and east of Crawfordsville. Check out velocity up there. Up by Thorntown. Keep going north. Up there. Up there. Here, I'll share mine.
Ryan might have a better look at it than what I do. Maybe a little bit of a couplet there, some convergence there. Kind of has that QLCS look to it.
Yeah, like a little bit of a rotation within the line type of feature. Now, kind of lining it up, it is on the leading edge of that. It's very typical of these QLCS, quasi-linear convective systems, basically just a fancy term for a squall line. Very typical look there. Going to keep a close eye on that because that could become an area of concern there in the future. And also keeping a close eye to further south here as well, and these little brighter blips.
Yeah,
looks
you
like
can
a little
see
bit
that
of a bulge. Yeah, a little bit of a bulge there.
Yep.
That's going to be heading up toward the Hazel Rig and Thorntown, Pike, Mechanicsburg area.
Yeah, latest scan there, just to the south of Thorntown. I just got the latest velocity scan just outside Shenandoah, just north of the Dover area. Some pretty strong winds there. Nice pocket of some strong winds there embedded within the line. Although there is no severe thunderstorm warning, their warning was canceled. Still some embedded pockets of strong winds, perhaps 50 plus miles per hour. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, look at the cells back down there, southwest Indianapolis. A very, very distinct, looks like a downburst perhaps occurring here. Yeah, a classic downburst right on I-70, moving up into the Mooresville, Almond areas. That could become a severe criteria here. 50 plus mile an hour winds here with that cell now as it continues to push its way slowly into the Indianapolis area. We have an airport radar actually right here to look at that. Yeah, very, very strong gust front. Actually, both of these cells has a very strong gust front with it, or at least not gust front, but wind gusts with these cells are actually looking very potent. Would not be shocked to get at very least a statement, if not a severe warning, on both these cells here momentarily, and that's going to be for southwest Indianapolis area. This is going to be for the counties of northern Morgan, southern Hendricks, and perhaps southwestern Marion counties. So we have a little bit more going on now. I see a lot of questions for Crawfordsville. You have another storm approaching you. It is not currently severe. It does not look to be as potent as the last one. Could get some gusty winds there, but overall looks a little bit less concerning than the last storm did. So Crawfordsville, stay indoors as it moves through. It is not severe, but wouldn't be shocked for some gusty winds and small hail as it moves over you. Caleb, any update you want to share?
I think you covered it pretty well. Watching a couple storms just south the I-70 corridor near the Mooresville area, as well as the Crown Center area. Getting in on some gusty winds, perhaps a wet downburst, and maybe a microburst within there as well, showing some signs of some strong gusty winds. But these storms are also producing outflow boundaries, little pigtails coming off the bottom of these storms that could promote other storm development in the region. Areas down south, I don't want to forget southern Indiana. We were forecasting severe weather possibilities for you guys, with the greatest severe weather staying south of southern Indiana and our neighbors in Kentucky this afternoon. But we do have a few scattered showers and thunderstorms developing across southern Illinois. Gonna have to keep an eye on those. Right now, they are behaving themselves, not really showing signs of being severe at the moment. We had a stronger cell earlier near Marion, Illinois. The special weather statement about to expire. But we're gonna have to keep an eye on those as they move into southern Indiana. Moving back up north here, gonna move back to our storms moving into Indiana. A large outflow boundary draped across from Vermilion County all the way to the Crawfordsville area, the Lagoda area. But back up here to our QLCS of interest here. Almost a little bit of a hook here, Ryan, on our leading edge here of our bulge, so to speak. Not surprised to see that. A lot of times on the leading edge, you can get differences in air velocity, both outward and along the leading edge. You have some eddies, some vorticity. That influences these storms on the leading edge. We call those shear lines. Sometimes they can produce spin-up tornadoes on our QLCS setups. QLCS, again, it's just a fancy weather term for a squall line. Special weather statement just came in, so they are not going to put a warning on this, but it is a very large severe weather statement all the way from Kokomo, Indiana to Noblesville. This is in effect for an hour and 20 minutes, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and pea-size hail. So again, strong thunderstorm, but below severe criteria, but we are watching an area. Perhaps some embedded rotation here, just north of the Dover area that we're going to have to keep an eye on along this line. A lot of times when you have these storm complexes, you can get little spin-up areas of rotation along the leading edge. Usually they are brief and short-lived compared to our supercell cousins that have long-lived rotating updrafts. These are typically short-lived, but can produce spin-up tornadoes quickly and without warning as well. So something to be mindful of and keep an eye on if you're ahead of this line here. Moving towards the Lebanon area, just south of the Thorntown area, you can see that hook on radar here. I'll go ahead and highlight it for you guys to make it easier to see. Right in there, you can see that little bit of a notch there, and that hook on radar. Have some inflow feeding in on this line here, next to some really strong winds on the south side of that. We call that an RIJ, or a rear inflow jet, associated with this storm. A lot of times when you have winds going really fast, next to winds that are going not so fast, you can get some eddies on the south and typically the north side of those RIJs, where you have some difference in wind speeds. Faster winds going next to slower winds. You have friction there that can create an eddy, and that's a lot of times how we get our QLCS spin-ups to form. The term for those eddies are mesovortices. That's a fancy weather term for an area rotation on the leading edge of our thunderstorms and our line of thunderstorms here, and that's one of them that we have here. Nothing that screams tornadic at this point in time. We have no tornado warning issued, but it is an area of interest, so we're going to have to keep an eye on, Ryan, as it continues to move towards the I-65 corridor.
Yeah, I got a video coming in. We can get up on the page here. Thank you to for Charlie sending it in to us. It looks like a funnel cloud, actually, in northwest Morgan County. I'm not sure how long ago. We're going to confirm that, but it looks like a little mini funnel cloud here. You guys will see on the pages here very shortly. I'm working on getting that up.
I would actually agree with that. You have a timestamp on that?
I'm working on getting that. But thank you to Charlie for sending that in to us. We're going to get that on the pages ASAP, so stand by. I'm working on it right now. But perhaps a very thin funnel cloud there in a northwest part of Morgan County.
Yeah, definitely has that smooth appearance to it, has that cone look to it. You guys will see it on the page here shortly, but yeah, definitely a funnel cloud there. Go ahead and turn on CC just to look at this little area of interest here that I want to take a look at here. If I circle that area, not really seeing anything that really screams debris or anything like that. Nothing that really that I see. This really doesn't match up with this right here. This is further north, so nothing that really screams a tornado or anything like that. But it is an area of rotation, though, that we're gonna have to keep an eye on here. And it's an area of rotation, Ryan, that has strengthened a little bit, unfortunately, here.
Yeah,
in the last couple of scans on the leading edge.
That divot on the left side there does not look good to me. That little indentation, like a backwards C there.
Yep. kind of the dynamics of what is going on here, you can see this backwards bow here, right on radar on the left side of your screen with this yellow line shooting down the middle. This is what we call a rear inflow jet. This is strong winds aloft right under the clouds. This is propagating forward. You have some really strong winds next to winds that are not going as fast. That frictional force between fast winds and slow winds creates little spins, little areas of rotation. We call those mesovortices. Right on the leading edge here, and we are seeing that here. Wait till the next scan on velocity to come in to see what this looks like here, just on the north side of Hazel Rig here. Take a look at that here shortly, but it is an area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. No tornado warning on it. A lot of times these spin-up areas of rotation are pretty short-lived compared to our supercell cousins that are isolated storms. Keyword isolated. They have the sky all to themselves and all the ingredients to themselves as well. Those are the storms and the big brothers to these lines that can produce stronger tornadoes and long-lived tornadoes. Think Friday night, what we had across southern Indiana. Those were isolated supercells. This is a complex or a line of storms. We can have some isolated spin-ups associated with these. The good news is these are typically short-lived. They don't last very long. They don't have a long lifespan. Pretty short-lived, but they can produce quick spin-up tornadoes and have done so here in Indiana. So it is something to keep an eye on. Latest scan does broaden that out just a little bit, but it is a notch that we're still going to have to keep an eye on near the Hazel Rig area as these storms continue moving off to the east and northeast as well. Back down to the south here, our Indianapolis friends near the Danville area, Morrisville area, a couple stronger storms down here, some gusty winds, and moving into the Almond area, Monrovia area as well, Bunker Hill area, I-70 as well, getting in on some gusty winds here associated with these thunderstorms here moving through the area. Sub-severe, but we do have a special weather statement that just got issued here, which does include south of downtown Indianapolis, winds up to 50 miles per hour and pea-sized hail, so these winds are pretty strong, can blow some loose items around, trash cans, some dead sticks that can blow those down, and can feel pretty gusty on the road, especially for high-profile videos or vehicles. Any semis traveling here on I-70 could feel the impacts of these winds as well. So do keep that in mind if you're traveling along I-70 here, south or northbound in this area, could be impacted by some gusty winds, as well as I-69 here, especially north of the Bargersville area here near West Newton, east of the Southport area. Could get in on some heavy rain, gusty winds here shortly as well. Back up to the north here to our area of interest. Broadened out a little bit, but we still have a hook on radar, so we are still seeing some signs and some rotation here. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this near the Hazel Rig area, approaching I-65 here, north of the Lebanon area. Going to have to keep an eye on this pretty closely here as it approaches the area. Nope, that's fine. Ryan's going to take off here for a second. He'll be right back. While we're here, we're going to keep an eye on our special weather statement here in effect. A pretty large special weather statement all the way from Kokomo to Fishers, Indiana. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. So sub-severe. Severe criteria is 58 miles per hour or greater, or quarter-size hail also makes a thunderstorm severe. That is 1 inch diameter or greater. Heavy rain and lightning. Though a lot of people think that makes a thunderstorm severe, it actually does not make a thunderstorm severe. Lightning is a hazard within itself. Again, thunder roars, go indoors. A lot of times, unfortunately, you don't hear the strike that may impact you or hurt you or sometimes kill you. So again, lightning is very dangerous when itself. So again, thunder roars, go indoors until these storms have passed. Looks like they are not going to reissue the severe thunderstorm warning for Indiana here, for Vermilion County. This does look to be allowed to expire here. These storms are strong, but they are sub-severe at this point in time. So we are seeing a downtrend, but we do have a healthy line here that we're going to have to keep an eye on here over the next couple hours or so as it moves eastward here across central Indiana. And we're going to have to watch storms here firing across southern Illinois. We have a nice strong storm there. Just southeast or southwest of the Vincennes area, have some stronger storms there starting to pop up. Sub-severe at this point in time. If I turn on the hail tracker for you, this is our VIL that we use. You can see some updrafts in them, maybe some pea-sized hail, maybe up to dime-sized hail there, just outside of Gibson County there in Illinois, just on the other side of the Wabash River there. But they are sub-severe at this point in time. Going back up north here, could have some small hail just south of the Mooresville area. Mooresville could have seen some pea-sized hail associated there, and maybe some more small hail just to your southwest of your location on the south side of I-70 there as well. And you can also see some other updrafts here, likely getting some hail just on the south side of Frankfort, approaching State Road 38, 39 here, just to the east of Colfax. You can see some of these brighter pinks and even some blacks here mixed in. Heavy rain and also some small hail occurring within these storms as well. We are also watching an area, some broad rotation on the leading edge of the storm. Go ahead and turn on our reflectivity. Broadened out just a little bit here, kind of getting some interference here, some clutter, as we call it, on the leading edge. Not surprising to see that, but we also have some embedded circulations on the leading edge as well. We do have some vorticity out there today, thanks to an area of low pressure in Illinois. That is adding a little bit of a spin to the atmosphere here today that we are keeping an eye on as well. So those of you in the path of this storm, be ready for some gusty winds. Damaging winds is a primary risk here, followed by small hail or perhaps a weak isolated brief tornado. Cannot be ruled out tonight. However, the risk for that has gone down a little bit over the last hour or so, thanks to these storms becoming a line versus individual supercells. Again, the farther away you are from that warm front, the less spin you have to work with. The more spin you have, the more likelihood of that updraft grabbing hold of that spin and forming a rotating mesocyclone. But it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on here. We do still have that hook just on the north side of Lebanon that we're keeping an eye on here. You can see a little bit of broad rotation there right in here. Approaching that US 52 emblem there. Go ahead and circle it here for you. A little bit of broad rotation right in there, right where you see that little bit of a hook there. Nothing that screams a tornado or an imminent tornado at this point in time, but it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on, though, as the storm moves towards the Lebanon area. So those of you in the area, do be ready for some gusty winds. Small hail associated with this. No tornado warning or anything like that. But it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on it right now. Warsaw, Indiana. I have a question about you. Go back up here to the north. Just rain for you, maybe some gusty winds, but the severe threat is very low for northern Indiana. Especially think south of US 24 at this point in time for the best chances for an isolated stronger storm south of US 24. Really, south of this line right in here has the best chance of seeing a stronger thunderstorm. If you're north of this line here, very, very low chance of seeing a severe weather, with the best chances the further south you go. Have a little bit better of an environment down there. But again, these storms are not quite as aggressive as what they were Friday night, and I think we are all thankful of that. But we could still have a stronger storm is capable here. And actually, here's a live look at the storms coming into. Whoa, where'd it go? Here we go. This is just north. This is I-65 here at State Road 32, just on the north side of the Lebanon, Indiana area. Have a nice shelf cloud moving into town here. You can see the rain shaft moving over to the freeway here. And some gusty winds maybe moving into town here briefly as well. So that shelf cloud has moved over, and we're going to see the rain moving in here fairly shortly here as well. So something to keep an eye on for this area as well. So let us know what's going on where your location is, where you guys are watching from. Go ahead and let us know what you're seeing, especially if you're in any of these blue boxes here. Let us know what hazards you're seeing. If you guys see any hail, gusty winds, or any damage, let us know if you guys have had any damage today. We love to document that. Love to know that what is going on. We can see what the radar has as a potential hazard, but your damage reports really confirm or deny what the radar is showing us. So again, those are very important to us. Yeah, currently there are no severe thunderstorms in Indiana. We have some strong thunderstorms and boxes highlighted in blue, but we have no severe weather or severe thunderstorms. We currently have no severe thunderstorms in Indiana at this point in time. So that is some good news here across Indiana. Thunder and lightning, Kokomo. Yeah, not surprised to hear that. Some storms off to your west, producing some thunder and lightning. Perhaps some gusty winds winds up to 40 miles an hour or so possible for you guys. So something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well as these storms move in your direction. So perhaps a little bit of a hook feature here on radar. Not really seeing really any rotation anymore associated with that like we were, but something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. But we currently do not have a severe thunderstorm anywhere in the state of Indiana. They are strong. They could reintensify back into severe criteria. But for right now, we have some strong storms that are not severe at this point in time. Here's a live look at Lebanon, Indiana. This is downtown. See the shelf cloud moving across. Look above your downtown building here. You can see some billowing clouds here. That's kind of a whale's mouth feature where your shelf cloud is extended away from the storm a little bit. You get a kind of a unique view behind a shelf cloud. A lot of times what is often obscured by rain, a lot of times we can't see directly behind a shelf cloud, but when they're extended ahead of the main line, you can get a pretty unique view of what a shelf cloud looks like from behind. That rain-cooled air being forced down behind that shelf cloud with warm, moist air coming up behind it. You have air motions like this, and that can create a real turbulent look, a real billowing look on the underside of that shelf cloud. Very, very cool and unique view to see as well. But it also means gusty winds are not that far behind, and you probably notice a temperature drop as well as that shelf cloud moves over your location. Some lightning there, some gusty winds moving in. Kind of see the trees moving there. Really hard to see, but you can kind of see them moving a little bit as well. Leave this camera on here for a few seconds here, and you'll see the stronger winds move through here. Look at the bush here on the left-hand side and see that blowing a little bit as well. So that's a look at Lebanon, Indiana. Something to look there as well and look for here in the future as well. Looking just to the north of the area here, some gusty winds all up and down this line here. Some gusty winds coming into the forest area, Russiaville, as well as Kokomo, really between Walton, Indiana, all the way down to Lebanon and areas just south. Seeing some gusty winds in areas who are not in any rain. Along this line here, this is an outflow boundary, rain-cooled air being forced ahead and away from these thunderstorms here behind here. That can cause some gusty winds along that as well. We're going to have to watch that for additional showers to develop as well. Going to have to keep an eye on that as well. Down to the south, don't want to leave our Indianapolis friends out of the loop here. Special weather statement, sub-severe for you guys. However, these are strong. 50-mile-per-hour winds, pea-size hail possible here in the cores of these storms. You can see the brighter reds here and the brighter greens here. State Road 42, State Road 144, north of Waverly and Bunker Hill. Two separate storms. We could have some gusty winds there. That beat made me jump. I'm sorry about that. But also have to look these little curly cues on the leading edge here of this line. Could show some signs of some wind rotation on the leading edge. So something to keep an eye on as well. New special weather statement was just added here. Gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. Does include Grissom Air Force Base around the Kokomo area and areas just to the north. Logansport, Peru, and a sliver of Wabash County was also included in that special weather statement as well. But we are currently have no severe warnings anywhere in the state of Indiana at this current time. So some good news there. These storms have weakened a little bit, but we're also going to have to watch for embedded areas of broad rotation or some weak rotation on the leading edge. Have a couple little areas of interest right in here that we're watching. Actually, 3 areas of interest that we're watching right now. But again, not strong enough for a tornado warning, but they are areas that pique our interest and we are keeping an eye on as well. So you guys are ahead of these storms. Be prepared for some gusty winds associated with these thunderstorms as well. Right now, they are below severe criteria, which is good. As a quick refresher course, severe weather, we need quarter-size hail, which is 1 inch diameter. We also need hail or winds at 58 miles per hour or greater. And we also need a tornado. That also makes a storm severe. But without any of those hazards, we do not get a severe thunderstorm warning. If they are strong, if we have some strong winds and hail occurring in the storm that are not severe, we will get a special weather statement blanketed in blue there. There's blue boxes on your screen. Those are for storms that are strong but are not severe. But we also have some green boxes to talk about. We have one here for Fountain County, but we also have one here just north of Crawfordsville that just got issued. This is for West Central Indiana and Montgomery County. Rainfall rates anywhere between a half and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen here. That have produced some heavy rainfall and some ponding issues on area roadways, ditches, where we had some training showers and thunderstorms as well. So something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. Maybe a little bit of rotation there near the Elizabethville area. Going to have to keep an eye on that here on the leading edge. Very hard to tell on these narrow lines just because of the interference and distortion of the radar. We call that clutter. Have some clutter interference as the area of rotation is very small, very shallow as well. But nonetheless, there is a little bit there near the Elizabethville area. Going to have to keep an eye on you. But for right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings are issued anywhere in the state of Indiana. And in fact, a lot of these storms are moving out of our tornado watch. The tornado watch across southern Indiana was canceled. We no longer have a tornado watch for southern Indiana. All watches have been canceled, and the tornado watch here across western Indiana does remain in place, but could be trimmed back here as a lot of our storms are starting to move out of that tornado watch area as well. So maybe a good sign here. Our storms are on the downtrend. Gonna have to keep an eye on that as well. These storms are kind of looking to be more of a gusty wind risk versus a damaging wind or severe risk. Our severe weather risk seems to be on the downtrend a little bit here across the state of Indiana, which is good news. We don't really need anything as big or as significant as what we saw on Friday night. So that is some good news. Hopefully, gonna have to watch these storms to the south. Some pop-up showers and thunderstorms have developed across southern Illinois from Sullivan County all the way down to Knox County, Gibson County, in our neighbors in Illinois. We also have a new flood advisory just got issued for motorists along I-74 here, just southwest of Indianapolis. This is for portions of Hendricks and Morgan counties here in south central Indiana. Between 1/4 of an inch and 1.75 inches have fallen here. Additional rain will result in minor flooding, and normally, an inch of rain is usually not that big of a deal here in Indiana, but when it comes down really fast, and oftentimes without having enough time for the soils to drain, you can have some issues with flooding where soils just don't have enough time to soak up all that water before they sorry, I'm just looking at something real quick behind the scenes, before they are able to fully soak that up and have been able to absorb all of that water as well. Gonna have to keep an eye on this cell here. Showing signs of a nice hail core on it as well. Gonna have to keep an eye on that. Almost a little bit of a hook echo on it as well, though we don't really see any rotation on radar, or at least not much rotation on radar. Maybe a little bit there south the Brooklyn area. But again, nothing that really screams tornadoes, but they are by themselves. This is a storm we're gonna have to keep an eye on as well. Moving back up here north to our Lebanon area. Nice gust front on this storm here. I don't really see any rotation on the leading edge of this anymore. But you can see our gust front draped just like this. This is what our gust front looks like. And look how far it extends away from the rain here. All the rain back in here. Sorry, my line kind of glitched there. Kind of drew kind of bad there a little bit. But could have some gusty winds in the Greencastle area. And the temperature may drop well before you see any rain or hear any thunder or anything like that. So do keep that in mind. Could have some gusty winds well ahead of any rain associated with this as well. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation south the Kirkland area. See that hook there. But again, nothing that really screams tornadoes at this point in time, which is good news. Don't really see anything tornadic at this point in time on radar. Hopefully that stays the trend, and we don't see any, but we are going to have to keep an eye on these cells here. This cell here is starting to get that supercell look to it. Has that bird wing to it. Could be a hail maker, but we're also going to have to watch the southern end too for any rotation that does develop within it. This is on the south side of Indianapolis. Going to have to keep an eye on this area as well.
Got some traffic cameras down there, Caleb, I believe, on 69, close to these cells. Looks like some pretty gusty
for
winds
any storms that do develop. Just trying to get a camera view on 69 here, looking north on this storm, just to get a view of the base on it. Right, I was just telling people we had a new flood advisory issued here for heavy rain, and this storm's starting to get a better core on it here near the Brooklyn area. Seeing some hail associated with the storm as well, and starting to get that supercell look to it. Don't really see any signs of rotation at this point in time, Ryan, but it could develop a hail core within that southern cell as well. Looking back north, Ryan, we have a large gust front extending all the way just north of Brazil, Indiana, all the way up to the Kokomo area. Not really seeing too many signs of rotation in it anymore, but could have some gusty winds to 40 miles per hour, perhaps.
Yep. And also watching some of these cameras on 69 there, just south of Indy. Pretty gusty, but nothing that screams severe wind, which is great news so far. And on radar
Our
too.
tornado watch was just canceled.
Really?
We are no longer in a watch anywhere in Indiana. Our tornado watch was canceled.
I don't see that yet. Where'd you get that from?
It popped off on radar scope. We have no watches. All I have are special weather statements. Yeah, it no longer shows up on Omega either, Ryan. It has been allowed to be canceled.
Oh, okay. They expired it 10 minutes ago. I must have missed it when I was getting food. So,
Yep.
yeah, that's also good news. They expired the tornado watch for Fountain, Montgomery Park, Tippecanoe, Vermilion, Vigo, and Warren counties. So, I guess that is great news. No watches in effect here, tornadic wise. Although I do still think, Caleb, we have a risk here for isolated severe storms with gusty winds and perhaps some larger hail as a possibility. But largely, these storms have
ruled out.
largely these storms have behaved themselves today for the most part. We had a couple warnings, but nothing as widespread or as significant as what's happened the past couple of days and in the past couple of weeks to months too. We've had a very active spring so far here within the state of Indiana, and honestly, we don't need any more. So if we get through the night without any more severe weather, that is a-okay by our part.
Absolutely. And just for those of you guys playing your severe weather bingo card at home, and if you guys have that out in front of you, just for a little informational tidbit, after Friday's tornadoes that were confirmed, we are sitting at 53 tornadoes for the year currently. And that is significant because last year we had the second most active year on record in Indiana for tornadoes with 54. We are one tornado away in the state of Indiana for tying the spot for number 2 for the second most active year on record for Indiana. So we've had an extremely active year, and March was largely responsible for the most tornadoes in Indiana. In fact, March was one of the most active years for tornadoes in Indiana on record, believe it or not. So we have had a very active year for tornadoes, and unfortunately, our peak season doesn't historically peak until June in terms of severe weather or tornadoes. So we do have, unfortunately, some time left to see some active weather here in Indiana. So for those of you playing your severe weather bingo card at home, if you guys have 53 tornadoes on it, you can go ahead and mark that box. That is where we are currently at. 6 tornadoes were so far confirmed from Friday night's severe weather across southern Indiana, from Sullivan County, Greene County, Montgomery County, Brown County, and Putnam County as well. Had a brief EF 0 there as well. So strongest tornadoes from that night were both rated EF2. One on the ground, Ryan, was 35 miles. Went through Brown, Montgomery County, and Greene County, I believe, too. Very dangerous night. Thankfully, nothing like that tonight, right? That I see right now.
Yeah, no, watching one area up there in Boone County that has a little bit of rotation on it, a little bit of a notch there. And yeah, we do look at chat, guys, but when we're watching storms on radar, our focus is communicating for those risks. So we're not always going to look at chat. We do have some moderators in here as well. We're going to grow our moderation team too. So we'll have a lot more activity in chat here in the coming days to weeks. But when we're tracking these storms live, we are tracking storms, and in downtime like now, you can answer questions. But when we're focused on radar, it takes a lot of focus and attention to that. So we're not always going to look at chat. So yes and no.
Yep. Now's a good time. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in. We'll try to answer them for you here while we're in a little bit of quiet time. We are watching an area of rotation, though, near the Sheridan area, kind of developing a little bit of a notch on, a little bit of broad rotation there near the Sheridan area there. That'll be moving northwest of Noblesville, Indiana, towards State Road 38, kind of showing a little bit of a couplet there, so to speak, Ryan, on the leading edge. But nothing that's really screams super strong. There's a better look at it there, Ryan. A really nice, little bit of a hook echo.
Yeah, that
on
doesn't.
the leading edge of that. So that does scream rotation and perhaps tornadic. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Go ahead and take that back to my screen here. I'll zoom in on that just to get a better look. So Sheridan, Atlanta. Is this called Cicero? I believe that's pronounced Cicero.
Yes. Yep.
Aroma, Tipton, Kenton. This is, or should I say Kempton, not Kenton, Kempton. This is heading your direction, east, a little bit north, heading towards Sheridan. This little notch that sticks out is some rotation here. So again, Boxley, US 31. You call them US routes here in Indiana?
Yes, we do.
Okay, US 31 here from Westfield up toward East Union. It's heading your direction here. Would not be shocked to get a tornado warning on this in the future here on the next scan. Although the rotation on velocity doesn't look too impressive, that indentation here does. So that's what concerns us. It's very, very classic look for this. This is moving into the north and west Hamilton County. It should stay in the northern half of Hamilton County. Zooming out here, just besides that particular area, let's go north to south here. If you're back here on the northwest side in Gary, Merrillville, Rensselaer, Fowler, Attica, Lafayette, all clear, go to bed. No worries there anymore for severe weather. If you are north of US 30 and especially, or sorry, north of US 24 here, but especially north of US 30, there is a very, 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 very low severe threat up there. It's not very concerning at all. If there would be something up there, brief gusty wind or something like that, but so far right now it's stayed sub-severe. So up there north of US 30, north of US 24, you guys are okay. That line will just move through with a lot of heavy rain, some lightning. Further south here in these blue boxes, Kokomo, Peru, Noblesville, out ahead of this line. You guys have this storm pushing your way. Gusty winds is your main hazard as well as pea-sized hail. The statement says 40 mile per hour winds, 40 mile per hour winds, and pea-sized hail. That's going to move toward Marion, Alexandria, Muncie, and Anderson here next couple hours. So pay attention there. Further south here toward Indianapolis, areas here, wouldn't be shocked to see some small hail occurring with these cells, perhaps some gusty winds there in the Southport, Greenwood area. But those are not severe at this current time. Again, hail could be occurring though, so stay indoors. Back here to the south and west, Vincennes, Evansville, Terre Haute area, cells are still developing and likely will continue to develop into the evening hours. Isolated to scattered severe weather is still a possibility, although there are no tornado watches in effect as the ingredients for tornadoes seems to be kind of weakening here as the evening goes on. So great news there. Our focus goes back up here to that one little notch here by the Sheridan area, and velocity still does not look overly concerning with this. You can see just a little bit of rotation there, but it's not very strong or not very tight. But this indentation here is very interesting because you have winds going in and winds going out. So it kind of is spinning there, at least very broadly. So we're going to watch that closely. Yes, gusty winds for Muncie, Hannah. Nothing in the state currently is severe, but there is a chance that one of these storms could produce some severe wind gusts as well as some large hail. The risk for a tornado seems quite low, although we're not going to call it zero just yet, but so far it's on the lower end across the state. We're going to be live here for probably an hour or two more, Caleb, I have to assume, as these storms progress eastward here. We're not going to go off air until we're confident that either A, there's no more severe weather, or if there's going to be severe weather, it's going to be very baseline and not going to be very significant in nature. So we'll be on here for a few more hours, so feel free to hop back on and check back with us in an hour, half hour, whatever it is as storms approach you. We're going to be here all night tracking these. And again, if you're asking about specific areas, we're going to be focusing in on the most concerning areas first. So if you tuned in for 5 or 10 minutes and we're just not really covering your area, that usually most of the time means that there's not much in the way concerning heading your way outside, perhaps some brief gusty winds or small hail or something like that. If we're talking about your area, pay attention because that's not usually a good sign. Fort Wayne question here by Eric. You are pretty much okay. Again, gusty winds up here could be heading your way, but severe weather for you is quite unlikely, especially north of US 30, north of US 24 up there. And if you're on the backside of this by Lafayette, Portage, anywhere over here, Valparaiso, Rensselaer, Fowler, Attica, you guys are all clear. There's no more storms expected as soon as this line passes you. So once it does pass you, you're A-okay. Go to bed.
Yep, and right now we currently do not have a severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana. None of these storms are severe at the moment, and another encouraging sign, though, Ryan, was the fact that were able to cancel the tornado watch early across both parts of Indiana, southern Indiana and western Indiana. We were able to see that cancellation early with no downstream watch. That is an encouraging sign to see here. But nonetheless, we could still have some stronger storms, so Ryan was gusty winds, small hail, and perhaps a brief tornado can't be entirely ruled out.
Yeah, not gonna rule that out just yet, just because there is a lot of wind shear in the mid to upper levels today. There's a lot of that to help these storms organize, but there's not much in the way of low level wind shear. We had a lot of that along the warm front, which is why at the start of the stream, we kind of focused in on an area more so like from about Richmond, I think it was, over here to about Lafayette area. This particular area was close to the warm front, which the warm front provides extra wind shear at the lower levels. So that's why we had a little bit more concern for that general area. But south of that warm front, we have a lot of shear in the mid to upper levels, but not really much on the low levels to kind of get these storms to spin. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's not a zero threat tonight, but it is on the lower side, especially seeing what's out there currently and how storms have behaved today. We continue to advertise that low risk for a spin-up tornado.
Yep, definitely cannot be ruled out as well. But the primary risk right now is gusty winds and perhaps some small hail mixing in on these as well. But we also have some storms, Ryan, firing across southern Illinois from just outside Knox County all the way down to Perry County. Have some storms there. Even Sullivan County seeing some storms off to the west.
Yep, and looking
And
at the
little core coming into Vincennes as well.
Yep, we got a little core coming into Vincennes. Also got a special weather statement just across the border here for penny-size hail. So we'll be watching that closely. And again, these cells were expected. They're going to fire up. We talked about right about 9 o'clock or so moving into the state, and here we are at 9:14 moving into the state here. So well forecasted by the models today. And these storms will have a threat here for some large hail and perhaps some brief gusty winds, perhaps some severe winds as well. We'll be tracking these. But Indianapolis right now, I have a lot of questions and viewers around the metro Indianapolis area and suburbs. So we have a stronger cell or two on the south side of town, Greenwood, Southport, Pumps P to dime size hail falling in there. In fact, there's a statement here. It says for P size hail. Wouldn't be shocked we have, perhaps dimes at most with this cell. Back here toward the Banta and Bargersville area, or is it Bargerville? Somebody help me out. Okay. This has a potential for some small hail as well. No severe weather is expected with that. Our wind velocities, perhaps some gusty winds actually, Caleb, just to the north of Greenwood. About to cross 65 here. These look to be quite strong, 50 miles an hour or so. So close to, but not quite at severe limits just yet there in Greenwood. But still, gusty winds heading to the east here. Reds Corner, Acton, Rock Lane areas, Homecoming, University Park, that neighborhood area would be on alert there for some gusty winds heading your direction, as well as 65 in this very localized area just south of the, or just should I say, yes, northern Johnson, southern Marion County on 65 is that general area.
Yep, could have some gusty winds there as well. In fact, very gusty winds on the freeway. I actually have a camera pulled up right there in Greenwood. This is on I-69 northbound here. A lot of lightning there, a lot of heavy rain here. This is looking north here. If you look very closely at the streetlights there, you can see those rain curtains moving here. You can see the semis there have their hazards on as they're driving through the cell here. Very reduced visibility on the freeway, not only from heavy rain, but also from the spray from other vehicles on the roads as well. Also work to create a dangerous environment with limited visibility. You can see the before and after picture there. So strong winds moving into this vicinity here. The camera's shaking there a little bit as the winds cross the 69 area there. So pretty strong winds in that vicinity there, Ryan. Areas to the north here, we're watching this squall line moving along the US 31 corridor here. Strongest winds from Russiaville south. Seeing some gusty winds there as well. Not really seeing any really areas of rotation along this line that we were perhaps seeing earlier, which is some good news. These storms are strong, but not severe at this point in time, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it. The strongest portion of the line stretches from Kokomo just to the northwest of the Noblesville area. Going to have to keep an eye on that for any intensification that may occur with it. Areas to the north, you guys are not too shabby here tonight. Just some rain, maybe some embedded thunder, but no real severe risk north of 24 here tonight. There's just not really any dynamics up there to really support severe weather on the outside of some heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds. Can't be ruled out, but there's also no lightning, or at least no cloud to ground lightning with really any of these storms north of Logansport. One lightning strike there in that core, but nothing really too nasty up there. Strongest storms right in here, getting in on some heavy rain, some small hail. We do have a special weather statement that bubbles up to Knox County. That's for this cell here. Have a nice cell coming into the Vincennes area. Go ahead and turn on our hail tracker for this guy down in here. Nice hail core coming into the Vincennes area. Perhaps some small hail there. Maybe up to Peas. Maybe some dime-sized hail. Can't be ruled out in the Vincennes area for that storm there. Can't be completely ruled out there.
Hey, Caleb, not going to be surprised if we get a severe warning on that cell just south of the Indianapolis metro, southeast of town. Hail core on that is 60 dBz at 22,000 feet, meaning the hail core on that is stretching very tall into the atmosphere. So likely some larger hail. We can't confirm that, obviously, but probably a good chance of some larger hail right on the Marion and Johnson County line directly over the highway. Anything on your camera showing up there?
The cameras are having a hard time loading right now. They're kind of in the middle of the core, so their loading capabilities are not there.
Okay. Understandable there. So I wouldn't be shocked if we get...
yeah, here's one that just popped up and loaded here. You can see a lot of the cars, there's some cars stopped on the side of the highway, just choosing not to drive. Actually, this is what you don't do on the highway. If you're going to pull over or stop, pull to the right. Do not pull or park on the left shoulder. You can see they're getting passed on the right. That is actually a very dangerous situation to park on the left. Every time you pull over, whether that's for a traffic stop, for a speeding ticket or whatever, or just pulling over until it's safe to drive, we always pull to the right. We never pull to the left there. Don't do what that car did, as you can actually cause an accident doing that from somebody not paying attention or not being able to see you. Make sure you get all the way off to the road on the right-hand side of the road as well. But many vehicles stopped here, including a few semis here, down camera here. They're actually stopped on the shoulder here completely until this storm has passed. Likely getting some hail here, although we're a little high up. Ryan can't exactly see any hailstones bouncing on the roadway here from this view. But you can see how slow traffic is moving here from people stopped over. And pretty much everyone has their hazards on here so they can be seen, Ryan.
Yeah, and also... new statement coming in for that storm. They're continuing it over here towards Shelbyville. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour, as well as penny-sized hail for Sugar Creek, Morristown. Go ahead and take my screen back, actually. Here we go. This blue box. Shelbyville, Morristown, New Palestine, Sugar Creek here from 74. Marion, looks like Needham as well. Worst of it, though, heading towards Sugar Creek, London area, and eventually Marion, Morristown, any place between these areas. That's where the worst of it is headed. But again, that is a statement below severe criteria. And again, penny-sized hail and winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Taking a zoomed out look here. Let's pop open our Martinsville camera again. Looks like we have another storm, or perhaps a boundary. Looks like a boundary trying to take shape there. We'll keep it on the screen again. Our warning bar is currently being worked on. Like I said at the start of the stream, we have some bugs with it. We're just trying to work it all out. We'll get it eventually figured out. But until we do, we'll have to run it manually here. But currently no warnings in effect, just a lot of statements here for winds in excess of, and actually we can go ahead and reset this now because we're out of any severe storms. Let's go ahead and reset the warning bar. Just so we can get the statements on the screen scrolling. You're going to hear a ding here in just a second. There we go. That's going to go ahead and communicate all of the current statements in effect. The issue we're having with that bar is the expired warnings, severe and tornado warnings. If they get canceled or they expire at a certain time, for some reason our software is not recognizing that. It's staying on the screen too long. So working on getting that fixed. We'll get it fixed here by next stream. But for right now, bear with us with a little bit of difficulty with our warning bar. Some questions here. No warnings in effect. So again, no tornado warnings in effect at all in Indiana. We have numerous statements though, which is a step below severe warnings. We're going to see a large area here from Kokomo, Atlanta, Noblesville, Fishers. You guys do have some heavier rain, some gustier winds heading your way, maybe some small hail there, right on the county line by Atlanta. It's going to be the Tipton and Hamilton County lines there. So be alert there as these storms push through. Back here to the south, looks like we have a flood.
Flood advisory in effect there.
I thought there was a flood warning, but it's actually for our friends to the south in Kentucky. So no flood warning at this time, but we do have multiple flood advisories. I'll toggle those on. I don't have them on my screen currently, but I will toggle those on for you guys. There we go. Those green boxes, we have one down here on the southwest side of Indy by Mooresville, Brooklyn areas. This is going to be a flood advisory. Minor flooding of low-lying and drainage areas. And further to the west over here by Crawfordsville, Attica, Vetersburg, 2 advisories for flooding until 11:15 for this one. Minor flooding is expected. And then also here just north of Crawfordsville, same exact wording there. Minor flooding for low-lying areas is expected. I'll leave those on as well because flood advisories can be serious, especially for those out and about on the roadways. If you're out in your car, you come across flooded roadways, obviously the old saying, turn around, don't drown. Yes, you'll hear it from us too. It is it rhymes, but it's also good advice. I've seen way too many vehicles try to drive through flooded roads or driveways, and they end up getting stranded and ruins their car. It's just don't be stupid.
Not a good situation for anyone either.
Yeah,
and also you're not only putting yourself at risk, but you're also putting first responders at risk that have to come in that water and pull you out.
Yeah.
And so that's another reason why it's just best not to do that. Little fun fact for you. It only takes 6 inches of moving water to swipe an adult person off their feet and can carry you away. 18 inches of moving water to fully move your car off the roadway as well. But despite from that, it doesn't take very much water, Ryan, to allow you to hydroplane on the roadways. If you're traveling on these roads, asphalt, concrete, doesn't matter. If you have a lot of road and your tires are unable to carry that water away and allow you to have contact with that roadway, you're going to hydroplane. And that's another issue we have here. So again, slow down when you're in periods of heavy rain to allow your tires to function properly and fully displace that water away from the tire to allow you to have traction with the roadway as well. So if you ever find yourself hydroplaning on the roadway, what do you do, Ryan? What do you do and what don't you do when you find yourself hydroplaning on the roadway?
I've always been taught to pump your brakes. Don't immediately slam your brakes on, but just kind of pump them. And I believe the old saying is steer in the direction you want to go.
Yep, kind of let off the accelerator a little bit, kind of ride your brakes. Don't slam on your brakes. That can cause your tires to lock and you can continue sliding. But kind of the same way in snow. If you kind of find yourself getting off the tracks, just keep your steering wheel aimed in the direction you want to go, which is forward or straight. Keep that aim there. Lift your foot off the accelerator and the brakes a little bit too, and just allow your car to navigate past that if you can. So again, another reason to slow down and just monitor your speed during times of heavy rain as well.
Some questions rolling in here for the threat tonight so far, and for the past about half hour or so, there's been no warnings in effect for the state of Indiana, which is great news.
And
so
looking back on that squall line, Ryan, north of Indianapolis, near the Atlanta area, looking on velocities, I really don't see anything that would suggest severe gust fronts with that. It has significantly weakened quite a bit, which is great news. Probably the strongest portion of that storm reaching the Atlanta area there, right on the apex of that bow, some gusty winds perhaps. But looking on velocities, though, I really don't see anything that would be suggestive of 58 mile per hour winds or greater. Really, a lot of what I'm seeing, Ryan, is less than 40 miles per hour, perhaps 25 to 35.
I agree with that 100%. I have some questions, though, from the Indy area, if they're safe to go to bed. And the answer is probably likely at this point. We do have this cell that's statemented off to the south and to the east, but do take note, we do have cells to the west here that we are watching. Currently, none of these are severe, and the hope is that they don't go severe. But there is that small chance that we could have an isolated severe storm that produces some gusty winds and some small to large hail. So I have to watch these. So we're not out of the woods completely, but the trend right now is on the downtrend, which means we're probably not going to see too many more warnings tonight. And let's cross our fingers and hope none at all, because that'd be the best case scenario. Go ahead, Caleb.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Caleb. I got this.
Okay.
Caleb's going
I'm
to take
gonna
us.
refill my water bottle, and I'll be right back.
All right, cool. So we're going to go ahead and get Caleb off of the screen. You're going to see my beautiful face. In the bottom corner here, you're going to see two of me for a brief second. Let's go. They can't hear you, Caleb. I can hear you. Yeah, currently there's not much happening out there. So if you guys got questions, feel free to drop those in chat. My name is Ryan here with the Indiana Weather Network. Doing live coverage tonight. You'll be seeing a lot more of Caleb and I, as well as our other team. We have Joel. We have other people as well who hop on. We have Drew. So you're gonna see a couple people hop on and cover severe weather, but main two are gonna be me and Caleb here as we tag team this. We'll be live a lot more often here at IWN, as well as our other accounts in Indiana. So, questions here, guys. Go ahead and give a brief overview. So if you're north of US 24 or US 30, pretty much no severe threat up there. So if you're in Fort Wayne, Angola, Kendallville, Warsaw, gusty winds, heavy rain for 5 or 10 minutes. That's about it. Maybe some lightning if you're lucky, or unlucky if you don't like lightning. Nothing up there is concerning. As Caleb just mentioned, though, this is a decently strong bow echo, but not really severe looking. Some small hail, some gusty winds moving into Tipton, Atlanta areas, but generally speaking, doesn't look severe at this current time. Further south, storms develop across Greencastle, Terre Haute, back down toward Robinson, Illinois. Those do have small potential for severe weather. Also down here by Vincennes and Evansville, some pop-up storms to watch as well. Nothing is currently severe. Then, of course, we have these two cells out ahead in the Greenwood area, producing some penny-sized hail and wind gusts around 40 miles per hour. Questions, guys? Raining hard in Vincennes, says Jeanette. Yep, Vincennes is dead center of this cell. Maybe some small hail there as well. Turn on the hail tracker. Wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, Vincennes. Probably getting some pea-sized hail mixed in with that rain. Let us know what you're seeing if you can do so safely. And yeah, this threat overall will die off around 11 tonight Eastern. Another hour and a half, 2 hours or so. We should be looking at a much, much reduced threat here for severe weather. But we have about an hour or two left of some good surface fuel, some storm fuel for them to kind of fuel off of. But after midnight at the latest, we're not seeing that anymore. All clear areas. If you are behind this line, so Danville, Crawfordsville, Lafayette, Attica, Fowler, Monticello, Wolcott, Rensselaer, North Judson, Michigan City, Valparaiso, Gary, go to bed. South Bend, go to bed. Your guys are fine. Out ahead of this line is the concern. Marion, Muncie, Newcastle, Richmond, anywhere on the east side of these lines, Connerville, Greensburg, Columbus, Bloomington, Bedford, Paoli, Jasper. We're not going to say you're going to get a storm, but you're still out ahead of these storms that are forming to your west. So we can't give you the all clear just yet because of those storms. But the good news is we are trending down in terms of our intensity scale. Hasn't been a severe warning in about a half hour. So let's hope that trend continues. If that does continue, we'll probably hop out of here in about a half hour to an hour. But as of right now, no warnings in effect. The trend is down. Nothing looks overly concerning at this point. Muncie area tonight. So Muncie, I just went over that, but I'll go over this again. If you're ahead of this line, gusty winds are possible. Severe weather at this point is a low-end threat, but if it does occur, severe winds up to 60 miles per hour and maybe probably some quarter-size hail there. Muncie included, and that's going to be your threat here with this line approaching you to the west. Although right now, it doesn't look impressive in terms of severe weather. So fingers crossed that continues. You should be fine if that is the case. But if not, we're going to be here tracking it. So you can always count on us to be here live covering it. If we're not talking about your area, probably a good sign. If we are talking about your area, probably a bad sign. Have there been any tornadoes tonight? Not to my knowledge. We did have a funnel cloud report. It's actually, the video of that is on our page. So feel free to check that out. But as far as I know, to the knowledge that I have, there have been no tornadoes tonight. How is the threat going forward for tornadoes? So The watch has been canceled, so there's no watch in effect anymore anywhere in Indiana. I would say a very low risk. Right now, we're not even seeing these storms become wind producers or hail producers, yet alone tornado producers. So we can't say a zero threat, but overall scale 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, 1 being the best, probably a 1 on a scale of 10. We're not having a very high threat tonight based on what I'm seeing here. When is our next severe weather threat? Let's just focus on the one we have at hand before we get focused in, 4 or 5 plus days out. Personally, I do not know, but I do know past today, the week is cooler, a little rainy, but cooler. And then we're going to kind of warm back into the weekend to start next week. So we'll have to kind of watch the time frame of early to mid next week a little bit. But as far as I know, we have no more severe threats past today in the near term. Caleb, yeah, you're muted still, but you are a robot, so try to refresh your mic. I have him muted on your guys' end, so you can't hear him, but I can hear him in my ears, so I can hear what he's saying. Nope, I can hear you now. Perfect. Timing of this. So I'll go ahead and say this again. We're going to say after midnight Eastern, the threat for severe weather is pretty much over completely across the entire state. Right now, these storms are moving at about, let's go ahead and get a statement here. We're looking at about 30 to 40 miles per hour to the east, so pretty slow. Puts it in Muncie in about an hour or so. Winchester, Portland, hour and a half or so. Marion, about 45 minutes. Down here, we're looking at Shelby, Greenfield in about 10 to 20 minutes. Connorsville, if you get a storm at all, if it makes it to you, it'd be about probably 45 to an hour. But the good news with these storms is they're not racing very fast. They're going pretty slow. That may allow them to weaken, and that's why we said we can't guarantee everybody's going to see a storm, but you may see an isolated storm across southern Indiana. It's just going to be a matter of who gets what. We can't really say that until storms are on top of you. So if we said, oh yeah, Paoli is going to get hit by a storm at 10:30, we can't say that. We can tell you there's a chance for it to happen, but we can't tell you the exact time and location. What we can tell you is we do have cells developing off here, southwest Indiana, southeast Illinois. They are moving to the east, so southern Indiana does have a threat there for some potential severe weather. But right now, and so far, these storms have remained in check, and our fingers are crossed that continues. These are moving due east. I am 5 minutes behind on chat. You guys blew the chat up. Love to see the interaction. Excuse me. Do me a favor also, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, hit that thumbs up button. Every thumbs up helps us out. It also pushes the stream out to people who may not be aware of the threat tonight. So every like goes a long way. And in active times, tracking, big storms, tornadoes, every share goes a long way as well. We want to reach as many people as we possibly can with the coverage we do. So feel free to give us a like as well as a share during active times of severe weather. And yes, Hannah, that's a really good thing. We've had a very active spring so far, and we could go the rest of the year and not see a single tornado, and I don't think anybody in chat would complain. We're already at 53 that we know of on the year, and that is one short of our record of 54. That'd be tied for second place with last year, I believe. Caleb, you're still here in the background. I think last year we had 54 as well. So we are one behind last year's count, and the record of 72 set in 2011. We have about 20 more to go, and then we have all of June, all of July, all of August to get through our severe season. So we could definitely make a run at the record if this active stretch continues, but hopefully that's not the case. Let's take a look at these cells again as we're kind of answering some questions there. Look, the gust front on this cell by Shelbyville, Greenwood area, not impressive. Less than 20, 30 miles an hour there at most. Hail tracker on that. Probably some pea-size hail in there. I wouldn't say, maybe some pennies. Doesn't look too impressive to me. Up here in the Kokomo, Atlanta areas, they're currently over you, and still not seeing anything that suggests severe is occurring. So good news there. Further north, Fort Wayne, Angola area, Marion, Bluffton, and Huntington, you guys have some showers and a rumble of thunder perhaps heading your way. No severes expected up there. I'd be very shocked to see a yellow box up here tonight. So you guys should be good. Just got to get past you guys here. Fort Wayne, about probably an hour to impact for you guys. And again, just rain, maybe some brief non-severe gusty winds, and then rumble of thunder possible. Further south here, secondary line moving into Indianapolis currently. Let's check out the velocity on this. Probably some, perhaps some gustier winds here. Let's take a look at the airport radar. Yeah, perhaps some gustier winds here. Moving in toward the Danville area. This is going to be on the, it looks to be the Hendricks County area, central Hendricks County, moving in toward eastern Putnam, and then central Hendricks would be the area of interest I'm monitoring with this. The brighter greens there indicate some gustier winds are possible, but they don't look severe per se. But we'll have to watch those a little closely as they move toward the radar. But overall, these storms do not look impressive on when we're, on a weather scale here. A storm chaser, as a, being involved in the weather community, watching radar for 15 plus years, I really don't see anything with these storms that jump out at me and say, holy cow, we got to track that. They're just hanging out there, ordinary thunderstorms with pockets of gusty winds and some small hail mixed in. Let's hope that continues. Caleb, when you're ready to hop it, you're still muted on my end, but when you're ready to hop in, let me know. All right, sounds good. And again, Caleb's on the back end. You can't hear him, but I can hear him through my headphones, so we can kind of communicate. Yep. Yes, we are live on Facebook with Indiana Weather Network. So for those of you who are watching on IWN, we are not live today on YouTube. That is due to a channel issue that transferred over to us. We're trying to take care of that. It should be fixed tomorrow night. So going forward, you'll find us also live on YouTube at the Indiana Weather Network. We're also live currently on YouTube with Indiana Weather Online and Indiana Storm Chasing Network. So we're broadcasting the 3 channels right now all at once. You can watch us on either channel. So we're actually broadcasting to 6 different accounts, 3 Facebooks and 3 YouTubes. So there's multiple ways to watch us. Also to X at Indiana Weather Network. Feel free to watch us over on X if you prefer that platform. How is the next line looking? The one out in Terre Haute. So over here, Terre Haute currently. Let's go ahead and take a peek down here. I'll switch radars to the Indianapolis radar. There we go. This cell could be producing some small hail to the east of town there, but overall not looking too impressive in terms of wind velocity. Hail tracker here, probably some small hail there over the Terre Haute area. Maybe some dime-sized hail if you're lucky. No statement in effect there. If you guys are in Terre Haute, let me know what you're seeing, if you can do so safely. Probably at least P, if not a little bit larger size hail falling there. Okay. Caleb is back with us. We're going to unmute him and bring him back into the chat. He's going to show up below me here in just a second if I can get this to work. It does. Cool. There's Caleb. Actually, we're going to switch Caleb to the top left here because a Martinsville camera is below me. I want to keep that there. So we'll go ahead and go back to the layout we had. I'll put myself up there as well. So bear with me. Get me off the screen here. You guys should still be able to hear me, but we're going to pop that over there. And there we go. We're good to roll. Caleb, just kind of going around the state here. Not much happening.
Yeah. Not a lot, from a storm chaser perspective and also from a meteorological perspective as well. These storms are running out of gas. That was a possibility tonight. Again, today's severe weather risk was more on the conditional side compared to what we had on Friday. Friday, we were forecasting a widespread severe weather event. We had a lot going for it. We had a lot of energy, instability. We had all the ingredients there needed for severe weather. Tonight, we have some limiting factors. And some of those limiting factors are starting to perform a little bit better now, especially that we've lost the daytime heating component. And that was a big one, too. We had a limited duration on how long we were allowed to destabilize today, especially the further east you go, the less time you had to destabilize after this morning's storms and rain that moved through southern Indiana. And we're starting to move into a little bit more of a stable environment as well. But also, some of these storms are starting to move east of the warm front, Ryan. Our warm front is draped diagonally across the state right about this here. So some of the storms on the northern side are starting to outrun that warm front, and that's going to lower the severe risk even more, especially for areas north of our strongest cell there. And we're starting to see that, Ryan. our storms kind of hit a wall, and then once they go on the other side of that wall, they kind of look just like this, kind of messy, a little bit of rain, and they lose a lot of their intensity. They lose a lot of their winds. They lose a lot of their updrafts, and they just become rain at that point with embedded thunder. They don't really have that look to them that would really promote severe weather, and a lot of that, Ryan, is because they went on the other side of the warm front. They ran out of the fuel. They ran out of their air with instability associated with it. And we're starting to lose a little bit of that instability too. With better instability, Indianapolis and areas south now throughout the remainder of the night. A little bit more juice south of Indianapolis from here on out for storms to tap into. But the good news is, though, a lot of these storms are behaving themselves. Turn on our hail tracker here. Still a few updrafts here. Some really nice, potent little cell south of Bargersville, Indiana, coming into the Franklin areas. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few. Ryan, how high does that core go there on the
I
background?
will
I'd be
look at
curious
that.
to
And
know.
while I look at that, I have a report from our storm hunters. We have a trees and power lines down report on North 250 East in Boone County. That core, Caleb, goes up approximately, if I can actually click on the right thing, we're up to about 20,000 feet at 58 dBz, so not too incredibly high with that.
Yeah, not a severe thunderstorm, but a strong storm nonetheless. Could have some stones coming down, maybe around what, penny to maybe some dime size, not quite nickel size hail associated with that. Like to see that DBZ or the density of that core a little bit higher for severe weather criteria, but close. It is a strong cell. Next strongest cell, probably over in that Terre Haute area. Nice little core coming into the Sealyville area, Glen Eyre area as well. Running right along Wabash Avenue or US 40 here. Nice little hill core moving on the east side of town. Could have some small hail in there. And also south of Prairie Creek could have some small hail in there as well. Switch radars here and look at the low levels. Yeah, nice little solid core there. South of Prairie Creek, maybe getting into some pea-size hail, but nothing too significant there. But again, a lot of these storms, Ryan, are starting to behave themselves a little bit more than what we saw earlier in the day. Go ahead and turn our velocity back on with our winds. A nice gust front here, crossing I-74 and still impacting parts of 65 here. Just on the other side of Needham, nice little gust front. You're right in there. You see the brighter colors there. If I highlight it here for you, right in here. Nice little gust front there coming into the Needham area. Sub-severe winds, though. This statement is in effect for another half an hour for winds up to 40 miles per hour, penny-size hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter there. So we're a quarter inch high of severe weather criteria. And Ryan, up here to the north, I would actually be really surprised if they extended the special weather statement north of Indianapolis.
I don't think
This
they
line
will.
here has greatly minimized in terms of risk. We do have some pop-ups that had developed here recently, likely on a boundary ahead of the storm near Muncie, Indiana. We're gonna have to watch these maybe for some hail. Turn on our hail tracker, and yeah, not really seeing any hail in those either. Mainly just heavy rain there associated with those. Again, our better ingredients now are south of Indianapolis and areas south. And notice here, Ryan, maybe perhaps an outflow boundary got put off for these storms south of Franklin that could spark other showers and thunderstorms later on tonight around the Nineveh area or area south. And same thing with these storms here. See a large outflow boundary still hanging on right along I-70 here. Nice outflow boundary that sparked this shower off. And this outflow boundary sparked this shower off. So these outflow boundaries are rain-cooled air that gets pushed out, propagated out away from our thunderstorm or shower. And they act as mini cold fronts on a localized scale, and that can help promote the development of other showers and thunderstorms in the area. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the night for some development here. Turn back on our velocity here to look at our winds here. And again, I don't really see any winds in any of these storms, mainly just heavy rain and perhaps some small hail associated with them as well. That is really all I see in these pop-up showers and thunderstorms here, mainly a hail and heavy rain risk associated with them. Some of those are strong, but they are all sub-severe at this point in time, Ryan. I don't see a single storm above it all that has more potential over another of becoming severe at this point in time. Probably the two strongest storms are the one near the Greenwood area and the Terre Haute storm. Probably have the two better cores in it. But again, we're talking penny-size hail and winds maybe 30, 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, so I have a lot of questions here for all clears and stuff. I would say, really, if you're up in the Fort Wayne area, Marion, Huntington, Kendallville, Angola, I see a lot of questions. Can I go to bed up there? I'd say yes at this point. I don't see anything becoming severe up there at all. So I'd say, yeah, go to bed up there. Muncie, probably the same way, honestly, down here by Winchester, Portland, Muncie. We have these storms still moving in, so we can't obviously guarantee it for 100%, but like the threat here is quite low in nature, where these storms are just not
Yeah,
doing
don't be
anything.
surprised to hear a rumble of thunder, maybe some gusty winds to 30 to 40 miles an hour. But to see anything greater than 58, I think north of Indianapolis right now is pretty low in nature.
We can't really give the all clear
Overall,
officially, but really what
not a
Caleb just said there, North Indianapolis, you're pretty much good to go to bed at this point. I wouldn't expect anything more severe up there. If you're still in the Indianapolis area, I see a couple questions, a couple people watching from Greenwood. The cells are currently past you to the east, but you do have a secondary line approaching you to the west. Will arrive in probably about 45 minutes or perhaps about an hour or so, actually, the way they're moving, probably close to an hour or more to Greenwood. So you have a secondary line coming, but I do think severe weather is again quite low tonight, so you should be good there as well. Obviously, we can't completely rule out an isolated storm becoming severe with that line, but it just doesn't really have that look to it at all.
Yeah, if it's continuing its current trajectory, I put 45 miles an hour in it moving east for this cell here. For Greenwood, we're in about an hour for these storms, 59 minutes for Greenwood uh, and surrounding areas as well. So not very fast moving storms, mainly a heavy rain threat and maybe some small hail. But we do have a lot of outflow boundaries, Ryan. So that'll kind of help mitigate any tornado risk. And really, I think the tornado risk from this point out, Ryan, is very low. Non-zero, but very low and not expected for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. There is some gusty winds, though, back in Shelby County. Looking at that, Jack Johnson and Shelby County line. Again, not severe looking, but just a little pocket of perhaps some gustier winds. It's moving in toward Bogstown, Needham area, eventually toward Marion and Shelby.
Yeah, a couple different pockets of stronger winds down here, kind of associated with the cores of the storm, where your downdraft is, where your heaviest precipitation is. That can sometimes bring those stronger winds down to the ground in the form of downburst. We have some of that going on here, but again, they look sub-severe at this point in time. They don't look severe in nature, especially with an outflow boundary out here too. That really kind of shows where these storms are at in their life cycle. Every storm has a life cycle, and you start to see signs of aging within these storms, and that's kind of what we see here when they start putting off outflow boundaries. They're not really in their peak or their prime anymore. They're kind of outflow dominant, but they can still have some gusty winds in the cores. Not out of the question, but when they produce outflow boundaries, Ryan, they really kind of choke themselves off a little bit. They're pushing their own rain-cooled air out ahead of them in the direction that they're going to be moving into. So no longer are they feeding on warm, unstable, untapped air, but now they're feeding on their air that they've already stabilized. So they're kind of like a self-destruct button built into these storms that they're tapping into, and that really helps keep them at bay too. Helps settle them down a little bit, keeps their attitudes in check, so to speak, puts a leash on them. So it really limits what they're able to do, which helps us out quite a bit.
I would say we'd probably be good to pop out of here soon, Caleb. I really don't see these storms becoming much of an issue. If they do, we can always pop back on. But we've been live for almost an hour now without any particular warning in the state. So again, we can't rule out we could have one or two more severe storms, but we're to a point now where we're just not really seeing much to be concerned about, where we should stay on and make sure we're live for you guys to count on. So
I think we'll watch, Ryan. I want to watch the Greenwood cell here. I want to see this statement expire here before we pop off. This is our strongest storm right now. And guys, just for reference, those of you that are new to the channel, just because we pop off doesn't mean we go to bed. We're monitoring the scenes and the radar behind the scenes here. And if we see a storm start to grow in intensity, we'll focus in on that. And then if we do see a severe warning get issued, we'll come back on here and we'll cover that for you the best we can to keep you covered from beginning to end. But going through the remainder of the night here, showers and thunderstorms throughout the majority of the state here, even northern Indiana. Seeing some lightning up in here. But again, it's mainly just rain at this point in time. Turn on our hail tracker here. Not really seeing any winds, and maybe some pea-sized hail in Wabash County, just north of 24 here. But again, that's going to be really far and few between. These storms up here, if I go back to one screen here and draw a line here, our warm front is sitting right about in here. So if you're north of US 24, no severe weather is expected for you at all tonight. Some heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail. But again, even some of those hail tracker signatures that were showing up there on the VIL, some of those hailstones are melting before they reach the ground, and you're not going to see any hail at all
Yeah,
in some of these storms up there.
we have numerous viewers in here from the Franklin area. I'm noticing you guys' comments on the east side of Indy saying it's pretty bad out there. On radar speaking, it doesn't look overly concerning. But if you look at the airport radar, we do have a little bit of more of a gusty wind threat here from Franklin to Needham to Bogstown. Wouldn't be shocked if we have some gusty 40, 50 mile per hour winds. Not seeing rotation with this, but I know there's a lot of instability in the lowest levels of the atmosphere,
And we have
which
some
can make
deep
these
Ryan.
cloud heights. What?
We have some D-cape as well that kind of
Yeah.
support our downdrafts.
So
tonight as
that
well.
could also
That's a
make
measurement of instability that helps measure how strong our downdrafts are going to be, our downbursts are going to be. That's the way we measure that form of instability. And we do have some.
And also with a lot of that D cape, and also we call it 3 cape, the lowest level of instability. When you get a combination of that, you can have a lot of low hanging scud clouds that look very ominous. And that's the kind of environment we have today. So if you see a low hanging cloud, we obviously can't, without looking at it, we can't really tell you if it's a funnel or not. But usually in these environments, there's a lot of scud. It looks kind of scary, but oftentimes it's just harmless and kind of cool looking at the same time, but also very scary. So probably some gusty winds out there, but I wouldn't be too concerned for anything too serious in that eastern Indianapolis area from Franklin to Needham to Sugar Creek area. And that also is moving toward Marion, Morristown, and Shelbyville in a few minutes as well. So if you're downstream watching this, same thing applies to you guys.
Yeah, really this gust front here is stretched between Franklin, Shelbyville, all the way up to the Greenfield area. A little bit of a gust front in it with pockets of embedded stronger winds here, especially in with the cores here. But actually, Ryan, looking at radar, and even if you hit play here on radar, our strongest cell is actually this leading cell here, just to the north of Shelbyville. We do have some other storms kind of popping up on that outflow boundary. As we said earlier, outflow boundaries act as a cold front that can help a sense of lift in the atmosphere. It can spark new thunderstorms and showers, and that's kind of what we see here. But for right now, Ryan, this storm here is well below severe criteria, but we do have a little bit of a gust notch here, a little bit of a Boeing segment here north of 74, north of Shelbyville, that could promote maybe some stronger winds to maybe 40 plus miles an hour. But again, I don't see anything that really suggests 60 plus in any of these storms, which is good. And some we're going to have to watch for as well. But we do have a couple flood advisories in the area. Heavy rain is a risk here tonight, and we've seen that. Excessive ponding on area roadways. So again, if you're out and about, heavy downpours does not make a storm severe, but it is a hazard, and it is something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. But in terms of severe weather, I think our risk is on the downtrend. Not all clear per se statewide, but it is definitely on the downtrend. And for those of you asking about an all clear and where it is all clear, if I draw a line here, if you are in this area up in here, northwest Indiana and far west central Indiana, Logansport, Lafayette, Gary, South Bend, even in Vermilion County, Indiana, you guys are currently in the all clear. Go to bed. No more rain is really expected for you guys. And a little hint of what we're going to see tomorrow. Maybe some scattered showers across northern Indiana. But tomorrow is going to be one of those days where we reach our high temperatures while we're sleeping before we wake up in the morning. Tomorrow is going to be one of those days where temperatures fall throughout the day, throughout most of Indiana. Unless you live near the Ohio River, then you're in the 60s most of the day.
Lucky.
However, those of us in central and northern Indiana, not along the Ohio River, we're going to find ourselves in a unique situation where, unless you wake up at 3 in the morning, we're going to find ourselves in the 50s tomorrow. A lot of our weather apps probably say high in the 60s. Well, that high temperature is going to be reached at about 3, 4 in the morning. Right about now is going to be our temperatures going into the overnight hours. And then they're going to fall throughout the day tomorrow with winds out of the northwest of 15 to 20 miles per hour. So if we're in central and northern Indiana, we're going to be in the 50s by mid-afternoon tomorrow. So doesn't that just sound like fun? Nothing says the middle of May without having 50-degree temperatures, Ryan.
Yep, that's for sure. Almost gonna be in June with 50s and 60s, it seems like. Also, I got a request here from a viewer, also from our own moderator on Julie on the YouTube side of things wants the camera to be full, so we'll blow it up here for you. This is again Martinsville facing to the west.
Nice little. That's a good example of some scud clouds, Ryan. Some low-hanging scud clouds. They look ominous. They're low, but you can see right through them. There's even a star or a planet, perhaps, in the background. There's some lightning there.
Yep,
Top of the cumulus cloud. Pretty cool.
Looking to the east on the horizon there, watching that line of storms approaching. To keep an eye on that. But yeah, that's we're gonna watch that as it moves in. That's for sure.
And actually, Ryan, those clouds that you see moving over could be that outflow boundary out ahead of
be.
those lines of storms moving over as well. They really do protrude far out ahead of those storms.
Wouldn't be shocked at all. We're gonna bring that back down to the right, to the bottom right corner there. We'll watch that in the corner, and we'll bring it back up if we see anything worth showing you guys. But for right now, back to that Shelbyville, Marion area. Not seeing anything still severe, but some gustier winds here on the north side of Shelbyville, over Marion, heading toward Ray's Crossing, as well as Linville, Gwynville, Morristown, and then further east, Homer, Rushville, Gowdy, and Blue Ridge.
Yeah, and something else to talk about, Ryan. We haven't had a storm report with that cell in the Marion Shelbyville area in some time. Our last storm report was a hail report west of London. So we're starting to not see reports with this storm anymore either, which could be another sign. There could not be people reporting what is going on. That is always a possibility, but another possibility is it's below severe criteria. And if you look, Ryan, this whole storm has an outflow boundary out ahead of it now, stretching from Morristown, Shelbyville, all the way down to Edinburgh.
Yep, there's actually two boundaries with that. They're going to collide, and they're not the boundaries that we're seeing. Also, take note with these. Usually, we get additional development with these boundaries, but we're not seeing anything develop. It's also
Not
good
a lot.
news.
Yeah, your secondary boundary, though, it sparks some showers and thunderstorms that get absorbed quickly by the line behind it, though, Ryan, but they're also moving into an area where it's already been stabilized by rain that has already moved through. So that's another thing working for us in terms of those people not wanting severe weather, which I think most of us would be okay if we don't see that.
A
We
new
are watching
statement coming in.
storms. Yeah.
New statement coming in there. It's going to be for Rush County.
Penny-sized hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds.
Yep. So well below severe criteria with that statement. So we're again still trending in the right direction here. Storms are staying below severe criteria, but I would think that if there's going to be a cell that's going to go severe at all, it's going to be probably this one. It's been the best environment, but again, with the outflow boundary now going down here to this area, this little green kind of line, so to speak, that's your boundary, and that's the cold air rushing out from a storm. That usually means it's dying in nature. But a very good example of what a boundary can do. You see, we talk about cells popping up with the boundary. This is a great example right here. We see this boundary right here pushing out ahead of these storms over here. But take note, if we animate this forward, these cells are firing off of that outflow boundary, which is providing a source of lift for these updraft. That's a perfect example there. And now we have development in Hope area, just east of Columbus. So I have to watch those now too. But that's going to be the case, and usually is the case with these boundaries. So we'll watch these. Probably have more pop up throughout the evening if I had to guess. But for right now, the strongest cell is just north of Shelbyville here, heading in toward Rushville.
Yep, and as we said earlier, these cold front or these outflow boundaries act as cold fronts on a much smaller scale. They have cold, stable air rushing out ahead of that shower and thunderstorm that they came out of. And that also provides a sense of lift, Ryan, in the atmosphere at the surface, and that can help encourage new cumulus clouds to grow into cumulonimbus clouds. You can get additional showers and thunderstorms.
I have a question in chat here. Can you explain severe criteria? Yes, we can. So severe criteria, 3 distinct things. The main thing that we usually worry about in Indiana is wind and hail. Wind has to be 58 miles per hour or higher to be classified as severe. Most warnings you're going to see say 60 miles per hour. Some say 70 or even 80 if they're on the high end of things. But 60 is usually the baseline, but 58 is the official criteria. Hail has to be over 1 inch in diameter. That's equivalent to a quarter size. So pocket change, quarter diameter or larger. That is your base criteria for a severe storm. And then obviously a tornado. That also replicates a severe storm as well. So either three of those can warrant either a tornado warning or a severe warning to be issued. So we talk about severe criteria. We talk about below or above it. That is the threshold we're talking about. It has to be severe hail, inch or larger, or gusty winds over 58 miles per hour, or a tornado. So hopefully that answers the question.
Right now, our strongest storm in the state of Indiana is below that because our hail size is penny size. That is 0.75. So we're a quarter of an inch smaller than severe criteria. And the winds with it are statemented for 40 miles per hour. So we're well below severe criteria of 58 or greater, being at 40 miles an hour. And no signs of rotation, Ryan, in any of these storms.
None at all.
We haven't seen any rotation in quite a while, probably over an hour now. So that is some good news here as well.
Take this a little bit fuller here. I am taking this feed directly from our YouTube channel. So it's a little grainy. We're going to work on getting it directly imported into our streaming software. So it should become clearer in the future streams here. But looking west here from Martinsville at the cumulus deck there, the cumulonimbus cloud on the right side of your screen, the updraft of the storm, getting some good, almost at hail, getting some good lightning in there. So we're going to watch that for a few minutes here. Nothing really happening on radar to be concerned about. If you guys got questions, I know we have about 400 of you guys watching in total still, so appreciate you guys sticking with us. Now is the time to ask some questions. We're not going to get to everybody's. And again, if you're south of the current line on radar here, I'll go ahead and blow this back down. Really south of Indianapolis, your threat for severe is not 0, but it is on the lower side of things. We have not seen a severe warning in over an hour. So we're trending in the right direction. We have been, and we will continue, it appears, to trend in that direction. Anywhere north Indianapolis, I'd say you're good to go to bed. There's just not much happening up here. Got some rain, isolated lightning, but there's no severe. There's no wind. There's no hail. There's just nothing happening up here. So maybe a big strike of lightning or a bolt of lightning and a clap of thunder, but overall, just if you're north Indianapolis, you're pretty much safe at this point to go to bed without a worry. Can't say the same for south, though.
Yeah, I do have a traffic cam just south of the Shelbyville area on I-74 here, and it's not looking too windy here along this portion of the gust run here. Though we are not in the core here, keep that in mind. Our strongest portion of the storm is off to the north and east of this location, moving away from this location. But looking at things here, some rain, and it honestly doesn't look strong here at this location either. So
it really doesn't. It doesn't. Got some ETA questions to Greenwood. We have a lot of Greenwood viewers tonight, so welcome in, guys. Good to see you in here. ETA to Greenwood, I would say, got some pop-up cells now just to your west. So
keep in mind, Greenwood, you're going to see wind before you're going to see rain.
Yeah.
Notice the green line moving in your direction. That's not rain. You could have some sprinkles along it. That's an outflow boundary that was produced earlier. So that's probably within 5 to 10 minutes away from Greenwood. Probably seeing some gusty winds, maybe 15 miles an hour, maybe to 20, 25. And then we're going to see some pop-up showers and thunderstorms behind that. They could have some gusty winds, small hail, maybe the pea size, and heavy rain is really the risk there with that. I really don't see anything severe there within these cells.
I'm watching that one way back here. It caught my eye. The one by Manhattan, take a peek at that one. Both the TIDS and the KIND radar both picked that up, just south of Greencastle. Got some area there, a pocket of heavier winds perhaps. But again, when you go further away from the radar, so when you look on the radar here, these boxes over here, the gray and green box, that's your radar. The closer we get to those, the more accurate the data becomes. The further we get from those, the less accurate data becomes. So we're still a good ways away from both radars, but we do have a pocket of winds up there, probably about 4,000 feet, if I had to guess, that are showing up around 50 miles an hour. So perhaps just south of Greencastle, Manhattan, just north of I-70 here, heading toward Putnamville, Cloverdale areas. Keep an eye on that. But that is the... Other than that, there's really nothing else here besides that Shelbyville cell. Going back to the Greenwood area for that question, probably here next 10 minutes or so, you're going to see rain. But none of these cells moving in look to be concerning for severe at this current time. So you should be good. Just going to get loud for a few minutes likely here. What just happened to my radar? What on earth?
Funky right there.
But yeah, just be inside. You'll be fine. You'll be all clear here in about. Man, it's hard to say all clear time because these are training over the same area, so it may be a while if we're actually in the complete clear, no rain at all. But you should be fine to go to bed with these cells approaching you. But just take note; it could get loud pretty quickly.
Yeah, expect some heavy rain, rumbles of thunder. But in terms of severe weather, right now it's rather on the low side, Ryan. We've gone over an hour now without a severe thunderstorm warning
Yep,
in the state of Indiana.
and that's good news as well. So we'll probably see the trend continue, and probably gonna hop out of here once we can confidently say nothing at the current time is strong. There's two cells that we're watching now. Shelbyville over here, headed toward Rushville. This cell has some gustier winds in it. It's going to ride State Route 44 from Homer to Rushville. That's one area to be on a watch for. Other area riding just north of I-70 north of Cloverdale, Manhattan, Putnamville, Mount Meridian, and Stylesville, all in line for that. That's a pocket perhaps of gustier winds to keep a close eye on. Neither of which currently has a warning on it. We're all in statements right now. Just one statement in effect for this storm out here, and that's really it.
Yeah, but you can kind of see that bowed out front appearance to that north of Shelbyville there, how it's kind of bowed out. Kind of indicative of some stronger winds, but really the strongest winds of that storm, Ryan, are not with the rain. They're actually out ahead of that storm a little bit. Coming in pretty close to the Homer area. Right now, getting the strongest winds associated with that storm is actually out ahead of that storm thanks to an outflow boundary. So a lot of people who are in line of these storms going forward are going to see the wind before they're going to see the rain. And then things will calm off after that. But another risk to talk about is the heavy rain. A lot of these storms are pretty slow movers and moving over the same areas again and again. Have some training. Showers and thunderstorms. Training meaning just like a train in a rail car, they move over the same tracks again and again, right? Well, a lot of these thunderstorms are traveling over the same areas again and again before they slowly move out of the state. So with that comes a rainfall risk tonight for some ponding and isolated flooding as well. Clayton asks how strong the tail on the Shelbyville storm or the winds, I assume, is what you mean by that. Right now, it is statemented for 40 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. And looking at the hail tracker on that storm, Ryan, I don't think we're at pennies anymore. I think we're smaller than that. Maybe except for a small localized area, but I think the hail size is pretty small.
What scan do you have by chance? Because I still got a blip there just north of Marion that looks a little concerning there for perhaps some dime size hail.
I'm at.
Oh, you know what? This is actually the radar I had pulled up here. Not this radar, but the hail tracker there was actually 20 minutes old. That's crazy.
Oh, I was gonna say mine's 8 minutes old.
All right, let's try. Yeah, so I'll switch my camera back over here to the other radar I use, a more advanced software. This is it's a hail core that's quite unimpressive. So yeah, there's not much concern here for anything hail related in the northern part of Shelby County. Maybe some peas at best.
Yeah, could still have some winds, maybe gusty to perhaps maybe 40 miles an hour. But even then, Ryan, I think our wind is kind of on the downtrend with that storm, and I think largely thanks to that outflow boundary.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Overall, these storms are pretty weak in nature and pretty unimpressive from a storm chasing perspective. I don't know if I was out in the field chasing which storm I would go to just because of the fact that they do look rather unimpressive. But we do have a gust front there north of I-70 within that core, perhaps maybe some stronger winds mixing down. It's harder to tell though, Ryan. The further away you are from the radar, the higher the sample you are getting from these storms. So even though we're getting between 50 and 55 miles per hour at that height there, that wind is more than likely reduced when you get to the surface or not mixing its way fully down to the ground.
Even the cells back here heading into very far southwest Indiana are starting to weaken. They look pretty good. So I think we're at a point, man, where we're just about to hop out of here, truthfully. There's just not much going on. Areas like Sullivan, Jasonville, Linton, Bicknell, Vincennes, you have some storms coming your direction. None of these look impressive, so it should just be a random summer-like thunderstorm. Maybe some small hail involved, but just expect some lightning and thunder and some heavy rain, and call it good down here in this southwest corner of the state. Yeah, it's just unimpressive. Look at the TIDS radar here as it gets closer to that. Yeah, still a little bit of a pocket there. Over at Putnamville. That could be a little bit of a heavier wind gust pocket. We are at... Let's go ahead and turn on the velocity here. Yeah, latest scan is not impressive. We're at 1,700 feet with that scan. What about the TID radar? Where are we at with this? We're about at 500 feet. So this is actually about 500 feet, Caleb. So this is actually perhaps reaching the ground or very close to it.
Yeah,
so,
we'll watch that one here for a little bit just to make sure if some of that could be reaching down, especially near the airport radar. Airport radars are really important for measuring hazards near and around the airport that may attract or may impact air travel on approach. So what's getting measured by these airport radars are generally pretty low to the ground and generally have a pretty good chance of occurring near the ground as well. So another reason we'll keep an eye on that near Putnamville there. Could have some gusty winds approaching your location here soon. If anybody's watching from that area, do let us know what is going on. Putnamville, around the US 40 corridor, from Putnamville all the way to Mount Meridian there. Let us know what you guys see here in the next few minutes if anybody is watching from that area. Muncie, yep, you guys are good. You're in the clear. Could have maybe some showers and thunderstorms, but no severe weather is expected for you tonight.
And also looking at the models and the mesoanalysis, real-time data out there to get a feel for how the atmosphere is giving some fuel, perhaps, but not really much anything to be concerned about, Caleb. We're still on the downtrend here, where I wouldn't expect there to be much of anything else looking at mesoscale analysis.
Yeah, I was glancing at that too. We are just kind of running out of gas, so to speak.
We're about surface cape around 500 to 800, and typically we want to see that over 1,000 with the environment we have. So we have about a half or so of what we want to see for severe weather. So even the 700, cape on the surface, it's not terrible in the right environment. But during the summertime, late spring, summertime, you want to see it a lot higher with the environment at hand. Is that a new flood advisory coming in here? Oh, okay. No, they just dropped the old statement there. The old statement dropped off my screen, so it's just in the one now.
Just the one special weather statement there for the Rush County area.
Yep.
Moving out of the Shelbyville area.
And with that said, I'm going to refresh my bar again so we can get that back operational. Hopefully that will fix the issue and only have the one statement on screen now. Let's go ahead and save that.
And those winds, Ryan, that we were looking at near the US 40 corridor actually broadened out quite a bit on the airport radar.
Okay.
So you want to look at that as well while he's getting his warning bar, that ticker up and going again.
Well, good news. The bar is being worked on now, so it's going to be down for a little bit. So you're just going to see the time and on our name there. So, and current conditions across the state. Scrolling if you can read that there in the bottom. So we'll keep it nice and all clear. The black bar means we are all clear. There are no severe warnings in the state, although usually that means we're all clear, but today it does mean that it's broken. So we'll get that fixed. But looking back here at that radar, as Caleb just mentioned here, looking at the velocity, yeah, that just bright greens here would indicate winds 50 or so miles per hour, and that's just, it's gone. It's just gone. So that is a good sign there. Back over here toward Rushville with that cell, gusty winds likely continuing here throughout the western half of Rush, eastern half of Shelby County. Again, not seeing anything severe, though. We're looking for 58 miles per hour or higher for severe. We're seeing 40 or so, and that's at around 2,000 feet above the ground as the radar beam shoots up in the atmosphere. It's not a very level across the board. It shoots up, so we're looking a little higher up in the atmosphere the further we go from the radar. So
Well, something to watch on that cell, Ryan, the Shelbyville cell, is actually an outflow boundary that is faster moving. Approaching it from the west, it's actually catching up to the storm if you press play. So kind of be interesting here to see how that boundary interacts with that storm as it actually will likely move through it.
yeah, for the southern edge here, I can see that happening. The boundary is right here moving south, and it'll likely get this part of the storm here if it continues. Yeah, Muncie, you're fine. You're fine for the night. Go to bed. Kokomo,
same
you're
thing
good.
for-
Noblesville, good. Lafayette, Crawfordsville, all good. Go to bed. Logansport, Gary, Rensselaer, all good.
Yeah, but I see Van Buren and Montpelier in there too. Blackford and Grant, you guys are good. You guys are well north of Indianapolis. If you guys are north of Indianapolis, don't bother asking for your location because it's going to be the same answer. You guys are good.
And I will briefly cover that. There is a line of storms coming your way. It's not severe, though. At best, brief gusty winds, pea-sized hail, and if you're lucky, a heavy boomer, as I call them, a clap of thunder, essentially. That's basically the extent of what's heading up there toward the Fort Wayne area. Currently about to move into Lancaster,
Pretty far
Huntington.
in between. Yeah, not a lot of lightning with these storms up there.
Yeah, that's why I said if you're lucky. We're not skipping Franklin. Franklin area, you have a cell directly over you. It is not severe. You're kind of between these two areas. It will get gusty in Franklin with this boundary. I'm not talking severe gusts. I'm talking more so like 20 or 30 mile per hour wind gust here in the area here. We actually have a boundary, Caleb, just noticed on our Martinsville camera. It is directly over Martinsville. Let's go ahead and take that a little bit fuller screen here. But no, Franklin, you're between boundaries here. It's going to get gusty. But that's what the current view in Martinsville facing to the west. That is your outflow boundary about to pass over the camera here. It looks kind of ominous. There's likely a shelf cloud with this as well. I have not been watching it. I bet if we go back and kind of watch it roll in, you could probably see the leading edge of that.
The shelf cloud a little bit. A
Yeah.
little bit of a whale's mouth there, perhaps.
Yep.
Some billowing clouds. It looked really ominous, but really nothing tornadic there or anything like that. Maybe just some gusty winds on the backside is really all we're looking at here. You can see the lightning there. Look how far back that was, Ryan.
I
On
missed
the
it.
bottom of your screen there. Okay, it was just above the trees, but it was really far back. Just goes to show how far ahead of these storms this outflow boundary happens to be. Yeah, there's some lightning there.
Yeah, Winchester, again, there's storms heading your way. Likely not going to be severe, so we're going to say you're pretty much all clear. That line does not look impressive at all from Muncie to really to Greenfield, Newcastle area. So like Richmond, Winchester, you're good. Any place between or close to these places I'm calling out are pretty much a-okay with this severe
Yeah, if you're
threat.
south of Indianapolis, you're likely going to have a chance of thunderstorms throughout the majority of the night here. If you're south of Indianapolis, across south central and southern Indiana, doesn't matter what town you're in, you have a chance of showers and thunderstorms, but it doesn't mean you're going to see rain. It's going to be pretty scattered in nature. Whether that's from, Winchester, Indiana, Bloomington, Indiana, Seymour, Salem, Jasper, Santa Claus, Evansville, Vincennes, doesn't matter. If you're south of Indianapolis, there's the chances about the same as for you as it is your neighbor. There's a chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms. Some could be strong, but I think the risk for severe weather, Ryan, is very low at this point in time. We don't have the ingredients. We have about half of what we need to support severe weather that we had earlier today, but we just don't have that anymore.
In fact, Caleb, it's got the new mesoscale updates every hour. We went from about 700K down about 300 on these storms out near the Richmond area.
We're less than half.
We're less than half of what we need. Not to say it can't happen because there is some low level instability still. So there's some 3K, Caleb, hanging around there. But with the environment today, the best environment, if anything is going to become severe at any point tonight, the best environment for that, I'll take this off the screen momentarily so I can show you guys this. Go ahead and minimize this back. The best environment for anything severe is going to be right here. This area right here with these storms. That is the highest low-level cape, also highest wind shear. Best environment, even though it's not a very good environment to begin with, is going to be with this. I kind of circled this too much. Hold on. Let's redo that. We're mainly basically downtown Indy in this way. This is the best environment right there with that line. that is all I'm seeing. I can actually bring this in if I'm not mistaken. Let me do this actually. A little bit different visual I can give you, but perhaps a little helpful when I'm trying to draw. You guys tell me. I'll go ahead and share this. There you go. This is what we call the mesoscale analysis. This is basically all the data that we need to watch across the atmosphere for severe weather or even snow. The red lines here are your low-level instability. As you can see, that's highest from about Indianapolis down here through about the Evansville area. And even then, it's not very impressive, but that is where our best environment currently is. Now, if I switch over here to the surface fuel, because surface fuel is important, we're going to see the red lines there. The middle red line is the highest amount, and that kind of goes a little bit lower. Further east you go toward that Richmond area, we're not really seeing too much in the way of anything at all. So the best environment there, hugging across the west central part of the state. Go ahead.
Yeah, some of the reason why we don't see that instability go a little bit further west, see that all that green, all that precipitation you see on the left side or the right side of your screen there, that left behind a lot of cloud cover and didn't leave enough time for the atmosphere to destabilize there. That's why you see that little 500 there on that red line that you see running through southwest Indiana. That's your instability line. If you go south and east of that number 500, you don't see any thick red lines. You see some little lines, but nothing really thick that really indicates we have instability or fuel there because the atmosphere is stable. So these storms are going to be running into an ever more stabilizing environment. And it also doesn't help that we lost a daytime heating component either. The air is having a harder time wanting to rise. It's having a harder time becoming strong into severe. So a lot of these storms are on the downtrend. They're running out of fuel. They're running out of gas. Their tanks are running empty. But something we do have, Ryan, we have a lot of moisture tonight. So even if we don't have severe weather, some heavy downpours are likely tonight, actually. Not just, they don't have to be severe to have heavy rain. We can have some heavy downpours and general thunderstorms as well.
Yep. And also, with that said, Caleb, I think we should take a look at across the state again. As these storms continue to progress eastward here, we'll give an overview. And I think we're going to be good to hop out of here soon, Caleb. I really do.
Yeah, I agree.
So let's go ahead and take a look
here and go from there.
All right, let's go ahead and start down here in the very far southwest corner and work our way up. Have some cells that are dying, or were dying at least, moving in toward the counties up here. I believe this is going to be Gibson and Posey. Yes, Gibson and Posey County in very far southwest Indiana. Those are not looking concerning at all for severe at this current time. Nothing on radar suggests severe is happening with that. A decent looking line now from Jasonville to Sullivan back through the Illinois area. We're going to watch that a little closely, but velocity says nada. Not very much to write home about with this line. Hail tracker with this, perhaps some brief small hail heading up toward the Sullivan area. Again, not seeing anything concerning that would scream would scream severe hail with that particular line. Going up here to Indianapolis. Franklin is being impacted right now by the outflow boundary. Martinsville just had the boundary go overhead. Paragon as well, and that boundary could bring some gusty winds. This is what I'm talking about right here. This thicker green line there, that is your outflow boundary. Also could see some cells pop up ahead toward Bloomington, Nashville, Ellettville, Columbus area. Anywhere ahead of this line as it sags southward, and that continues down towards Seymour, Northford, and eventually, not immediately, but eventually, could see some pop-up cells ahead of that outflow boundary. With this boundary directly, though, gusty winds could be occurring 30 or so miles per hour. Again, places I just mentioned, Nashville, Bloomington, Ellettville, Columbus area will be on deck for that. Back behind here, some gusty winds, some small hail, although I'm not even seeing any hail with this, Caleb. I'm not even seeing anything wind-wise with this at all. Just your typical summertime thunderstorm.
Yeah. Heavy rain, lightning. I'm not saying there couldn't be some embedded hail if you get an updraft in there, but I don't think it's going to be much larger than PE size in a lot of these updrafts from here on out.
And I agree. Going over here to the east side, if you're north Indy here, that means if you're north really of I-70, you are fine. Up by Muncie, just got through a thunderstorm up there. Newcastle about to get impacted here by that thunderstorm. Winchester on deck, Richmond as well. You guys, just some heavy rain, perhaps a lightning strike there. Not much to write home about. Further north than that, you guys are all clear. Besides, again, that broken line now of showers, and I don't even see it. There's like a one lightning strike here that I see by Bippus, just south of South Whitley. Up here by LaGrange as well, got some showers there that extend up into southwest Michigan. Not seeing too much to be concerned about with these. I think the best storm still is that cell in the Rushville area. That's the only cell that I see that could potentially be on the gustier side of things, but even then, it's not concerning here. So, Caleb, I think we're good to pop out of here.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll probably pop out of here, but if the storm does go severe, we'll hop back on and we'll cover it. And we'll be watching radar here behind the scenes here. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching tonight. And we'll see a lot more. You'll see a lot more live streams here in the future.
And with that said, Caleb, I think I want to give like a 5-minute session here. If you guys got questions for us personally or what we are about here, I know a lot of you guys on the Indiana Weather Network side are new to us. So if you guys have questions for how we do things, I'll give some time for that. Or if you want to know more about me or Caleb or the team, I think that's a good opportunity is right now to kind of discuss that. So we'll give us a few minutes here for discussion. If you guys want to ask us questions, feel free at this point. So floor is open. Otherwise, I think we're going to pop out of here as these storms are at the point now where I am not concerned for immediate severe weather.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan there. Those of you throughout the state tonight, don't be surprised to hear some heavy rain outside on your windows tonight. That's something that these storms are producing and will produce would be heavy rain. Something we call PWATS, precipitable availability. How much water is the atmosphere holding tonight? And it's holding quite a bit. We have some juicy thunderstorms out there. So heavy downpours, heavy rain. Could have some isolated ponding out there on the roadways. But I think severe weather tonight, just because these storms are running into an environment that's ever more stable. They're running out of fuel. These storms are running out of gas. They need gas and fuel and instability to really support severe weather, and we're just not seeing that. It's been now close to an hour and a half without a last severe thunderstorm warning here in the state of Indiana, and that trend seems to be continuing. Some of these storms bubble up and become strong. You can get a special weather statement on it, but that's about as strong as they get. 40 miles per hour and penny-sized hail has been about the max. So we expect that trend to continue, but we'll continue to watch radar here behind the scenes, and we'll post updates on our pages as well. But with that being said, if you guys have any questions about us, about who we are, feel free to put that in there. Kind of an open bar style tonight. Yeah, ask away if you guys have any questions. Please refrain from asking about individual locations. That is a question that we will not answer very much, as we have covered that quite a bit here tonight. So please refrain from asking about individual towns. If you guys are south of Indianapolis, I'll cover the entire state, southern half of the state, in about 2 sentences here. Chance of showers and thunderstorms here tonight. Some could be strong. Pea-sized hail, gusty winds to 20 to 40 miles per hour. But severe weather is quite low. Greatest chances is south of Indianapolis. So if you are in that area, that is what is on deck for you.
Kaylin asks, how long have we been doing this? I'll start with that. So running a Facebook page, I've been doing it for about 4 or 5 years now. And in terms of weather, I've been in storm chasing and into weather since I was 16, and I'm currently 27. So about 11 years or so. And then Caleb?
Yeah, about the same. Kind of tying into the question after that too, what got you guys into this? For me personally, I've always had a fascination with science, meteorology, and physical science specifically. What are the unknown? What are the invisible factors that are going on and causing the weather to do things the way it does? Why do certain storms produce severe weather while others don't? What are the unknown factors that we can't see in the atmosphere? And those unknowns really got me into science, and wanted to pursue that as a career. I have been an active storm chaser now for 11 years, right behind Ryan, and been able to document, anything from tornadoes to winter storms. And I love being able to go out in the field and gather data when I can. But I also love doing the live stream side of it as well. It's very important. It's just as being out in the field as radar coverage. We're able to do this commercial free. By the way, we don't have commercial breaks like a lot of your TV broadcast meteorologists have. And we're able to do this. We're able to cover the warnings
from beginning to end here in Indiana with no commercial breaks. And I think that really sets us apart and allows you guys to have a better understanding about what is going on. We try to have some fun during our live streams as well, but also communicate the risks in a way that you can understand, but also communicating the risks in a way that you can learn from them as well. We try to have some, I like to call fun fact potato chips, some meteorological potato chips in our live streams as well. We'll throw out some bigger words, but we'll also break them down. That way you guys can learn something along the way too. Get you engaged in science and hopefully have a good time, but also stay informed as well. That way, if you are in the path of any of these storms, you're in the know, you know what's going on. That way you can anticipate what's going on and you can prepare for what's to come as well.
Awesome. Any other questions, guys, before we pop out of here? Do we do winter weather as well? Yes, we do. You're going to see us live during the winter as well. I'm not going to say we're going to have storm hunters out there because we usually wouldn't ask them to go out in winter weather. It's pretty dangerous out there because of the driving and all the aspects of that. But yes, we will be covering and forecasting and getting you guys up to speed on winter stuff. Absolutely. 24/7. I can't say that. 365 coverage on the page here of severe winter and hazardous weather. It could be flooding, could be severe, could be winter, could be anything between. We'll have you guys covered. I'm getting tired here. I'm starting to slur my words a little bit.
Yeah, winter's definitely one of my favorite seasons to cover. I'm a snowbird. I get hot in the summertime, and I'd rather be outside when it's -10 than 90 degrees and humidity. I'm one of the odd ducks that love winter. So,
do you accept ride-alongs? Unfortunately, no. There's a lot of insurance stuff that goes into that, and we looked into that like a few years ago. I can't talk. We looked into that a few years ago with another page that we run, and the insurance side of it is really complicated, and we're just not going to explore that. So, unfortunately, no. The closest we can get to you is we'll have live storm chasing here in the future. Again, we just took over IWN, and we're just starting to get our chasers and our storm hunters inputted into our streaming software. It's going to be a process, but eventually we're going to have live chasing for you guys here in the near future. So that's the closest we can get to you.
Yep, live stream chasing is a great benefit to you. You guys can virtually join us on our chases from the comfort of your own home. But unfortunately, due to the liability and insurance, we cannot take you with us, our passengers, while we are out chasing. But good question, though. Any other questions you guys have here before we hop off here for the night? Love to get to know you guys, and this is a great opportunity for you to get to know us. Some good lightning there on the camera there. Some storms are approaching that location.
I'm about to take that camera full.
Try to refrain, guys, from individual locations here. Again, if you're in southern Indiana, south of Indianapolis, everyone has the same chances of seeing thunderstorms here tonight. Severe weather is quite low at this point in time, so try not to ask individual locations. Those of you who are new here know that we don't answer those all the time because we have maps and information out there to answer those questions for you.
Caleb, Cody in chat here ask, what is your favorite tornado movie, but you can't say Twister? That's a hard one.
My favorite movie, but I can't say Twister?
Your favorite tornado movie, but you can't say Twister.
That is a hard one.
How about Twisters?
Yeah. He didn't say that.
That's a hard question. I don't have
I haven't seen too many. There's some that are good, a lot of the Hollywood and sci-fi. And for those of you asking, is storm chasing like the movie Twister? We're a lot safer than the movie Twister. There's a lot of Hollywood in those movies that we don't do. I got asked, I was doing a school presentation yesterday for about 300 to 400 middle school students, and one of the students asked me, why don't I have augers on my chase vehicle? And to answer that is because I wouldn't trust augers to save my life in a tornado. And we kind of went into the science of how that's Hollywood versus reality. And that's something that we love to talk about as well, and how we get close, but we don't get in because of multiple physical reasons. A lot of physics going on that would tell you that's a really, really bad idea. But in terms of a movie, though, kind of got sidetracked there. I don't know. In terms of a storm movie, though, or I guess a weather related movie. I guess Day After Tomorrow, that's a good one I enjoy watching. I guess Interstellar, if you can count that as a weather movie, it's kind of based on a weather movie, right? There's a blight that comes in, kills all the corn. There's a drought and stuff, but that's a good one there. I mean, they're on a water planet that has waves like 10 stories tall. That's weather, right? That's a good one. But I haven't really seen too many other weather movies. I do love a good documentary, though. I love history and historical documentaries. So there's a couple of good one of those that I've seen. If you know any good ones, let me know. But I do love documentaries. I'm a big history nut, so I love watching history stuff.
Laney in chat here says, not a question, but March 14th, 2024 is the day that I became scared of severe weather. Watching you guys and following along this page has made things much better. Definitely still stressed during severe storms, but not as bad since I followed this page. And that's awesome. That's what we aim to do here as well. We are trying to communicate risks and locations and try to make it easy as possible for you. Yeah. March 14th of last year, for those who don't know, was an outbreak of tornadoes across the northeastern half of Indiana, and then as well as the west central part of Ohio. In fact, Caleb was chasing that day. We were actually live on a separate page. We actually got tornadoes on stream that day, but Caleb actually has stories about search and rescue of that day. What was that town name? Indian
Lake.
Indian Lake.
Yeah.
There by Wapakoneta.
Just southeast of Wapakoneta.
Yeah.
Yep. That was one of those days where we knew there was a potential for severe weather in the afternoon, but it was what we call a conditional risk. We couldn't really forecast it earlier that day because it was largely dependent on what rain had impacted or how the atmosphere recovered that day. We had a line of earlier convection that moved through around 10, 11 o'clock that day. In fact, I chased 2 rounds of severe weather that day. We chased the 2 LCS that morning, knocked down some power lines in Bluffton, Indiana, and Wells County, Indiana. Had a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on that one, I believe, early. And then that afternoon was really just a waiting game. How is the atmosphere going to destabilize? We knew a lot of our cams, our guidance models, were suggesting we were going to have the possibility of severe weather, including tornadoes, but we didn't really know until about 2 in the afternoon. I was looking at what we call mesoanalysis, our ingredients list that we look at in the atmosphere to see what we have and what we don't have. And looking at it at about 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when I really became concerned for northern Indiana and northwest Ohio. Winds were veered more out of the southeast. We had more wind shear than what was being forecasted and even predicted by all of our model runs. It was overperforming. We also had dew points. We had a lot of moisture that got pumped in. We had rapid destabilization coming on. We had a strong low-level jet, strong winds aloft, pumping that instability back into the region with abundant sunshine. That was a recipe for rapid destabilization. We were in a pressure cooker. And then by about 5 in the afternoon, supercells developed along a boundary across central Indiana, northeast Indiana. And then we had, by the time they moved into close to the state line, we had Randolph County, Winchester, Indiana was a prime example of that. Northwest Ohio, Salina, Wapakoneta, Lakeview was another prime example of that. We had an abundance of wind shear. And by golly, when those storms hit that environment, they quickly began to rotate and unfortunately produced some unfortunately fatal tornadoes that night. So that was a night, luckily we don't see those days very often, but just goes to show, you know, we do get severe weather in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. We do get tornadoes here as well. So yeah, that was a very busy night for me, and I didn't get home until, I don't think I got home, Ryan, until 3 in the morning that night, just from damage survey, search and recovery. It was a busy night for me.
Yeah, it was. And it was also one of those humbling nights that, as a storm chaser, personally, you want to see a good storm. There's a fine line to walk between wanting to see a good storm, but at the same time, you never want to see damage to people's lives and people's properties. So it's a very fine line to walk. Ideally, a photogenic tornado in an open field, just picking up dust. That's what we all want. But the reality is, it's just not always the case. And that's why we come in here and go live to cover these events as well, because we want to be there for you guys and kind of walk you through it, where storms are heading, stuff like that. So hopefully these streams now and previously, from what Zach did into the future, what we're going to do is going to be beneficial for the state of Indiana. So we're going to aim to continue that for sure.
Yeah, if you want to hear the full story from that night, from my perspective, there's a video on it somewhere we can find and we
Yeah,
can share with
we
you
can share
guys.
that.
I just don't have time to go into the whole thing here tonight, but it was a very humbling experience, and that was one of those storms for me that very humbling experience, and that was one of the nights, even as storm chasers, that we say was a difficult night. We see a lot of things, but for me, that was a difficult night.
Yeah, a lot of the team as well. I know with IWN also was a part of the search and rescue operations in Winchester, I believe, for that night as well. So we all have the experience between storm chasing and just being involved with the community. It's just
Yeah.
you never
Yeah,
want
we
to
all
see
have
it.
a big heart. Yeah, we all have a big heart for the community. It's one of those things you just have to mentally prepare yourself when you're out in the field. Chances are there's always a chance eventually, if you chase long enough, you're going to see things you don't want to see. You're going to be first on the scene. That happens a lot as storm chasers. You're closest to the storm, you're closest to the tornado. You're going to be first on the scene, so you have to mentally prepare yourself for what you can see, what you can hear. And during those situations, it's very important that you stay calm, methodical, and collective, knowing what to do, where to go, and not losing your train of thought, but being prioritized on what you need to do and what you have to do. And it's okay to tell people no during that situation too, to get to those that need help and stabilized first before EMTs get there. And that was one of those nights that you had to make those decisions, and they're tough decisions. Everyone's in shock. Everyone wants help at the same time, while they're looking for pets that they need. They want some sense of normalcy that they want to hang on to. And those nights are tough. They're very humbling. But it's also a privilege being able to help in some way or capacity to bring a sense of normalcy to a chaotic situation, just reassuring people the risk is over and that it's okay, and we can restart that process of regathering our thoughts, regathering our mentality, and starting to start the process of regeneration. And it's a privilege of being able to start that process for people.
Just tuning in, severe threat is low. South Indianapolis for the night. I can say one major city in the clear is Terre Haute. You guys are all clear. Storms are past you. But again, if you are just tuning in here, we're just doing some Q&A with our guys here, with you guys as well, the public. But South Indianapolis, you have a line of storms pushing through. I'd say the severe threat is quite low in nature. If anything does happen to go severe between now and midnight, gusty winds is a main hazard with that. But otherwise, these storms look unimpressive. Just going to be a passing shower and storm for you. No real severe risk that I see currently moving in. So Jill says, can you all not forget us out here in Northwest Owen County during severe weather? Even our county forgets we exist. Jill, what our policy was and is, we do Michigan, we do sometimes Ohio as well coverage. But what our policy up in Michigan is 24/7, 365 for all 83 counties up there. For Indiana, it's probably gonna be a little bit different because Indiana is so active with severe weather. We're probably going to stream most events, but not like the little events that, kind of like one or two storms become severe. If they're big, then yeah, we'll hop on. But like, we'll have to kind of play it by ear, so to speak. But yeah, we're live for a lot more than what IWN has been in the past. So we'll be doing a lot more coverage. And yes, all of Indiana is included in that.
Yep.
All right. Any questions here? Are green clouds a prime example of one coming? That is a myth, Michelle. Green, it's
so
people,
really what the color is, really how the
two,
color originates is through scattering.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of times during the heat of the day, you have really tall thunderstorms, but you also have thunderstorms with a lot of objects, hailstones, heavy rain, and those actually reflect sunlight in different ways. So sunlight comes in different wavelengths. You have longer wavelengths, like your deeper colors, your reds, your greens are included on that. And your shorter wavelengths are your blues, your yellows, your lighter colors, right? Which is why the sky is actually blue. Your longer wavelengths are scattered out, and your shorter wavelengths are what we see. That's why the sky is blue. But when white light or visible light interacts with the thunderstorm, let's say you're underneath a thunderstorm, it's getting filtered. That light is getting filtered through all the rain, the cloud particles, the hailstones in the cloud. And the taller the cloud, the bigger the storm, and the more moisture, the more layers that sunlight has to go through, the more sunlight gets reflected and refrained through that storm, and you can have your longer wavelengths being left over. If it's later in the day, in the evening, a lot of times storms will look very orange, very red, very deep, ominous colors, maybe even a little bit of a brown in there, black. During the middle of the day, your longer wavelengths that are left over are your greens, your deep blues, and your dark grays, like a deep, ominous green, blue, black storm. And a lot of that is because of the sunlight getting refracted through the cloud, rain, and hailstones present. Doesn't necessarily mean a tornado or severe weather in general. Sometimes a nice pop-up thunderstorm can appear that color. It all depends on how sunlight is refracted through that storm and cumulonimbus cloud to give you those colors. So kind of a elementary behind the scenes of how that happens there. But it's through a process of refraction and light being filtered through different particles and layers of the storm. Good question, though. Very, very low. Yeah. Locations, and I think we answered that pretty well. South of Indianapolis, chance of showers and thunderstorms. North of Indianapolis, I think Newcastle, Muncie, and points eastward, showers and maybe a thunderstorm, but again, no severe weather north of Indianapolis. And even if you're south of Indianapolis, severe weather risk is very low for the remainder of the night. We just don't have the ingredients that we had earlier today. Heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some lightning, but other than that, most of us, pretty much all of us, Ryan, I think are really actually good to go to bed.
Yeah, I actually had
Monitor
I had no sound
forecast,
there.
but I really don't think we're going to see. There's always a non-zero threat. We'll see a warning tonight, but I think the threat of that or the probability of that is pretty low.
I apologize, guys. Sometimes I mute myself here while Caleb talks, so sometimes I forget to turn my mic back on. So I apologize there. We'll do sound occasionally here, but I'm back on now. I apologize for that.
Yep.
And I just basically mirrored what Caleb was saying. I was just going around the state. Nothing's concerning across the state tonight, and all we're doing right now is just kind of Q&Aing with you guys. If you guys got questions for us, now's the time to ask them. And I mean that more so on a personal basis about what we are, who we are, what the future of IWN is, stuff like that. Currently on screen, though, we're watching Martinsville to the west here as the storm rolls in. But yeah, if you guys have questions, last call for them. And if no more come in, we'll hop out of here. Otherwise, we'll stay until about 11 o'clock and answer questions.
Absolutely. It's great to be with you. Think of it as kind of like an open bar tonight. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask us. They can be about Ryan or myself. They can be about who we are, what we do. It's a privilege to be able to be on here and do this for you guys and provide this live coverage for you as well. Always a privilege. Kenny asked, are you guys based in Indiana? I am actually from just south of Fort Wayne, Indiana. I am from Wells County, Indiana. I am in Indiana, born and raised here in northern Indiana is where I reside. Ryan is actually just above the border, just by a couple of miles though. So he actually resides in Michigan, but I reside here in northern Indiana, born and raised.
I'm a stone's throw away from Indiana, though.
Yeah, he's really not far. I'm in Wells County, Indiana, for those of you wondering as well. So born and raised, find the cornfield. You're pretty close to my location there. So. Well, I guess I got beans around my house this year, but same concept.
Do you guys remember the yellow clouds on Friday? What were those starting? Ooh, that was a bolt-on camera. Mammatus clouds. Yeah, we had
Mammatus clouds on top.
Beautiful Mammatus clouds back on Friday.
Some of the best Mammatus cloud photos I've ever seen in a long time, yeah. Those are beautiful.
Hey, Porch Time LLC in chat here. Missed most of the show, so you might have covered it. Will you guys have live chasers like prior IWN did? Yes. In fact, pretty much all of the storm hunters are still with us. In fact, we I'm talking to them all night here in chat here. They had a couple out there tonight. So yeah, a lot of the teams sticking around. So yeah, you're gonna still see those on stream. The only problem that we
Absolutely.
have right now is we literally just took IWN over like a couple days ago, and our software is a little more advanced to stream with. We have to input certain things and get all set up and create banners and stuff. It's a process, but yes, we'll have live chasing going forward, just like the old IWN did. Nothing changing there. Only thing changing is going to be more often. We're going to see a lot more live streams here for severe, for severe coverage in Indiana.
Yeah, I saw another question. I think was up a little bit. Do you guys only chase Indiana, or do you guys go out of state as well? Typically Indiana primarily. I've chased out of state numerous times from Illinois, Michigan, Ohio. I'm closer to Ohio, so I chase a lot of Indiana and Ohio. I've chased Michigan. I've chased Kentucky once. I don't like Kentucky. It's hilly, it's forested, and bad road network down there, at least where I was that night. But primarily around the Great Lakes region for me,
And honestly,
and
I
I think
spend
for
a
a lot
lot
of
of
our guys as well.
I spend a lot of my time in Michigan chasing, but
Yeah, you've chased in Indiana
I've
with me several
chased
times.
countless times Indiana. June 18th of 2021, 2020 actually, or was it? No, it was 2021. We had Jay
2021.
County. We had the Portland tornado, as they call it. Also, we had
Yeah.
the Fort Recovery tornado. I was on that tornado.
Yep.
I was on Memorial Day 2019 across the
Oh, that day.
Huntington area. I was on those tornadoes. I've been in Indiana for years chasing. I'm very familiar with the area and in the cities and towns. So.
Yep.
Amy, the headquarters for IWN was Martinsville, and since we took over, that's going to be changing. We don't have an official office anymore. We'll probably look to get one here in the future, though. So stay tuned for that. Just not sure where. We just took over everything, so we're going to have time to sort everything out with staff and with the operational side of things. We'll get the ball rolling here. But yeah, no longer in Martinsville officially.
Yep, and they're going to let that special weather statement Ryan expire.
Perfect.
Doesn't look like they're going to issue one out ahead of that expires here in 5 minutes. The storm has already left the polygon, and there is nothing getting reissued for that at this time.
Yeah, porch time. Feel free to reach out to us. We can talk about that if you need to or if you want to. I'm still getting caught up to speed with things here, so bear with me. Bear with us. I'm mostly in charge of the operational
Angola,
sides.
just a few rain showers, maybe a rumble of thunder for you, but nothing concerning tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really see any other questions for us, Ryan. So,
Question was, what is the yellow rectangle on radar near Greenwood? Let me take this back down here. Do you mean this little dot here? Is that what you mean here, or is this talking like this area? Like, what exactly are you talking about here? If you're talking this over here, that is the radar. The little boxes you see that have letters, that's the radar. KIND says K, which is what does K stand for, Caleb?
that's a great question. I know a lot of them are just so a lot of the K that you see before that is actually just an identification code for the radar or the National Weather Service office. So it's like an ID number or an ID emblem. KIND is Indianapolis, IWX Northern Indiana, GRR for Grand Rapids, and KILN for Wilmington, Ohio. So different IDs that we have that we can identify the radar and the WFO or Weather Forecasting Office in charge there. For example, IND is Indianapolis, an abbreviation there for Indianapolis. That's an easy one there, etc. So think of it as just the identification that we have for the office and also for the radar itself. It allows us easy to go back and find them as well.
All right, Caleb, we're going to pop out here. One last little call around the state here as lightning continues to strike there in the Martinsville camera. Just want to say thank you for tuning in here, and we're going to call out a few other cities here that are going to get storms: Winchester, Richmond, Connorsville, Batesville, Anywhere south or east of this line has potential for a storm tonight. Anywhere, Bedford, Paoli, Salem, Seymour, Madison, Jasper, Ferdinand, Corydon down there, all have chances for storms. Severe threat is low. I think it's safe to go to bed across the state, but don't be shocked if you get woke up by a storm later on tonight. Or if you're close to these storms like Columbus or Greensburg or Bloomington, about a half hour or so or less, you guys will be getting storms. But yeah, it's at this point there's nothing severe. We've not been severe for 2 hours now. So Caleb and I are going to pop out of here.
And on another note, Ryan, they actually reduced the risk to Indiana to a marginal risk. They actually took the slight and enhanced out of
Perfect.
Indiana. And they're really the only people left in a marginal risk, which is a 1 out of 5, is for those ahead of these storms. Just for an isolated, stronger storm, but they have greatly reduced the severe weather risk in Indiana tonight.
And with that said, I think we're safe to pop out of here, Caleb.
Absolutely.
Don't see any last questions here. I do see one actually. What are the other weather channels you guys have? We actually have quite a few of them. In Indiana, you can find us, obviously, Indiana Weather Network. You can find us at Indiana Weather Online, as well as Indiana Storm Chasing Network. A lot of lightning there in Martinsville. So we have 3 accounts there on Facebook. Each do their own little thing there. And also out of state, we don't run, but we partner with the page called Ohio News and Weather. They focus more on Ohio's side of things. They're similar operations to us. They post warnings, updates, forecasts, all that jazz. So if you're Ohio-based, Ohio News and Weather on Facebook is the account that we'd recommend. Up in Michigan, which is what we started, is Michigan Storm Chasers. That is our main operation up there. We have a lot of full-time staff up there doing what they do. And we're now going into Indiana. For the past about year or so, we've been in Indiana operating here and slowly growing our presence. So Michigan, Indiana operations, our Michigan account is called Michigan Storm Chasers. We also have a page for the Aurora called Aurora Alerts. If you want to follow that as well, we post a lot of the information that we can about the Aurora here in Indiana. So feel free to follow that account if you so choose on Facebook. So those are the accounts we follow. Those are the accounts that we have primarily, and we'll continue to grow our presence as we continue to grow in staff and in presence across the regional basis. So one last look at chat here. I do not see anything. So with that said, Caleb, anything else you want to say?
I don't think so, other than thanks so much for following along. It's been a privilege to be here doing live coverage for you. You'll probably see a lot more here in the future to come. So look forward to that, and look forward to serving those Hoosiers here in Indiana. So with that being said, we'll probably hop out of here. Have a great evening. And again, don't be surprised to hear a rumble of thunder and some heavy downpours anywhere south and east of Indianapolis. Have a chance of seeing some showers and thunderstorms as this line moves across the state. However, severe weather is quite low at this point in time. Don't expect any. It's a non-zero risk, but there could be perhaps a stronger storm or two to talk about. One in northern Indiana, winds below severe criteria up there as well, near the Leo Cedarville area and Garrett, Indiana areas.
Auburn, Waterloo, Butler, St. Joe heading your way. Again, non-severe winds here. Could get gusty for a brief second. They went ahead and put a statement on that. Like I've been talking all night, possibility of some gustier winds there at most, but that's about it. So with that said, Caleb, are we good to pop out of here, you think?
I think so. We're going to go ahead and pop off here. We're going to watch radar here behind the scenes for a little bit here, but don't be surprised if you hear some gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe a rumble of thunder or two throughout the night here tonight. Going into the weekend, or going into the rest of the work week here, looking pretty quiet, but we're going to cool down here across the state. Our high temperatures for tomorrow are going to be reached early tomorrow morning. So during the afternoon, our temperatures are going to drop during the afternoon. Unless you're one of the lucky ducks near the Ohio River, you're going to stay in the 60s. However, if you're north of the Ohio River, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Logansport, Fort Wayne, and points northward, we're going to be dropping into the 50s all afternoon, and into tomorrow night, we'll be into the 40s statewide. So it is going to cool down. It's actually going to feel like March tomorrow afternoon for a lot of us. Pretty cold start here to May, but the good news is there's no frost on the horizon here anywhere in Indiana, or really the region here. We're going to get chilly, but luckily there is no frost for Indiana or surrounding areas. So we are looking pretty good on that. And then we do warm up by the weekend. However, it's going to be a pretty cold start to pool season. I know Memorial Day is kind of the benchmark here in Indiana when a lot of community pools open up. A lot of backyard barbecues happen Memorial Day weekend. However, it's going to be pretty chilly, and some rain showers may move back in on Sunday. That may impact the race day at the Brickyard here in Indianapolis. We'll have to watch that Sunday pretty closely as we have a weather system moving on in that could impact the Indianapolis 500 start time with some rain showers moving in. So we'll keep you up to date on that for your race fans. If you're heading to the race, watching the race at home, we'll keep you updated. We'll keep forecasting that and know of any rain chances as well. Hopefully the rain stays at a minimum and we can have the race on Sunday. But again, some rain chances do move back in for the weekend. But with that being said here, Ryan, I think we are good to pop off here. I don't see any storms that warrant concern at this point in time. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for following us. It's been a privilege to be on here serving you guys here tonight. And we look forward, hopefully not too soon, but we look forward to doing it again the next time we have a severe risk here in Indiana.
Enjoy your night, guys. And if anything goes severe, we'll be back on here momentarily, if need be.
Yep.